Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the voice of the people. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
You're listening to the Boxing Voice.
It's showtime! Welcome back, boxing fans.
Blood is good.
Our face, a mask of blood.
Blood is emotion.
Too much blood coming out of the eye.
Blood is a story, a drama.
Deep gas, blood pouring right into his eye.
Blood is what we want to see in terms of passion.
Blood streaming now from the cut in the eye, the nose, his mouth, his cheeks swollen, and he's still drawing.
What we want is a bloody good fight tonight.
We have Heather, the Heat Hardy. Is this you?
This is me. I think I need to talk to you every night because you make me smile and blush over here.
Never been a lame-o, never been a lame-o. Yeah, I love the trip. I'm okay.
You're serious? You're serious?
And that's the good thing about UK. That's why I can't hate on them guys, man. They love fucking boxing.
No fighters in England. They all bums.
Did you hear what this idiot just said?
Yo, son, you're gonna get your ass beat by Molina, son.
Are you fucking kidding me? He's overrated.
You can push it from me right now.
For the interview?
Yes. Let those gifted hands go. Get out of here, Virgil. Go home.
What next?
You want the title for the food. You want me to run it? You want the title for the food.
ThaBoxingvoice.com. This is why we use the word sensation.
Well, thank you very much. And if you can't give the Boxing Voice a little bomb squad on the way out.
Y'all know what it is. Bomb Squad!
Thank you very much. Get your scorecards. Get your scorecards. Nah, I'm kidding. We should have no controversy here. I would like to see, obviously, what everybody is thinking about this weekend's events over on ESPN, on PBC. This will be your Danny Garcia versus Paulie Malignaggi review. And we're going to review this card from top to bottom. I was live at the event along with a bunch of us. We're going to review, obviously, the Titus Williams fight, the Thomas Velasquez fight. This is the Angel Garcia's second fighter. We're going to talk some Pritchard Cologne, who was able to make it to the swing bout and get on TV and impress a bunch of people. Looking good, definitely. But there were some things there. They showed you some fake weights. I didn't understand that because I went back and watched the telecast, and on the what do you call it? The animation, I guess, on the screen, it said that they were weighing 146. I know for a fact Pritchard was at like 154, so I don't know what's going on there. But that was an impressive fight, and obviously, like I told you guys, Rafael Vasquez was in a significant fight for his life. You know, him coming up the hard way in Brooklyn. Heather Hardy was in action, and we're going to give you the results to that. Omar Super Douglas did not get the fight, but what everyone is here for, obviously, is the Danny Garcia and the Paulie Malignaggi review and the Daniel Jacobs Sergio Mora fight that went a lot better than expected. I mean, I know there's some hate in the air, and it always is. I see the whispers. I mean, I hear the whispers, right? I hear the whispers, and I'm hearing people say that this Mora and Jacobs fight was a bad fight, and I don't understand how that could be, but we will get into all that because this is the Garcia Malignaggi review of last night's fights at the Barclays Center. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and introduce all my co-hosts. Coming out of Texas, of course, we got the one and only Mario Munguia.
It's me, Mario.
What up, what up, what up? Man, I'm excited to talk about this, everything. I think that, you know, for all the hate that PBC's gotten and for all the hate that I've given it, I'm ready to tell y'all that last night wasn't bad. It really wasn't. And I will not talk about numbers. I'm going to do my best not to talk about comparing to HBO or pay-per-views or anything like that. We're just going to talk strictly about the fights. That's what I'm going to be focused on, and y'all have my word.
And, of course, all the way from
fighting out of Phoenix, Arizona.
Boxing fans, here's Jameson.
You know, it's been a long time. I say this a lot, but this weekend specifically, I mean, I enjoyed almost every fight that we got to see. If you think that the PBC card last night sucked and you shit on the fights, it's merely because you're a PBC hater, and it's clear as day. You know what? I didn't see it on the itinerary. I do want to cover, you know, some of the Box Nation or Sky Sports cards, whatever it was, with Luke Campbell and then the Brian Rose versus Carson Jones fights. Both of those fights were incredibly entertaining to me, and I can't wait to get into it because I got a lot to say. I got a lot of opinions on the main fight, undercard fights, everything. So I think today's going to be a good show. I like it. I like it already.
Introducing the hard-hitting ringside Robbie.
Well, good evening, folks, and this is the voice of the people. We are boxing fans. We need to concentrate on the fights that we're getting, regardless of who is putting them on. This PBC hate needs to stop. If PBC is giving us good fights, we need to support them. Yeah, we need to concern ourselves with being true boxing fans and not worried about who puts them on. As long as they're good fights, that's what we need to support.
Well, let's get right into it. I guess we'll start off with the interesting story of Thomas Velasquez. Obviously, I took a liking to the kid because this is an Angel Garcia trained fighter, and you know, I got a rapport with the Garcias. He's in the gym, and we started there. We started there about 2 weeks ago on Wednesday at the media workout in Philadelphia. And I gave the world an introduction to him and found out about him myself, you know. And after that, me and Mario did some research, and, you know, fast forward 1 week later, I had interviewed him again. And he was still the same timid kid that was making his pro debut on a very big stage. You know, but the interview obviously was put out on our network, and the fans, they christened him the Puerto Rican Canelito. Obviously, Little Canelo, for those that don't know any Spanish, but they called him the Puerto Rican Little Canelo. And, you know, I went back then and told him, like, yo, this is what they're calling. He was like, yeah, I seen it. And obviously, he's a rookie, right? This is his pro debut, so he's excited. He's Google searching himself, obviously. You know what I'm saying? He's getting all this extra hype, and he's reading it, but at the same time, he's so shy and humble that I took a liking to him. So obviously he fought last night, and he did very well. You guys didn't get to see it, which sucks, but I did want to mention it anyway for those that have been tuning into the videos on the YouTube channel, and you know, just to mention him himself because he did a good job, you know. And I was shocked. His opponent, let me just double check this, because on the bout sheet I was really shocked. On the bout sheet he was down for yeah, look at that. His opponent had 13 fights. This is a
no way.
Yeah. I mean, obviously he's a big loser because he was
still 13 fights.
13 fights, 2-10-1, right? That's no, or okay, 12 fights. You know, 2-10-1. So
that's 13. That's 13.
Okay, well, 2-10. There you go.
Yeah,
the point
13.
is, I didn't expect that. Not for a pro debut, not for a guy that has what I believe he has. I don't know, under 100, definitely less than 100. I think he told me 40 something.
It was like 47, I think he said.
47.
Amateur fights.
Exactly. So we're not talking about a boatload of experience, but sometimes that doesn't matter. Sometimes guys' styles are more suitable for the pros. And this kid was good. He dug to the body. He has a big frame, a big V-shaped back like Bradley, you know, and then he's got the hair, you know, he's got the carrot top going on, and it's cut in the front, and kind of like a Brooklyn. I don't know for any of my New Yorkers out there. He's probably got like a Brooklyn or maybe a high top fade. I don't know. Check out the video anyway. The point is that he did some good work, and he answered the questions well, even though he was nervous, which he mentioned on video, because I didn't understand why he was jabbing from so far away, knowing that jab wasn't even going to land. But he said he wanted to keep his guy thinking so that the guy knows, like, okay, I can't jab because he's jabbing. That jab is there. He's almost here. And while he's, you know, kind of mesmerizing the guy with the jab that knows that isn't going to land, he's setting it up with the right hand. And, yo, sure enough, he did set it up with one sweet right hand that the fight was over. And I was shocked. You know, obviously it was a 4-round fight, and he got the knockout in the 4th round. And all through the 1st and the 3rd, first, second, and third, he definitely did some good body work. So, I just wanted to give him a quick little mention.
Did he have that Philly style, or I mean, who would you say he looked most like in terms of the pro ranks?
I hope this isn't true, but he did look like Garcia a lot, even in the movement. Like the way that Garcia doesn't come at you, he takes a pace at a time, and that stance is almost wide, not very wide, and he's like that, and he was loading up too. I'm not gonna lie, this kid was, but he was loading up to the body, but so was Garcia last night. So I mean, obviously the trainer is rubbing off on him, but the father is in the corner, and the father could be seen on the video as well. He's right there to the left, and the father's totally for it, because the funny thing about him is the Canelito thing started on our network. Again, our listeners and viewers commented on there, and the father found out about it too, but it was already in the media room, because almost we're all friends now with the other reporters now, so everybody's like, oh, good good work on that Angel video or whatever. So Velasquez's name was brought up. The father comes in to get some food. The chef that's giving him the food is like, yo, that was your son Canelito. So it's spreading like wildfire, dude.
That's awesome.
So yeah, it was cool, man, and he was cool. But Pritchard Cologne, Puerto Rican. This is the first Al Heyman signed Puerto Rican from Puerto Rico, and Michael Finley, like I told you guys, he wasn't a pushover. He had only been knocked out one time before versus Jamie Herrera, same guy that knocked out Mike Jones maybe last year. Not that Jamie Herrera is a world beater, but obviously, he's got some pop, because Mike Jones went life and death with Carras, who has some pop, and Carras couldn't knock him out. He withstood that onslaught, but Jamie put him out. And, that all boils down to Finley. But this kid, even Pritchard, same story. I mean, that right hand was a thing of beauty. What I like about Pritchard is the high-level activity. And his body looks so fucking healthy. Being with Pedro Diaz this is his third fight with Diaz now. And you're starting to see, anyway, can see the difference, because the last one was here in April, and it was also on the Danny Garcia undercard, so I seen it live. And, those that got to watch it got to watch, and you can start to see the progression in the kid. He's a big welterweight. Like I said, I know for a fact that fight was contested at 154. And make it so bad, Sweet Baby Ray announced them as junior middleweights, but the screen said welterweight, 146.6. I'm like,
that's
whoa,
crazy.
What the hell is going on here? But you know what it is? I'm starting to notice they're selling a product. They're selling a product. They're not selling to us. I mean, it's kind of sickening to me. This is the first you're gonna hear PBC bash. If you ever get some, this is it. I don't like that showing Jack Dempsey and Frazier and Ali. Like, yo, those dudes did what they did, and that's all good. But this is my generation, not their generation. Like, they're trying to do a callback to your fathers and your fathers' fathers. Like, they're gonna really come back and watch boxing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
It's us. We the ones coming to these fights. We the ones buying tickets. It's the new world that sees Saddam Ali in the street and tweets a picture of him, not the fucking grandpa that's on the couch doing nothing. Like, I don't even know. I'm tired of that. Why they showing? Give me because what that was a slideshow. Give me that slideshow with the new fighters. These fighters that you actually want me to invest my time into. No, you're showing me subliminal pictures of other people that I'm not about to go watch a 30-30 with Ali. I don't care. I care about current events. That's just my thing. What you think about Pritchard Cologne?
I thought it was, he did good, and don't get me wrong, he absolutely did what he needed to do. But I remember seeing Pritchard Cologne. I think he was on an ESPN Friday Night Fights or something like that, where I saw, and I kind of, in this same fight, I saw that his chin isn't. I don't know if his chin is going to hold up to any sort of level of like kind of high-end punches coming back at him, but that knockout was sensational to me. The worst thing that could have happened to Finley is that he stayed on his feet, and that's what happened. When he got knocked out, he took a few steps back and he got charged. Maybe if he fell down, he would have been a little bit more alive or not taking that extra punishment. But, he did what like I said, he did what he needed to do, and Cologne just jumped on him. He recognized it, and the speed he was able to just get into the pocket and still finish him off with a guy reeling backwards, falling backwards with momentum. It just showed to me that he's really quick too, and he's agile. So I was impressed by that. A lot of people might have not noticed that, but go back and watch it. The way he was able to just enter and attack using his footwork and his hand speed was impressive to me. So I want to see where he keeps going, but I gotta say his chin's gonna come up in question a lot, and I think it's justified because Finley hit him a few times where I thought, he shouldn't have reacted that way to such a small punch. But maybe I don't know much about Finley, so maybe someone could call in and give me a little bit more info.
I just think that Cologne did what he had to do. I really don't think that there's much we can say in terms of what he had coming back at him. But I just feel like at the end of the day, when you get that kind of stoppage, you can't really ask for more from a fan's point of view, from a prospect's point of view, from a trainer's point of view. You go in there and you compete at the highest level for yourself, but you're not at the highest level fighting world-class athletes. But I will make that point that Ness made. I went to the bathroom, came back. I swear I thought that guy was a middleweight. I would have even thought he was fighting between middleweight and super middleweight. The kid looked huge on TV. I can't even imagine what he looked like, live. He looked absolutely huge. It was crazy. And then it said welterweight. I was like, yeah, right. I was like, whatever. I'm gonna pretend like it was like a error in the production truck.
Which happens.
It does. Robbie, did you catch Pritchard, the swing bout?
Yes, I did, and he looked good. And I'd like to see him fight on a place like Showbox a few times, and because I think that's the place for him. I understand why he was on there last night. The first fight ended so quickly, but that's where I wanted.
Secret is that Omar Douglas, the one that got canceled because Frank De La Alba had some sort of medical issues. So the day of the fight, Alba had to pull out, and he was supposed to be the swing bout. So Pritchard, again, we got to see him on television, those that did, but he's not a TV fighter. And I think Atlas was a bit harsh. I mean, before this fight, he was 14-0, and again, he's not a TV fighter. This was a swing bout, and a fill-in at that, because the true swing bout was Omar Douglas. So it was weird. But Omar Douglas himself is 14-0, but he's got 11 KO. So I don't know. I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that we were not supposed to see him. So again, I just don't like when guys are overly critical of young fighters that normally we don't get to see, these 11-0s and 14-0s. Unless they're really good, then they make us watch it. That's what they do. So all right. So you thought that he looked good, Robbie?
Yeah. I want to see him again. I want to see him on TV again. I think a good place for him to be would be like on a Showbox.
Yeah, I'm Showbox, I guess. I mean, it doesn't matter the network. I'm just looking to see him again. But who I'm really interested in, and I don't know, James, since you do the stream thing, maybe you had some sort of access to this. Did you see the Travis Peterkins fight versus Leilin Castillo? You did?
Yeah, I did. Because it was on ESPN, and I have Watch ESPN app, so I get to see all these HD. I don't have to stream it traditionally.
No, you're kidding.
No, dead serious, bro.
Bullshit.
Watch ESPN app had all three of them on ESPN 3.
Listen,
oh, God damn it. Thanks for the heads up, James. I appreciate that.
It was a fun fight.
I'm gonna give you guys some great backstory, and then I'll assist the ball to James, because I did watch the fight, but it was in between uploading video. I'm not there. I don't have we're the little guys. We don't have the privilege to sit down at ringside, even though I'm ringside, and watch the fight. So I'm uploading video, editing video of interviews that I've done during the day, and I'm seeing Leilin. Now, I never thought that this Dominican, who goes by the name of Leilin Castillo from Miami, Florida, before this fight he was 12-0 with 7 KOs, and this fight was contested at light heavyweight. I knew Travis Peterkins only by hours difference, right? Because I met Peterkins Wednesday, and never heard of him in my life, I mean, I did hear him. That's totally a lie. I seen him twice on BB King shows. But then I never seen him other than that, because this guy isn't a TV fighter either. And I was asked to interview him, so I did. You can check out the video. It's on our channel. And when I did some research to see who he was fighting, I even asked Peterkins. And he's like, yeah, I'm fighting some Dominican dude. And I'm like, Dominicans is bums. I'm Dominican. You know my normal spiel. You know, I go into that one, and I'm like, oh, these guys are bums. You know, you better take care of this dude. You know, and I did that interview, and you can go and watch it. I was actually confessing this to Mario late last night that I felt bad. I felt like I didn't do a good job because I didn't know who the kid was. I didn't know enough about him, so I went home and I got ready, and when I seen him the day of the weigh, and it even comes out on Periscope. That's why you need to be following us on Periscope. The channel's blowing up. We got over 300,000 likes, man. In one day alone, we got over 20-something thousand likes. So definitely head on over. And even if you don't want a Periscope account, download our app. Download our app, iPhone or Android, and the Periscope is right there. Thanks to James, the mad scientist. But anyway, getting back to the story, you know, I see him and I tap him on the chest. I'm like, boom, yo, I'm ready for you. You know, I'm ready this time. And you know, we didn't get to interview. Obviously, you guys seen I got kicked out. You know, I'm always getting kicked out. I did a lot of things, but we had a lot of fun at the weigh-in. And if you followed us on Periscope, you got to see that. But if you didn't, check out the video on YouTube. It's obviously there, the whole behind-the-scenes footage. The point is, I wasn't expecting Lalin to look this good. Now, again, I will say I was watching it in between uploading, which is very difficult. So I will now gladly pass the ball to my, you know, my counterpart here in James, because he got to watch it. So tell me, because from what I seen, it's like, oh shit, this is a Dominican I really need to check out. Like, he looked good. I thought he got robbed, to be honest with you. I thought he did enough to win. He even got a knockdown plus a point deduction. So I didn't understand how he didn't get the win. Not to mention, guess who he's trained by?
Peterkins? I don't know who. Ange Rozier?
Lalin Castillo is trained by Joan Guzman.
Yeah, and some of you might remember when Joan Guzman was in his corner for one of the international TV pay-per-views, if you watch it legally. And if you don't, then maybe you'll remember a stream from a few months ago.
Yo, but I mean, I personally think that it was a decent fight. I mean, it got a lot of. I mean, I was more interested in it because usually when I see two undefeated fighters together, I really think it's interesting because they dig up a little bit deeper. I will say I think Peterkins maybe edged it, but I didn't score it, so I'm gonna be honest with you. I wasn't really expecting to have to sit down and watch this, but even with the point deductions, it was a very close fight, man. They were going back and forth the entire time. Even at the end of it, Peterkins didn't seem very confident that he won the fight himself. Only after the draw was announced, it was a majority draw on his favor. So one judge said that he won the fight. Other two judges did have it a draw. If you haven't seen it, it's worth a watch to go back to see kind of where these fighters are going to be. But I would like to see this again for the second time, because the last time we really got a battle of undefeateds that I felt this excited about in a fight, I think it was Eddie Gomez versus Daquan Arnett, and that was a couple years ago. So that's why I like this, because they did edge him up, and they had that cool backstory. I think they said that he used to work at the Barclays Center or something like that. One of them did. And it was interesting, but the fight, I wasn't as high on either fighter saying that either one of them are necessarily elite. Maybe it was because the other fighter across from him was a little bit better than what they're usually typically used to. But it was an entertaining fight. I'm not upset with the draw, to be honest with you. I'm not at all. When I saw it, I was like, you know what? At least neither of these fighters got a loss on their records. But if you could give it to someone, you could have given it to Peterkins. But like I said, I'm not upset.
Let me ask you a few questions, and that's it's funny that you say that you're not upset, because I wasn't. Even though I thought Lalin should have got the nod because of the knockdown and the point deduction. It doesn't make any sense mathematically, but I spoke to Peterkins, obviously, because we built a little rapport from this week, and he seen me in the bowl. He came right up to me like, yo, and he pulled me to the side, and he's like, yo, you think I was disrespectful? And I'm like, first of all, no, let me tell you what he really said. He said, yo, what's up with you? And I'm like, what you mean what's up with me? He was like, you different. I'm like, what you mean? What you mean I'm different? He's like, yeah, when you interviewed me, man, you was just different than everybody else. I'm like, well, I am different. But that being said, he was asking me, and I couldn't answer because, again, half the time my head was buried in my computer. So can you answer his question, which was, do you think he was disrespectful? And that's why the ref took a point, because he said he never hit him low and he never got a warning or a stern warning. He just got deducted.
Do I think it was disrespectful in the sense that he looked like he was throwing low blows on purpose?
I guess the way he made it seem in the question to me was like that he was so because he said the ref said you were disrespectful, so that's why he took a point. But he was like, "Yo, I didn't disrespect you. Think I disrespect?" I'm like, man, I don't know.
I personally, I didn't feel that at all. I mean, these refs last night, or like on the Barclays card, were a little bit bugging. I mean, first off, when Malignaggi and we'll get into it, when Malignaggi and Garcia got into it and they started talking to each other in the ring, it's a pet peeve of mine. Maybe it's something small, but if they want to talk to each other and talk shit to each other, you should say nothing. You don't tell them to shut up. You don't tell them to be quiet. So, I mean, these refs were a little bit, maybe they knew they were under the gun because they were on kind of the national spotlight, and, you know, New York isn't traditionally known as, like, the best commission in America, but I didn't think that he was disrespectful, and I think that I've seen way worse kind of, like, reactions for some sort of, like, you should never take a point away from because of spite. If the guy is in front of you cursing you up the storm, you take a point because it's illegal, not because it was disrespectful. I didn't feel that he was.
Yeah, I didn't get it. I heard that part, obviously, and
you heard from other people or just him?
No, just I heard him say it because I watched the telecast too. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't think much of it. I like you don't mind a little trash talk. You know, I want to segue or not really segue because it's gonna be like a hard left turn on something that I wanted to just let our listeners know. It's a GoFundMe page for one of our listeners. Everybody knows Lex Ruger. So the gym that Lex that you know his son Alex trains out of, I believe it's Alex, right? The point is, I want you guys to go over to the GoFundMe page, but it looks like Matt didn't put the link in here. But it's called the Support the Aurora Boxing Club, and it's a fund for the Aurora Boxing Club. These guys, the gym is horrible. It's just the bottom line. Lex Ruger's already taken on super amounts of responsibility because his son's in this gym, and you know he's trying to do all that he can do in terms of social media. He's just made them they have a Facebook that they're not active on, but I mean they need turnbuckles, they need aprons. And these are, you know, the kids of today are the future stars of tomorrow. So just definitely check out the GoFundMe page. Definitely tweet Lex Ruger on Twitter to get more information. And I am going to put the link in the description of the video on YouTube. Even though it's not here on my itinerary, I will still put it in after post-show. But definitely, if you could at least go and read about it, to see if you're interested in helping a dying gym that the owner is well over 80 years old and just physically cannot maintain the upkeep of the gym. And again, our resident listener, Lex Ruger, who you guys know has been listening for, you know, since the very beginning. Some of your intros, you know, were made by Ruger, is doing all that he can do as a voluntary, you know, doing voluntary work over there. But you know, they need some help, so definitely check that out. All right, going back to the card, Adam Kawakanik. I didn't even get to see this fight, but I'm hearing good things about him. It was only an 8-rounder. Did you see this one, James? Was this on ESPN?
I didn't see it. Maybe it was before because I tuned in. I think it was the Peterkins fight was the first one that I tuned in for. And then right after that was the Pritchard Cologne one. Oh, wait, no, that was on the main broadcast. So the Peterkins fight was the only one I saw on ESPN 3.
Well, Rafael Vasquez, the guy I told you, 37 years old, he scored a first-round knockout. Look, he is decent. You know, this is not like, let's say, a Jorge Arce type where, like, you know, he's already old and done, you know, and just has a name. And not that this is the Rafael Vasquez brother of Marquez. No, that's not him. I mean, excuse me, you know, the Vasquez, not that one, the point is. But this guy can bang. I mean, I'm telling you, I've seen him now. This is probably my 5th time seeing him, and he'll give any featherweight some problems, and he probably could beat him because he does have legitimate power. So he scored a first-round knockout. Not too much that we could talk about. Heather Hardy, same thing. She scored a 7th-round knockout, and she looked better than normal or normally. She didn't suffer any cuts or any headbutts. And other than sometimes I felt like she was getting a little tired, but I don't know. Maybe that's her style because this is probably the one of the few fights that I've really paid attention to because, again, I'm always hustling, getting videos or editing or doing something during the fight. I've seen her with her hands down a lot, so I don't know, but she got the win, 7th round knockout. So let's get into the bread and butter, what everybody's here for, and we'll start with the co-main event. Obviously, it was Daniel Jacobs. He defeated Sergio Mora by 2nd round TKO, and the fight was contested for Jacobs' WBA regular middleweight title, which means that Gennady Golovkin is the super champion, and as the super champion, you don't have to face your mandatories. Like, they're not going to mandate, and I'm getting all this from Keith Thurman, because he's giving me this story. He's giving me this story for the Mayweather thing. So this is the same scenario. Mayweather's the super champion. Thurman is the regular champion. And it doesn't matter. They would never be mandated. So, he's defending that portion of a 3-portion WBA title. Because the WBA has the super, which I knew, the regular, which I knew, and the interim, which we all knew. But I just didn't know that these guys don't do like the IBF and make their mandatory challengers, which would be, in this scenario, Keith Thurman, because Mora was definitely not a #1 challenger for that title. But anyway, it was a hell of a fight, okay? And I started at the beginning of the show where I seen some people saying that this was a fight that looked like it could have been bad if it continued, and I don't see how this could have been bad. From the very beginning, Mora came out looking for Daniel Jacobs and looking to get this fight going. He started with the jab to the head and to the chest, and he was trying to cut the distance all the time. He was throwing a lot of right hands, and his movement looked good. For a minute, I said, damn, I got some bad information. They lied to me, because he did look good. He looked like the Latin snake for real, the way that he was shimmying, and he had Jacobs tentative. After the first minute and a half of the first round, Jacobs started to come forward. And sure enough, Jacobs landed. Boom, good overhand right. Down goes Mora. I'm excited. After Mora gets up, he's all right. He's looking at the ref. He's shaking his head. No, he's good. And it doesn't look like he has his full senses. And Jacobs just charged forward, coming at him. And Mora... it was more like, obviously it's a defense mechanism, but I don't know. It was just, it wasn't luck. That's not the word that I'm looking for, but I guess it was a perfect left hook is what it was.
Situational. I don't use luck. I say it was a situational punch.
Yes, but it was, it just felt like almost maybe there was a little desperation, because the way that Jacobs approached him, he was already loading. He was even leaning. It was all open for that left hook, and Mora landed it perfectly. Now, the thing is this. Mora got like 7 or 9 knockouts. Is this just now a sign to us that Jacobs has no chin? Or is this a sign to us that Jacobs does have a chin, and that Prague fight, he wasn't knocked out? Because if anybody could remember that far back, which I can, he got up. He tried to get up. They pushed him down. So in this fight, it was the same thing. But the only difference here was when he got up, or on his motion going down, he had his hand up, mentioning to the ref, like, I'm okay. He didn't want this one stopped. And he got right back up, and then here comes Mora now trying to finish it. And, Jacobs was able to basically take him out in the 2nd round. And he made Mora fall backwards in a way that it's being reported, and I have it on the same source, that his ankle is broken. But if you watch that replay, his knee gave out and it slammed straight into the canvas, and then he's laying on his whole, he's doing like a hamstring pull, when you stretch out your hamstrings when you're laying on the floor, He's laying in that position, then Jacobs walks over him, and that's when the ankle twists. I just want to, in case there was any sort of doubt that the information was wrong, and because now that it's being reported as an ankle injury, check this out.
Joe Mora, the fight stopped in the 2nd round. What happened from your perspective?
From my perspective, I heard my knee pop.
I don't know, but where I'm from, knee is an ankle.
Exactly, and that's what I kind of made that joke last night online. It it was very interesting for someone to say that I felt my knee pop and my ankle's definitely broken. I kind of just took a step back and was like, that doesn't make any sense, because luckily, I guess I could speak from experience. I've torn an ACL, I've torn a meniscus, and I've even broken an ankle. And you absolutely know what the pain is. You know where it is. These aren't small injuries. When you feel something pop, something major has happened. So I did kind of make a little satire about it, and I was just like, what the hell is this guy even talking about? But then you see all these pictures of him and his ankle, but I guess I don't even want to really go down too far. I don't know if I believe him. I really don't. It seems a bit suspect, but I thought the fight was good. When you were talking about how the way Mauricio came out, I was just like you, because I thought this was going to be a hard test for Jacobs. I know that people shit on Sergio Mora, but he's definitely a veteran that if you're sleeping, he's going to catch you off guard. He's going to make it a rough night for you. But when he opened up and he was throwing a lot of punches, he really wasn't even in range of Danny Jacobs. And Danny Jacobs saw that, and he's kind of just sitting back being like, all right, let's see what you do. And then when Danny Jacobs started cutting off the ring, which I was really impressed, because he was keeping up with them more than I saw before, and that's what I like about this kid. The more I do see him, the nuances I do continue to see him grow. But to answer your question, when you were talking about does he have a chin or not, that punch, when he walked in, I think he was going in for the kill. He was extremely lazy, didn't really think about defense at all. He just thought about knocking someone out on ESPN. He walked in at this weird angle where he was almost squared up at the time, and his hands were down by his waist, like he was about to loop up over a big right hand or a left hand, and he was going to try to knock him out. What happened was Sergio sat behind him looking for that big loop, and then just came over and hit him with that quick left to put him out. So it's hard to say if that specific shot would say he didn't have a chin, but I know in the past we have seen Jacobs knocked out before. We've seen him even kind of shook in other fights. I'd say he has a suspect chin, but if I had to say, I thought that Jacobs was more hurt in that exchange or in those two knockdowns than Sergio Mora was. But he did what he needed to do. He put the pressure on Sergio Mora. He got his his facets back on him. He was able to kind of close the show. But Danny Jacobs, I don't think he's going to be a world beater. I think people like David Lemieux still would beat him, but if you put him in there with someone with Peter Quillen, the power of Quillen might be able to do it, but his activity's not necessarily there. So I think that's still a good fight that can be made. I want to see more from Danny Jacobs, but I guess I would say I wasn't super impressed, but at the same time, I'm not hating on him for the fight. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
Let me just ask one quick question. I mean, let me just make a correction. No, I'm not saying that he doesn't have a chin. I'm starting to believe that he does. He's like Khan, they or Trinidad. They get those flash ones, they get up. But this guy's getting up and he's finishing is what's important. And now I'm starting to question, could he got up from that Prague fight? If you go watch it, which I did, if you go watch it, he lays there. And he seems very conscious, and he was trying to get up. It felt like his body language was saying to himself, "Damn, I can't believe I got dropped." Not, "Oh, I'm knocked the fuck out." You can see him clearly try to get up, and the ref push him back down. And in this fight, he popped right back up, and then he stopped the fight. I'm sorry to interrupt, Mario.
No, it's all right.
I almost felt like James was trying to say, "I said he doesn't have a chin." That's not what I want to be thought.
Let me just jump in real quick with this. Do you think that, because I know a lot of people buy into the Golovkin type hype, and before there was a Golovkin, there was a Dmitry Pirog. Referees do know the hype of certain fighters, so when they get fighters hurt, they tend to kind of get a little bit excited, being like, "Oh man, I think you got him." That could be a case of that. That's all I wanted to say. Sorry, Mario.
Well, I don't know. See, this is the thing. First of all, I'm not. We're gonna be off today, guys, because I absolutely believe the ankle or the knee or whatever it is. I think, at the time he's probably confused about exactly what happened. I know that's kind of a cheap way of letting him off the hook, but the Boxing Voice has firsthand knowledge of exactly how bad Mora's leg is and how bad it was entering the fight. And I assure everyone that it was a legit injury. It really was. It was not just a legit injury, but he made it much worse in that fight. For anyone who thought that this fight was bad for as long as it lasted, I just don't know what you were watching. We got a knockdown from each guy. I don't think that enough developed in terms of storyline for us to say that it was going to be boring or it was heading towards a bad fight or that one or the other guy was going to come back quickly and make the fight easy. I just think that Daniel Jacobs did what he had to do after the knockdown, and we got to applaud him for that. But I just can't help but feel super disappointed in the fact that as bad as you got to feel for Mora, because it's a legit injury, you got to feel bad for us. I think we were robbed of probably what could have been one of the better fights on PBC. And I get all the hate that everybody's giving the middleweight division and calling this like the B-side of the middleweights and talking about, Daniel Jacobs and Peter Quillen represent, just the second level of middleweights. And I get that. But a fight's a fight. And a fight is a fight is a fight. And this could have been a really good one. I think that Daniel Jacobs is suspect enough that a guy like from Jim Moore could have tested him.
I'm trying to not interrupt people, but what do you mean this could have been a good one? Why wasn't it good?
Well, what I mean was it could have been even better if it would have went another 5, 8, or even the rest of the 12 rounds. What I'm saying is we were robbed of an actual ending. The ending that we got, it was circumstantial. Mora got hurt. That had nothing to do with Jacobs. Jacobs didn't hurt him. Mora was hurt coming into this fight, and it was made much worse. We were robbed of a good fight in terms of how many more rounds we could have gotten out of both of them. It was good while it lasted, but Jacobs didn't put the exclamation on it.
Mario, question though: if everybody knew that Mora was hurt before the fight, why was the fight allowed to continue, and why didn't they schedule another opponent?
Well, it's hard to divulge exactly what happened, but he wasn't hurt to the point of it wasn't the kind of injury that like an ACL tear. It wasn't super serious like that. What he was dealing with was a nagging injury that's been has existed for quite a while, and it's been sporadically affecting him throughout the last few years. From what we hear, it flared up really bad in this camp to the point where he wasn't able to train as diligently as he's would have liked to. So it wasn't something that the commission needed to get involved in or would have picked up. It was just one of those injuries where you got to fight through it. But see, this is the problem, Robbie, is that at Mora's age and everything that he's been through, an injury like this is something that's going to affect a fighter of his age more dramatically. If Danny Jacobs was suffering from this same kind of leg injury, he would have probably been fine and fought through it, and it would have just been another bump and bruise. These guys fight injured all the time. But at a guy like Sergio Mora at his age, an injury of any degree is going to take away from his performance, and it certainly did. Even though Ness is right, he used the knee very well early on. He was on it. I think that's probably what ended up hurting him more than anything, is he tried to go into this fighting as though there was not a problem. He was going to give it all he got, and that's what happened. And then he paid for it at the end. James said it perfectly. Mora's knockdown was not only more effective and caused more damage, but it was more impressive than Jacobs. That being said, Jacobs, I think, was headed towards taking control of the fight for good.
Yeah, well, this is reminding me of the Sergio Martinez situation, where in his last couple of fights, you knew he had bad legs, but he went ahead and took those fights anyway. I thought the fight was good for as long as it lasted. I do feel bad for Mora, the fact that he got hurt as badly as he did, and I hope they make the Jacobs Quillen fight. I think that is a fight that needs to happen, and I'm looking forward to seeing that, because then maybe one of these two guys can separate themselves and show that they belong in the upper echelon of the middleweight division. To me, they're kind of equal skilled. Quillen's had more experience. He's been in with tougher opponents, in my opinion. But I do think that this is a fight that needs to happen.
Well, needs to happen on that realm of the middleweight division. And Mario, you and anybody else, they're right. This isn't the creme de la creme of the middleweights. This isn't Miguel Cotto, and this isn't Triple G. But those guys are only two guys, okay? So I guess everyone else is garbage in that division then. But without further ado, and B, we have not gotten to the main event. Everything under there, obviously, you could talk about if you got to watch anything on ESPN3 or any other forms of fashion. Without further ado.
You want the title shot at the beat. You're not even right. You want the title shot at the beat.
I don't think this was more or less how Mora was going into the fight. If you notice, when he went down, the injury was just resurfaced basically because he twisted the knee. The knee was like hyperextended the other way, and it was a weird way he fell, and he just twisted that knee, and he moved backwards. So I think he was fine going in. Possibly he had that injury previously, but I think it was exacerbated more, and again, as I said, resurfaced because of the way he fell. And you know, that second knockdown to me didn't look like a really effective knockdown. It looked more like a push down. So Jacobs was coming on. He was putting pressure on. He was having some success. Mora was hanging right in there with him. I just don't think that the second knockdown was really a definitive knockdown. And I think Mora was okay. I thought his knee was good enough to be able to fight. And you know, once you already have that injured knee, when you go down and you twist it a certain way, it's so easy to re-injure it, and that's basically what happened. He just re-injured an old injury. But you know, it is what it is. And even if you just watch the whole thing, you could see the ankle kind of twist. You could see the knee just kind of bend the wrong way. It was just a freak accident, bad situation. We've seen it happen several times before. You know, when guys get knocked down and their legs get twisted underneath them as they're falling down, or they fall the wrong way. Saw Hopkins had the same situation, but it was with the shoulder instead of his knee when he went down and he hit his elbow and he kind of tweaked his shoulder a little bit. So I mean, that's just part of the sport. It was unfortunate. I don't know. Maybe if they go back and look at the tape, they could see if it was a clean knockdown or if it was a push down or not. I don't know. It kind of looked a little bit suspect. I went and looked at it a few times, and it was really hard to tell during the replay if it was really a clean, effective blow that sent them down the second time. It was unfortunate. But I think that Jacobs definitely showed a little bit of vulnerabilities defensively. Kind of was a little bit overly aggressive. Kind of dropped his hands down as he was trying to reset his offense. Didn't bring his hands back up high to his face.
But do you think that that's more of him being a fighter that he never was and he's just suspect? Or is it, do you think, a lack of growth from him not fighting top-level opposition over the last couple years? Because I'm sure there's a difference. So what is it to you?
Well, to be fair to Jacobs, and I want to reiterate a point that Ness made, that Parag fight, he was right there in that fight. That was a close fight, and I hate to change the subject, but I'm gonna tie it into what you're saying in about 2 seconds. You know, and he looked very good in that fight, and I would have liked to have seen the ref give him a chance to get up, because as Ness said, I remember the ref did push him down and didn't even let him get up and give him that benefit of the doubt. So I'm gonna be honest with you. Ever since that fight, it seems as though there was a turning point in his career, and they regressed him in terms of opposition. So to answer your question and get right to your point, I think that you would gradually move a guy up coming off of a knockout loss, but they just left him at that same level. And as Ness said during an interview, and Jacobs kind of went at Ness, but Ness was being very respectful in the way he presented it. He's just been fighting that level of opposition. And if you want to be honest, Sergio Mora, besides Dimitri Pirog, was probably the best fighter he's ever faced. If you want to be honest about it, and taking nothing away from Sergio Mora, but Sergio Mora is a solid fighter, but he hasn't looked great in recent years. So this was a step up, but how big of a step up was it really? So there's a lot of question marks about Danny Jacobs. And, you know, with all due respect to the guy, I have nothing against him. Seems like a nice guy. He has some decent skills. He's a good athlete. I'm not saying he's a bad fighter. But you're right, Mario. We'll never know how good he was or could have been because they've basically stagnated his career. And you can say whatever you want. And one thing I don't like that he does is he keeps putting it on the management. But you can say to your management, get me that guy. Get me that guy. Danny's done that before. Danny's fought Matisse. Danny's fought killers. You can say, "Get me that guy."
Nah, Beeb, listen. I learned this weekend or these 2 weeks that I mean, again, Keith Thurman said it the best. It's there. That's why it's so important you follow us on Periscope. Al Heyman works for the fighter, and he is the best manager. But if Keith Thurman wants Floyd, it's Al Heyman's job to get Keith Thurman Floyd. But if Floyd doesn't want to fight Keith Thurman, whose job is it not to get Floyd Keith Thurman?
Yeah, but Danny, let's okay. That's a great example. Let's look at Keith Thurman and let's look at Danny Jacobs. Keith Thurman is steady saying, "Get me this guy. I want this guy. I want this guy." Danny, "Oh, it's not my fault. I can't pick my like." I mean,
no, hold on. Listen.
Come on, man.
What he said.
Whoa,
wait.
One at a time. Listen, okay. I'm just gonna say this little piece, Myron, and I'll pass it to you because I want Beeb to be clear. He has 2 consistent years calling out Peter Quillen, and that doesn't mean a flying shit because Quillen isn't Triple G or Miguel Cotto. So I'm not saying he's doing something big by calling out Quillen, but I know because I'm out here, I'm interviewing him. He's got 2 years. I remember in fucking when I went to Coney Island, he was saying it. That was
hold on. What y'all should remember. Hold on, Beef. I'm gonna help you out here because what Ness is forgetting is that he interviewed Danny Jacobs on Wednesday, and I listened to that interview multiple times. And what Danny Jacobs said in that interview is that he's been respectful and he's going to continue to respect the matchmaking process.
Exactly.
He said, what did he say, Ness? He said it's the ladder. Mora's the next step on that ladder. I cannot jump 2 steps up the ladder.
But he also said that's it. No more Mora types. He said that.
That's fine, and that's fair. But just to go back to Beep's point, though, is that he's been respectful, and I think he's been overly respectful of the matchmaking process, and he's allowed it to happen.
But again, even though this is what he would say, "Oh, that Quillen fight's gonna happen. It'll happen when the time is right."
Yeah.
He kept steady saying that. He kept steady saying that.
Both of them said that.
Keith Thurman's like, "I want this guy now. I'm ready now. I want."
Called out Floyd in his HBO debut.
You know what I'm saying? Again, I have nothing against Danny Jacobs. I don't know what he's making. If he's getting steady big paydays, if he's doing right by himself, if he's happy, if his financial situation is the way is cool with him, that's fine. But at the end of the day, he's putting it all on the management. Like there's no like, like he's just like, well, I can't do this, I can't do that. Well, it's up to this guy, it's up to that, and he seems happy with the situation. No more Mora types, but again, as you said, there's been Mora types and below for a long time.
Yeah, no, listen.
There's been no sense of urgency on this guy like there has been with Keith Thurman. Even Robert Guerrero been steady calling people out.
But you know why? You know why? It's because of the battle that he faced. Listen, I was the first one to say it. Everyone's seen the interview.
That's what I'm saying.
He didn't like that I said it. Teddy Atlas is getting praised for saying it last night now because he's on the grand stage. But I was the first one to say it. It's been 5 years. It's time. But I think that he understands that. I think that Sergio Mora was a step in the right direction in the world that we live in. We know our reality. I don't understand why us as boxing fans. Hold on one moment. I don't understand why us as boxing fans argue with each other. We know the world that we live in. We know that he's not going to be able to fight Triple G. Yeah, so him fighting Mora is okay. Him acting for Quillen is okay.
He seems too happy with the status quo when other guys aren't, and other guys are complaining about it. He seems to be going along for the ride. And you know what? Let's be real about this now. Let's be real 100%. That fight last night was shaping up to be pretty interesting before that unfortunate incident happened. And who knows what would have happened? Who knows if he would have been knocked down again? You know what I'm saying?
Mora, or if he would have even won.
Yeah, who knows if he even would have won that fight. And again, taking nothing away from Mora. But we know who Mora is. He's older now. He's got some miles on him. Had some shaky performances. Lost. What do you lose to Brian Vera? I mean, if you're top level guys don't lose to Brian Vera.
He doesn't represent the same thing today that he used to in the middleweight division. And it's as simple as that. And so, I think that while I'm not going to knock Danny Jacobs for being knocked down by Mora, or even if he would have struggled in the remainder of the fight had it continued, I wouldn't knock him because Mora is a difficult test. But we all know that the rest of that division, the elite, would not struggle with Mora. Golovkin would put him out, clearly, and that's the separation.
Brian
Jacobs wants to be the best, and he's not the
beat
best.
him. I think Zurich beat him. And this is the funny thing, though, about Mora, right? He's really never been effective at middleweight. His most effective weight's been junior middleweight.
But would you guys say that you think that he struggled with Mora? Because I mean, yeah, there's a knockdown.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't know if he struggled with Mora, to be honest with you. Because I mean, you could look back at someone like Felix Trinidad, who got knocked down a gang of times. You never say half the knockdowns he got, he struggled against.
But Mora was right there in every exchange. He was right there in every exchange, coming back.
It's because Danny was pressuring the shit out of him, trying to get him the knockout.
Mora was right there, hitting him with that. Mora was steady hitting him with that left hook.
Look, let me make this point. This is why I wouldn't say Jacob struggled, because not enough rounds were counted for us to see it. Look, what if Mayweather would have broken his ankle after round 3 in the Maidana fight? Would we have all said Maidana won that fight? Like, the best fighters in the world, they make adjustments. Jacobs, if we would have gotten to round 6, maybe he would have put him out after adjusting.
Very true, but can we say Mora was in that fight?
Oh, definitely, for sure.
Can we say that fight was competitive?
I would say competitive.
Can we say we were surprised that fight was as competitive as it was up until that point?
Yeah,
I can say that. Yeah. I can say that.
All right, so let's segue to the main event because it's been an hour already. Let's talk about what we're here for, which is live at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York. Paulie Malignaggi attempted to resurrect his career, and Danny Garcia attempted to move up another weight division and I guess put to bed any naysayers or rumors or I don't know, stuff about how bad he's been looking. I will say I had to watch this fight twice. My first impression of this fight, I don't know if I was 100% happy at how Danny got this win. I was a little upset initially about the stoppage. I didn't understand it. There wasn't a knockdown. There wasn't a knockout. I didn't see Malignaggi in any danger. I didn't see Malignaggi in a like huddled up in the corner in a barrage full of punches, like him not trying to throw back. But I went home and I watched it because live, what's crazy is live, I gave Malignaggi a lot of credit. I seen him making Garcia miss so many shots. And even on the replay, Garcia missed a lot. But what I was able to notice the second time around is that Garcia did very good body work. I mean, a lot of body work. And I don't know what Beaver's saying. I think he's saying that Garcia was hitting with the bottom of his fists, but those punches weren't landing. But it did look like that type of fight.
What I was saying is, I hate to interrupt you, but I want to jump in. People are going to sit there and say that Danny missed a lot, but I will say one thing. Obviously, if you're fighting Danny Garcia, you know that the money punch is the left hook. So I think Malignaggi was ready for the left hook. That's why he kept missing him with the left hook, because he knew that was coming. But he had he had no answer for the right hand and the body work.
The problem with
he was beating him, and he was you can say what you want about missing a lot of shots, but the ones that he landed, he made them count. And he was landing that right hand at will. He couldn't miss him with the right hand.
You're right.
He didn't throw enough jabs, though. Go ahead, Jam. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll let you in, but I'm just saying the big thing was he didn't throw a lot of jabs, and he was throwing a lot of power shots. And the reason why he was doing that was because there was no fear of what was coming back at him. So if everyone's going to sit there and say, "Oh, look how he did this," he's shown us versatility before. We've seen him box against Matisse. His jab was on point in the Matisse fight. We've seen him, box a very strategic, excellent type fight. This fight, different strategy. Tried to take this guy out because he didn't have any fear of what was coming back. Missed a lot of left hooks, but again, Malignaggi was ready for that punch. He just had no answer for the right hand, and as Ness said, the body work. Go ahead, James.
Earlier I would say that, I agree that he was ready for that left hook, especially because, even with that Rosie Perez segment, which I liked, and if anyone else didn't like, you're just a hater again. She even brought up the left hook, so obviously everyone knows Danny Garcia has it, but the problem with Danny Garcia I keep having is that I write notes for fights so I can remind myself, but I tend to write more negative notes about Danny Garcia than positive notes, although he gets these wins. The biggest issue I found with him is that Malignaggi would come on the inside. He used his left shoulder as kind of a spacer, so there's this big gap between that left hand of Danny Garcia and his face. Then he would drop it, and Danny Garcia would almost acknowledge that it's there but do nothing about it. He was giving him the space to throw that left hook on the inside, and he wasn't taking advantage of it. He threw two shots at a time. That's it. There was zero feints. The footwork was good to start with, but the problem I keep seeing with Danny Garcia is that it almost like he gets in his own head during these fights. He was accurate to begin with, and then the more that Paulie Malignaggi moved, you could see the frustration level come in, and then he became a little bit desperate. He wasn't sitting down on the punches like he needed to. He was kind of winging shots, just looking for anything to land so that, oh no, here we go again, this is going to happen. I will say I thought that Danny Garcia looked good at 147 in the sense that he looked full. He was bigger than Paulie Malignaggi. I think he's going to fill in good to this. And when I saw all the training tape of him prior to this, I saw his footwork. It seemed like he was more agile, lighter on his feet. You saw it to begin with, but his downfall is going to be getting in his own head and just not doing the good fundamentals, because you got to believe that they were like Angel was saying throw the jab. He used zero setup punches. The left hook wasn't landing. He was letting Paulie Malignaggi off the hook. And maybe this is me just, shitting all over Danny Garcia. He does what he needs to do to win the fight. Maybe that's what he'll continue to do his entire career. But like I said, I just feel there's so much more in Danny Garcia. He's just not letting it go.
Well, let me jump in real quick,
Mario. Is it okay if I finish?
Yeah, Ness, my bad. Ness never even said what happened when he saw the fight the second time.
Beep. So yeah, man, I just felt like Malignaggi was making him miss far too much. Garcia had no answers for Malignaggi's dipping at the waist. This fight was so much.
Wait. You're not explaining if this is the first time you saw it or the second, because you saw it the first time and you said you were negative on Danny. You saw the same thing in the second time?
Yeah, some of the, I saw some of the same flaws. Like I saw some of the same flaws. I was just able to see more of Garcia's punches.
Okay.
Landed. Like in the beginning, we were there and it's like Rayfield got it 3-0. And I'm like, what? I wasn't seeing that fight, but on TV you can see that fight. He does land.
I only gave Malignaggi one round. I didn't give Malignaggi the second round. I think I gave him the fifth. But the thing is,
I gave him the second, and then when I saw it again, I didn't give him the second. I gave him the sixth, and when I saw it a third time, I didn't give him any rounds at all. I think I was looking to give him a round.
Let me double check. I think the sixth was the one I gave him. Actually, I gave him one round. I gave him the fifth. I gave him the fifth.
When you compare, I guess I'll just say this. Listen, Malignaggi made a miss more than I expected, and that was evident in the punch stats. And what I didn't get to say is that this fight was very similar to the Yuneski Gonzalez and John Pascal, where you had one guy more accurate and one guy being active. But in this case, there was Malignaggi wasn't Pascal, and Garcia was both the more accurate and the more active fighter, but still missing a lot because he threw 485 punches.
Yeah,
but only landed 120.
But this is the problem. This is the problem. I mean, I gotta get in, man. I'm waiting too much, man. Go ahead, good.
You got the itinerary, Beep. There's information that we need to give.
Well,
I mean, if you're gonna jump in, then at least give the information.
Well, look, I'm going to put it to you in the simplest kind of terms. I think that what Ness was his point is that Garcia had thrown 485 punches, and he only landed 121. That's 25%. And just so we compare that to Malignaggi, threw 335 punches and landed 77. That was a difference of 2%. So Garcia landed, his landed percentage was 25. Malignaggi's was 23. I think that what it boils down to is at the end of the day, Garcia was better with his output. He was more accurate, but I don't think that Garcia ever landed that flush shot that's telling us his power didn't come up. People were talking about his power didn't come up and his power shit now and all this stuff. I just don't think he ever got to land that punch on a fighter like Paulie Malignaggi, who's known to be elusive, who's not there to be hit. Just like Beeb said it, and I think James said it too, Danny's best punches were being accounted for by Paulie. A couple things I noticed about Paulie is that he was jittery really early on.
Yes.
He seemed so anxious, and he had that wide stance that he always had. He put himself in a really bad position offensively to win this fight. Go ahead, James.
No, I was going to say, because they brought that up on the broadcast too with the wide stance, but you know what? It kind of does go in your favor sometimes. When you have a wide stance like that, you have a lower center of gravity. You can't stand up tall and whip your head back and forth and have tremendous head movement because it knocks you off balance. When you have that lower center of gravity, it allows you to be able to move your head into certain positions and stay balanced, and that's exactly where I thought a lot of these missed shots were coming. His head movement with Paulie Malignaggi was actually really good and was key keeping Danny Garcia off of him, so I will give him credit for that because, like I said, I thought that Danny Garcia, this was a good test for him because Paulie Malignaggi, if we learned anything last night, Paulie Malignaggi was Paulie Malignaggi in this fight, and Danny Garcia was Danny Garcia in this fight.
Wait, James, let me ask you a question real quick because I don't want you to get off of this. You talked about the wide stance. So are you saying that when you're fighting a guy like when Paulie Malignaggi's fighting a guy like Danny Garcia with heavy legs and just more sloppy foot movement, it's safer to fight with that wide stance and you can be better off with it?
Not necessarily. I think that Paulie Malignaggi, knowing that his jab was key, he wanted to be a little bit longer, so he did widen up that stance a little bit. And knowing that the head movement needed to be there, he did. Because when you, like I said, when you get that balance on you, it's just a good confidence builder, knowing that if you get hit, you're not going to whip your head back. And especially if you're moving as much as he is, balance is extremely key. And I saw that. I think that he saw that, and he needed to do it. So I feel it was a factor, and that's kind of what he brought into this fight. But also in the past, Paulie Malignaggi has always done that. He's always kind of reaching out with it and just really kind of lunging at you. But, I mean, Danny Garcia in this fight, he didn't give me any indication that he could swim with the Sharks up at 147. I mean, I think Chris Algieri would beat him. I mean, someone like Robert Guerrero, I hate to say this, I think they're kind of on the same level at 147. I think that would be a great fight. Keith Thurman would walk through him. Shawn Porter would just throw him over the ropes. Mayweather would absolutely obliterate him. I want to see more from him because, like I said, I doubted him. I really did. I'll tell anyone. I would have bet $1 million that he lost Lucas Matisse, but he did enough to win, and maybe that's what just makes him so much different, and that's where his skill truly is that he's able to just dig deep, and whatever reason, if it's by an inch or a mile, he still beats you. But I still, like I said, I just don't think the more I see Danny Garcia, the more I sour on him as being a top fighter in the sport.
Ness, let me ask you a question.
I don't know, man. I'm not that hard because in comparison to everyone else that's beat Malignaggi, Danny didn't do bad. I think that Malignaggi quit himself.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to ask you, Ness. You said let me ask you a question, Ness. You said last night that you thought that it was a bullshit stoppage. When you saw the fight again, what do you think about the stoppage?
After I saw the fight on TV, I realized that it was something that was already spoken to with Malignaggi the round before. They went up to him and they said, look, we're not going to keep letting you take this punishment. He said, okay. He went out there. He got hit with a few shots. It wasn't enough for me, but I think that the ref and Malignaggi had an understanding from the back of the room, from the locker room. You know, they come back there and they tell you the instructions. And I think it was like, listen, man, don't let me take punishment, or I'm not going to let you take a lot of punishment with this kid, Malignaggi. I don't know how that conversation went down, and obviously it's a hypothetical one in my head, but it was a mercy stoppage. Let's just be honest. Because it wasn't like Garcia landed anything flush or anything that was life-threatening, and even the barrage that calls the ultimate stoppage, he was still blocking him. And by Malignaggi having absolutely no protest, it led me to believe that he was okay with it, so I was okay with it. But,
exactly. Well, let me just ask you a quick question before you go into anything else. If you had to compare, I know that the stoppage was there. TKOs on cuts to me aren't as impressive as a TKO kind of overwhelming your opponent and stopping him. Yeah. It's a TKO nonetheless. But comparison-wise, I don't think this is any different than what Adrian Broner did with Paulie Malignaggi. That's where I'm kind of seeing that Danny Garcia at 147.
No. Yeah, you're out of control then, because Broner had people thinking that he won the fight. How are you gonna say this is no different?
Because what are you
talking about? People thought Paulie won the fight.
Absolutely.
That's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say.
My bad.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
The difference between being that Paulie, this was prior to Paulie being mauled, knocked off, and being out for a year. So we're talking about a guy in his last fight got mauled, knocked out in 4 rounds, took a year off. Now we get a comparison, or a competitor, or I guess, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but all I'm trying to say is that I think that the Adrian Broner fight was not much different than what this fight was turning out to be.
Yeah, well, that's impossible because the Adrian Broner fight was competitive for one, James. I don't know where James has his head somewhere.
I would agree. Plenty of people out there that had Paulie Malignaggi. I had Paulie Malignaggi winning 1 or 2 rounds, but I definitely don't think that Danny Garcia dazzled me and just blew out Paulie Malignaggi in this fight.
Even if you had Malignaggi winning 1 or 2 rounds, he still looked more competitive versus Broner than Garcia. From Garcia, he was running. And listen, Garcia didn't fucking, do the best either, I mean, I wish he would have cut the distance more. Paulie was able to circle out all the time. I barely seen Malignaggi in the corner. There was a time he was in the corner and he let him out. I don't know. I felt mercy. I don't know. But watching it on TV, it looked like he wanted to go for the kill, but he just wasn't doing it. I don't know. Maybe those movement guys are always going to be trouble for him. But, it's going to be something that he has to work on, man, moving forward. But I think that moving forward, the styles, outside of Thurman, the styles are more suited for him. Brook isn't a huge mover.
Brook would knock him out. I say Brook knocks him out.
I don't know.
Porter's going to come forward. But, actually, let me not say that because Porter says he's not. That he's actually the most upset is that Garcia is trying to conform him into a box and say that he could only fight in one manner, which is basically what most of the listeners say. You guys feel that he fights in one manner. But I know differently because obviously they let me watch tape of, him as an amateur, so he could box. We just have to see it. And he boxed, I guess, a little bit in this Adrian Broner fight, even though a lot of that had to do with him being bigger. So we'll see when the time comes. Because speaking of bigger, I think Danny looked big at this weight.
He did. And look, Paulie's not the biggest guy in the world to compare that to, but it wasn't just the punching or the physical, like looking at them. It was the physicality of Danny Garcia versus Paulie Malignaggi. Paulie was getting beat up in that fight, but not because he was getting flush punches landed straight on him. He was getting hard punches landed on him, but it was because he was having such a hard time just with every single movement in the clinch, breaking out of the clinch, tying up, just any sort of physical movement in that fight. Paulie Malignaggi was outmatched and outstrengthed. And Danny Garcia proved that he can be a bigger guy at 147, but will he be able to do that against the Keith Thurmans of the world? James said it perfectly in terms of where he matches up with those guys. This is Paulie Malignaggi. We can't lose focus of that, and I think people are actually focusing too much on that. The point is that Danny Garcia is who he is. If you thought that this welterweight move was going to make him a better fighter, that's your problem. If you thought it was going to make him better with foot movement or more technical with his with his combinations or hand speed, that's your problem. If you thought that he was going to be an overall better fighter, that's your problem.
Yeah, see, then I guess it is my problem because I thought that, not having to eat salad or lettuce, the week prior to before is going to give him that stamina rejuvenation. I will say I felt it was better in this.
That's not fault. You're not faulted for that. You're not faulted for that. I'm talking about the guys that are arguing his technical ability. So you're talking about something that comes purely from a move up and being dehydrated, and you're not faulted for that.
No, what I will say is if you got more stamina, you're more willing to throw 3 or 4 punch combinations. If you're throwing 1-2s down the middle and you're kind of having to take a deep breath after each one of them, you kind of know where your stamina is. You're not going to fire off a 5-punch combination knowing you're going to have to take a break for 30 seconds to kind of rebuild yourself. So maybe that's where he grew as a fighter, is that he's able to kind of pace himself and not set a pace that he can't keep. But, I mean, if I had to grade this, I want to ask your opinion too. What would you grade this? I mean, I feel every time out it's a B- from Danny Garcia, and that's what I would give him in this too. 147 debut, what would you give him?
for just looking at him and calling it right down the middle, I'd give him a solid B minus, C plus, honestly. But taking everything into account, the fact that he's moving up to 147, the fact that, you know, giving him the benefit of the doubt, I would say I would rather give him a pass fail based on everything that we know and everything that was coming in. I would rather judge him like that because I don't think it's fair to totally write him off yet with his first fight at 147 against a guy in Paulie Malignaggi.
What's that even mean?
I just don't think that it's fair for us to look at this one fight against a guy who's always been tricky and who's caused problems for people and to grade him purely based on that. I think there were easier fights that make Danny Garcia look better. And if he would have gotten that easier fight, then he would have looked better. And so, you know, James's point, I agree with him 100%. You know, C plus, B minus, but I'd rather give him pass fail, and I'd pass him.
But what does pass fail mean?
That means that I would rather not look at the degree of his performance, but I would rather say, did he do enough? Yes, he did enough to continue on in a positive manner. It was a successful night for Danny Garcia. We can agree with that, right?
I'm just going to say, according to Black and White, he's pretty much done better than anybody except Shawn Porter.
And Amir Khan.
No, Amir Khan took 11 rounds.
Yeah.
What? But this was what? I would say Miguel Cotto's performance was better. I'd also say Amir Khan did better against Paulie Malignaggi. Obviously, Shawn Porter did.
Yeah, I mean, they all did better.
This is my problem with Danny Garcia is because maybe it's my bad for knowing almost like the welterweight division. We all know that's stacked. But I mean, with the dogs that are in that division, Danny Garcia right now has stakes around his neck, and they're just waiting to attack on that.
Well, he does.
Yeah,
he does.
He
I
does.
mean, they were out there. Thurman was there, and
Sharks were swimming.
Sharks
were there. Exactly. They're circling.
They were there purposely. Thurman was there. He said he wants a shot. Porter came on a red eye and invaded the weigh-in and said he wants a shot, you know? But again, they're not happy that they're being, you know, billed as a certain style fighter. So they wanna prove it. And I like it. I like it. I like that they are throwback fighters. They've already come out and took any obstacles out of the way. They don't care about the money and they don't care about the venue. So there's no reason why these fights can't be made. And, you know, check out the video, though, because I know that, you know, I've seen I've heard the whispers about, oh, you know, he fought Broner, now he wants to fight Danny. He's trying to take tack on little guys. Listen, once you step into a division, you in that division. And Danny's a name. Like, unless we're all going to agree that he's going to start over at 146, 147 as a prospect again and be fighting, you know, gimmies until he's ready, then okay. But if he doesn't, like, it just doesn't make any sense because if he's there, you know, his next fights only make sense. Again, in the world that we live in, his next fights have to be names like a Porter or a Thurman. And I don't even know who else really is in that division available for him, but we could check.
Robert Guerrero. I want that Robert Guerrero fight. But, you know, to bring up the point when people are saying that, you know, they're trying to attack the littler guys, the big difference being is that Adrian Broner came from way lower weight. Danny Garcia was always 140. When Canelo moves up and should he get past the Miguel Cotto, no one's going to say Triple G's like beating up on younger guys or younger, smaller guys. This happens. This is the evolution of boxing. Some people do move up. Kell Brook will eventually move up to 154. He's a big 147. Bradley moved up to 147 with zero power and has done successfully, almost better than what he did at 140. So, you know, I don't think Danny Garcia. I think Danny Garcia was a big 140, waiting up to move to 147. But even said at that, I still think he's a small 147. I don't think he's filled. He'll never move up to 154 like some of these other guys. Keith Thurman could eventually move up to 154. Shawn Porter could move up to 154. That's the problem ahead of him. He's big against Paulie Malignaggi, but when he gets in there with someone else, he's going to be small.
I just think that Danny is, you know, in that 147-pound division, he's obviously a younger guy. His body hasn't filled in yet. Like Malignaggi had 9 fights at the division already. Thurman has been fighting there forever. So, you know, obviously they swell up more because they have become accustomed to that weight more. But in his world, you could get a Berto fight in the top 15. You could get a Berto, Bundu, Algieri, Guerrero, I should be saying first names in case we got casuals, right? You could be getting Andre Berto, a Leonard Bundu, a Chris Algieri, Diego Chavez, a Roberto Guerrero, and a Marcos Maidana, an Amir Khan, a Kell Brook, a Keith Thurman, or a Shawn Porter. That's a lot of names, dude.
Dude, I don't hate Berto because realistically, I think I want to see Danny Garcia. If he's going to do it, I'd like to see him kind of climb into the rankings. I don't want to see him go up against Keith Thurman because I know what the outcome might be right now. So if he's going to reach his full potential, it'd be nice to let him climb in, kind of like what they're doing with Terrence Crawford. But I'll do Berto. I'll also mess with Robert Guerrero. I think Diego Chavez is a great fight for him. That's where he should be right now. Getting thrust into the forefront of the welterweight division would be, it'd be almost not to his benefit. He can't do a Chris Algieri. There's no way it would go in there with a Chris Algieri. It's the same style we keep seeing over and over again. So I usually like to see
Chris
these fighters get
might
pushed.
be a nightmare.
I think I even think a Khan rematch would be completely different. And I know that's blasphemous, but I think that Khan would actually do work with him now.
Khan would probably knock him out. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now that this is what should happen. I'm going to give it to y'all.
Wait, because it just wouldn't be good if I don't say this. Ken's listening.
What does that matter?
No, he's listening. So I'm showing you what he just texted me twice because he wanted me to. I guess I didn't see the first one, so he copied and pasted it twice. Danny don't want no smoke! Exclamation point. Okay, make the Thurman fight and then use Danny for our showcase.
Damn. Those are harsh words.
Shawn Porter knocks out Danny Garcia.
Yeah. It's hard for me to imagine
Robbie,
a situation where Danny beats
guy,
him.
Robbie.
He's Bobby Schmurder. That's why. He's turned into his new alter ego.
Why? Because Danny's never been knocked out. I don't even think he's been hurt for you to say someone's just going to knock him out.
That's how much he believes.
I think Shawn Porter and Keith Thurman can hurt Danny Garcia both.
Yeah, me too.
Has Danny Garcia ever fought a fighter?
Wait a minute.
Has Danny Garcia ever fought a fighter bigger than him? Ever?
Yes, but James, there's a difference in the words that we choose. Hurt and knocked out is two different things. He's trying to change it now.
Problem is if you've never been hurt. If you've never been hurt, you don't know how to handle yourself during it.
I think both of those fighters can do damage enough to him where he would be seriously hurt and knocked out in both fights.
But here's the only...
I was not impressed by what I saw last night. Yes, he won. I did not score a single round for Paulie. I think Paulie is doing the right thing by calling it quits because it was obvious to me that Paulie didn't belong in there last night. Taking that layoff, I think, hurt Paulie. If you're going to fight a guy like Danny Garcia, you need to be an active fighter. And I think it showed last night because Paulie wasn't as active as he has been in the past.
I think it's the same thing it's always been, dude. Paulie is Paulie. He doesn't have the power to keep you off him. Like,
you're right. You're absolutely right.
Certain styles he's just going to lose to.
Let me. First of all, I'm gonna tell y'all this. The problem with what Robbie's saying is that if they ever make Porter and Garcia, he's the only one that's gonna remember exactly what he said because his memory is better than all of ours. But I'm gonna tell y'all that we should forget about Porter and Garcia and Thurman. If Al Heyman and PBC were smart, the next fight they would make would be Garcia Broner, and I'm gonna tell you why. At this point, Garcia looks vulnerable enough that Broner thinks he has a chance. Garcia, like James said, should not be thrown into that lion's den that exists with Porter and Thurman and Khan. So in a year from now, Broner might not even be relevant enough to be seriously considered again. I really think that his star is falling, but it's still bright enough that him and Garcia would make a huge fight. They need to cash that out. It's the last time they might be able to make it.
I really, really like that. I'm sorry, James, but you know why? Because Broner, he's still marketable. So if he beats Garcia, he's back. And all he got to do is live correctly. Say the right things, don't get arrested, and he's good. Go to the gym, work out, train, and stay in your weight. But you want to put him at 47 again, I don't know. But if Danny wins, Broner's still enough of a name right now that helps him.
You know, I think that,
and it's a build up to the Shawn Porter fight too, because common opponent.
Exactly.
Well, the reason why I like that fight most often too is because I mean it's almost like Danny Garcia and Adrian Broner kind of switched. It used to be Broner who was too small for 147, went down to 140, and now could be I don't want to say king, but he could be the top of the division at 140. There's really not much there. Now Danny's going up. Lucas Matisse is out of the question. And Garcia's just a bit too small for 147. He did look good. He looked built. But like I said, if you've never been in there with someone that's bigger than you, and like sometimes it's bad to say you've never been hurt because you don't know how to react in certain situations. I'd rather you get tested, get clock clean, and see if you're able to kind of recover and see what you're about instead of in the big fight against a Shawn Porter, Keith Thurman, and Marcos Maidana, people like this. When you get hurt real bad and you might tense up and like kind of get into a panic mode, you've never done that before, it's going to be bad for you, especially when these fighters have that killer instinct to just drive forward. So, like I said, I just wasn't impressed with this. But, I mean, I wouldn't mind at all Garcia versus Guerrero. I think that's a perfect fight. You could also have the Battle of the Dads on the pay-per-view. So.
Yeah, man. I like Mario's scenario. I'm still thinking about that one. That sounds good, and I think it could be billed. There was a lot. It had a lot of steam just off a picture.
Exactly.
Could be catchweight 143. I bet.
No.
There's a lot of good things about it.
Danny ain't doing no more catchweights. That's all.
You think Broner's gonna move up to 147 for it?
I think they would do it at 144, 145. I don't see no reason.
No, he's not. It's either that or Broner's going to have to stay at 140 and do whatever he could do there. Listen, let's open up these phone lines. Let me make sure we've said everything. But what you were saying, Mario?
No, just that I think that he would do it for that kind of fight instead of fighting one of those guys at 147. He'd rather take the catch weight for one last time against Broner and make it a fight like that.
I hope not, because then we'd end up having another fight like this, because the difference there is Broner does have power. He's no Malignaggi. And, I'm not saying that Danny won't beat him, but I'm saying he does have power. It's going to be more than just a left jab coming at Danny. Let's open up these phone lines and see what everybody's thinking about and how they feel about this fight. And remember, guys, you could definitely head on over to iTunes and drop us a 5-star review. Before we go to the phone lines, I'm actually going to do that because there is a review that we have to read. Damn, James, come back. Oh, that sucks, man. I'm going to wait till James comes back because there's actually 2 reviews that I want to read.
I'm back in the building. I'm back in the building.
Oh, okay. There's where is it? Let me see. One review has to be read, dude. Where did it go? There's so many. We got okay, here it goes. It came on July 20th. And it's called Of the People for Real. And it's by, and his screen name is by the winner of the TBB Fan Experience. That's awesome, right? So you got 5 stars, obviously. And he says, after winning the raffle last June, held by the Boxing Voice team, I can firmly vouch for the claims that's found in their slogan that they are, in fact, of the people. Not only did they design a prize to please the hardcore boxing fans that consisted of tickets to a first-class boxing event, as well as a chance to meet the winner, Shawn Porter, right after his victory, but being of the people, Ness and James and other crew members eagerly hung out with us in Vegas and painted the town red with us all night. What other hosts of a boxing show would sit with you live in an arena and watch the matches with you? Going back and forth with James, talking boxing live in an arena while Broner and Porter battled it out was like listening to the show in 4D. And if it couldn't get any more magical, we had a very rare Al Heyman sighting. So my point is, no matter how heated you may get while listening to or debating this extensive panel of boxing junkies, always remember that they give you a unique platform for countless hours to analyze the sport we all love. And what makes them even better is that they make a continuous effort to earn the listener support by truly embedding themselves with the listeners No, with the listening public across the world. So go hit that mother effing donation button, bitches.
Shout out to
That was
Aaron
awesome.
for writing that,
Yeah,
man.
that was Aaron, man. There's another
That was
one.
awesome. That was real awesome.
There's another one that I have to mention. I'm not gonna do them back to back. I'm gonna just shout out his name, and hopefully Robbie will remind me. It's called by far the best boxing guru group out there, and it's by Oso661. I don't know if I read that already though.
I don't think you did.
All right, but that one was dope too.
No, you have not.
So we got to get
Thank
to
you,
that
Robbie.
one after a couple of callers though.
Hey, real quick, go to Fernando first.
Oh yeah, man. Did everybody check that out with Fernando? Oh,
Dude, that was
God,
awesome.
I can't believe I missed that, dude.
I still haven't seen the ring card girls though. My Periscope was acting up. Was it dope?
Well, I got it on YouTube, dude, so I got the better
Oh,
version.
okay, awesome.
And it's,
Thank God, because Periscope was going nuts for me last night.
dude, it's cake. Oh, baby, I like it. It was, oh, man, it had, and they didn't even pick her either. Oh, Shane, I don't know what Shane's doing. Where's Fernando? Because Fernando was all on her, too. He was like, man,
he texted me earlier. I just seen it, and so I don't know if he's still in the queue or not.
Oh man, well double check, man.
I just texted him. He's not responding yet, so he might be. He might not be on. We'll wait.
623, you're up first.
Yo, what up, Ness? It's Alvin from Arizona. How y'all doing?
What's up, brother?
Hey, man. First, I want to get on the Mora fight. I think it was an interesting fight. Until he hurt his knee. I mean, what's his name? Danny Jacobs fight. He knocked somebody out. I mean, the dude took a swing, he missed it, went down bad on his knee. So let's see how Danny Jacobs does in the future. Now with the Danny Garcia, there's only two comments I'm gonna make. First of all, I think it was a week ago, and when I said that, what's the weight gonna do difference with technique? I remember you, Ness, and you, Mario, said, oh, he's gonna have more time to focus on his technique. Did you see any difference last night in his technique?
No.
Did the weight have any difference? You know
No,
why? Because I'm
we were wrong.
back to it. Technique is not based on weight. It's based on who's teaching you the technique.
That's a good point.
Technique. Angel. What does Angel know? I mean, let's be real. The last four fights we've seen, Herrera, Salka, Peterson, and this one. Have you guys seen anything different? I see the same guy doing the same moves. It's just a different opponent. That's all it is. And Paulie Malignaggi, I mean, I think it was James said it. Every time, I mean, if I was Danny, all I would do is throw a feint, let Paulie always bend down. Paulie had his left side open all night. He could have landed overhand rights, straight rights. Could have done a left to the body, then do an overhand right. He could have. And this last comment I'm gonna make. I don't watch UFC. All right, I don't watch UFC. But last night I did watch it because there's a girl, Ronda Rousey, who be beating everybody up.
Whoa! You gotta go, brother. You're on the wrong show. I'm sorry. You gotta go. See you later. Bye.
You guys let him make the point. Come on.
I'm making a boxing analogy.
Nah, go ahead. He's playing.
I'm messing with you, man.
Oh, okay. That was gonna make sense. Danny Garcia, we all know, could punch, right? And we all know he could take a punch. He was fighting somebody who can't punch, and at his career can't take one. Danny, then I saw some UFC girl who went out, fought someone tough, and took her ass out in less than a minute. Danny should have took Paulie out. He should have. There's no reason for him to box a guy almost 10 rounds when the guy can't punch, and you could punch, and you could take his. There's no reason. Everyone's trying to fight I don't want to say everyone's trying to fight like Floyd, but everyone's trying to go with that Floyd mentality, kind of like, I'm going to box him. No, get Paulie out of there, man. If you would have bum rushed him like Shawn Porter did, this would have been all over. So, I mean, Danny, I don't know where his future is going to be, but I think his technique, I don't know, Ness, man. I mean, I don't see him improving, and I don't see him do you guys see him beating somebody like Kell Brook?
I mean, styles make fights, dude. We have to see, in my opinion, I have to see how effective his power is. We didn't get to see that. Like Mario said, he didn't really land anything clean. And you got a guy that's not trying to get knocked out. That's evident in the stoppage. He's not trying to get knocked out. So I think that, we got to give it another fight versus a guy that isn't going to be moving so much. And at the same time, he he needs to handle that. Like, it's just time to cut the ring off. Like, he's not cutting the ring off.
Yeah, well, anyway, that's all I got, Ned. That was one of my comments. Let's see what he does in the future.
All right, brother. 908, talk to us.
What up? This
I mean, what up?
Yo, listen. One thing I'll say about Danny Jacobs, man, in the whole middleweight division, I mean, it's a couple good fights you could make. I like to see Jacobs and Cotto. You know, I think that'd be an interesting fight at middleweight. But, you know, I wouldn't want to see a more Jacobs rematch. But Quinlan and Jacobs, that should be a pretty good fight. I think I'm going to like that. As far as Garcia, my man that just called, he was right. I didn't see no difference in technique, but maybe because he felt stronger, he felt heavier at 147. This is the first time I really see him go to the body like that. Like, he was really, you know, trying to go to the body, really trying to throw some joints to the body. And he was swinging and missing because he was loading up. And I think, like, you know, it's not so much of a difference in technique, but a difference in strategy. At 147, I think he felt stronger, and he felt like because he was fighting Paulie, he could keep his hands low, and he could kind of, I don't know why the fuck he called himself Swift, because he's slow as hell, but, you know, he could just feel like he could take whatever Paulie was giving and then just go to the body on him type shit. Now, one of y'all said he's never been hurt, and I don't know if y'all remember that Zab Judah fight. I was there in the Barclays. I don't want to say he was, you know, he wasn't close to getting knocked, but he was hurt. He didn't walk through Zab. Once between the 9th and the 12th round, Zab was hitting him with some shit. And he was hurt, and he showed resiliency, because that's the fight that actually made me think that, yo, Danny got a fucking chin on him. This kid's got a beard. So last night, you know, Paulie, you know, he deserved the out. Anybody want to see Paulie get his fucking head beaten after what Shawn Porter did to him? You know what I mean? So whether it was a backroom deal, like, yo, don't let me get my shit kicked in, whatever it was, you know, you got to give him that and give Danny the credit for that, because as Ness stated, shit, Broner, you know, people thought Paulie beat Broner. So for him to beat Paulie, whether it was a stoppage or whether he would have took him to 12 rounds, Paulie would only got the shit kicked out of him. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, y'all can say he wasn't landing. He wasn't landing clean shots, but the shots that he was landing affected Paulie. So that's what I got to say on it. Y'all can say
you know, I just
body work, man. It was body work.
Listen, I want to make this point, okay? Because y'all keep talking about the body, right? Ness, you think he did enough work to the body?
Not necessarily enough, but I think that's what slowed Paulie Malignaggi down. By the 8th round, he couldn't go nowhere no more.
No, and thank you. That's the body was affected. Okay, thank you. That's the way I wanted. That's the way I feel better about you putting it. He did excellent work to the body. My problem was that he like abandoned it. He had that one really good round, the 5th, where he was just on that body and he was doing work. And for some reason, like, he just stopped, and it was effective and it was working. And I just that's the point I wanted to make, is that I don't want everyone keeps saying like the body, like, as if he made that a point of attack throughout the fight, and he didn't. It was effective when he did it, but he just abandoned it to me. I thought so. Ness, go to my man Aaron at 204.
Yo, real quick, I want to say that, you know, Danny Garcia did do good to the body. What I think really did slow down Paulie Malignaggi is that when they did get in close and they were kind of like holding, in that moment before the referee would kind of come in, he started slugging him to the right of the body with that right hand all night. You could almost see like the entire like left side of Paulie Malignaggi, or the right side of his body, was just bright red from these punches. And again, we don't count those. Maybe judges don't count them. But at the grand scheme of things, these punches do count, and they do take away from your ability to want to keep moving. So those types of things I do like when fighters do, because when you have your opportunity, you take them, and if it's not an illegal punch, you just do it until you do it. So I think that's what slowed him down the most with those big blows.
Aaron, what's up, brother?
Yo, what's up, brother? First time caller from Canada. How's it going?
Going good. I wish Mario would have told us you were a first-time caller. I would have played the intro, but we're going to do it anyway, and you're going to introduce yourself again. Mario dropped the ball, though.
My fault.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his professional debut, he is
the Bear from Canada. Yeah, you know, I was actually streaming some of that fight, so the first few rounds are kind of choppy for me, but You know, I caught maybe from the 5th to the end in full view, and I don't know, man. Danny I could be a bit biased because I don't really like him, but he just didn't impress me. He didn't impress me at 147. Talking about the body work, it looked like maybe from the 5th on, he was just slapping with the right hand to the body. He was slapping with the right hand over top. They're calling it chopping rights, but it was more like a slap hook. I mean, I don't know. He's talking about how good he felt, his footwork and his strength, but I mean, he was slow. Didn't look like he hit hard. Didn't move around all that much. I mean, it wasn't impressive to me.
Yeah, well, that's definitely not correct in terms of him not hitting hard. I mean, Malignaggi said it himself in the post-fight presser, man, that his punches were hard, and that's why he was trying to offset the power with the jab, because he didn't want Danny to get into a rhythm and be able to land those big punches. And I quote, he says, "I was trying to dictate the pace because I didn't want him to get into a groove. He's a hard puncher, and I didn't want to give him any confidence to land those big shots. I wanted to dictate with my jab and just keep making him miss. So he'd second guess on throwing his power. The less power shots he threw, the less power shots he could hit me with." So he was feeling that.
He did make him miss quite a bit last night. I mean, that was another thing. He was missing tons of shots over top.
I agree.
At 147, I don't think he'll be a world champion unless he gets another gift decision like Herrera or Peterson.
I don't know, man. I don't know, because I think, like, what happens if he could take Porter's power?
The problem is that there's no indication of that. I mean, if Josecito Lopez could somehow get a world title, I think he could beat him.
But listen to what Ness said. No. Answer Ness's question though. Answer Ness's question though, because that's a legitimate question. I think. What if he can take Porter's power? That's a really good point.
He showed the most solid chin at 140. Like, whether you thought Judah hurt him in the 9th, which had something to do with the blood, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but that's at 140. That's not at 147. You got a guy like Porter who might be cutting down from like 160,
True.
165.
That's true.
That's a good point.
That's
a good point.
Very good point.
And he's a bigger dude. Yeah.
That's a very good point. But again, what happens if he could take those guys' power?
See, and that's the point right there, because Aaron.
I still didn't think that's that impressive to
beat
these guys.
Yeah, but see, Aaron, you're focused on the power, and I think that you're basing it too much on the flushness of his shots, and those weren't there. Like, we never got that determinating factor with his power shot. Like, he never landed that flush shot and Paulie just stood there and ate it or walked through it. Like, that didn't happen. The power was there in the sense that he was physical and he was strong, and that is indicated by the fact that Paulie, first of all, quit. Second of all, his face was busted up, and third of all, by his own admissions, he was feeling it. So I think that the power indicator was the fact that he didn't land anything super flush and still made Paulie pay for that.
Made Paulie quit. Let's just be honest, because he didn't protest. He didn't protest.
He did for a second. He did. He absolutely did for a second protest, because that's when I first saw it. Like you, what are you talking about? Go back and watch the replay. The first thing he does when he gets grabbed is go, like he throws his hands up. Then maybe
you know what though?
Go back and watch. I know.
Hey, James
is right.
All right, so make me an Instagram video. Show it to me.
Anyone out there show me a video of it.
I'm going to tell you what it was, though. When he did that, it looked to me like it was a disappointment in terms of, damn, this is how it's going to end. I don't think he was like saying, oh, you stopped it. I think he was like, oh, man, I got punked out. Like, that's the way I took it. And you're right. He did make those gestures. James is absolutely right. I saw it just like him every single time I watched that fight. 3 times I watched it. I saw him do it every time. But to me, it looked like frustration, like, damn, this is the way it goes down. Shit. Like, as opposed to, come on, like, I'm still good. Like, nah, he was done. That dude was done.
The biggest problem that I'm hearing with these arguments, too, is that the caller, I forgot who it was, a couple callers that you guys took, was that he even said that, and you guys agreed with him, that Danny was beating the shit out of Paulie. I didn't get that from this fight. I didn't feel Danny was beating the shit out of Paulie Malignaggi. Yes, his eye broken up, but then we saw that little stat, which I thought was kind of cool that they had that. He's been cut in 8 of his fights or whatever like that, so he cuts easily. I never for once thought that Paulie was out of this fight, even in certain spots. That's what shocked me most when this fight, right when Danny Garcia started pressuring Paulie Malignaggi, I'm like, oh man, he's going to jump on him, he's going to go after him. They did stop it. But never once in this fight did I really think that Paulie Malignaggi wasn't going to go the distance in this fight.
See, but that's the difference right there, James. Paulie had two options, and correct me if I'm wrong. Based on what you just said, those two options were, okay, I'm going to continue to fight and go the distance in a fight that I'm not going to win. I'm not going to find a way to adjust. I'm basically going to try to take as little damage as I possibly can for the next 3 to 4 rounds. Or he said, I'm going to get out of this right now while I can still, look good in a couple weeks while the damage isn't as severe, and I'm going to get back on TV and in front of the world, and I got another job to do. He had two options, and he took the one that was going to be the less severe, because in either option, whether he continues or he doesn't, he's not going to win. And that's the point to me, is quitting, that's what he did. He might not have beat the shit out of him, but he took his will.
I don't feel like it. I guess I saw a completely different fight. I mean, I don't believe that when he threw his hands up, he's like, "Oh, this is how my career is going to end," because it took like 2 attempts by that guy.
Threw his hands up or threw his hands around the ref. He
threw his hands up. He went like this, and then he like looked over to Eric Brown and was like, "What?" And he had disappointment.
No, that stream that you had was a different camera angle than mine.
In a stream, brother. You gotta stop saying that shit. This was full HD. Watch ESPN app. That's why I love this shit.
Yeah, that's a legit app.
Hey, even if it wasn't, it's still another camera then, because on TV that shit didn't happen.
Then you need to you gotta pass that Cavassier then, brother. You gotta stop drinking and watching fights. It took 2 attempts from that announcer to try to get out of him that he wanted to retire. I didn't see a man that goes, "Oh, this is how I'm gonna retire." I didn't even feel like he wanted to say he was gonna retire. It was only after that guy was like, "But come on, this has got to be the end. You have your other career." Then he started spurting off, and it's funny too. I will say you could kind of see the shift in his mentality, because the moment the fight was over, he didn't give a post-fight interview. He gave a post-fight analysis, and he started breaking it down like his ass was on Showtime.
I actually have the quote.
That was a good point.
I actually have the quote, and for all you guys like the new caller Aaron that thinks that there was no power, Paulie went to the hospital. That's why he wasn't at the post-fight, just so you know. I've got a really good job commentating and watching great fighters fight ringside. I hope to sit around ringside for a long time. I felt like if I couldn't put a great performance tonight, it would be my last. I was trying to hang tough as much as I could. I remember when I was taking the big shots, I just kept thinking, don't give in. This is your last night if you give in. Don't show that you're going to give in. If you can show that you're still hungry for it, then you'll convince yourself that this isn't the end. I wanted to keep showing that. I want it. Little by little, he broke me down. I have no problem with the stoppage. I'm probably not fighting again. You hate to make emotional decisions. My career started in Brooklyn 14 years ago. It ends in Brooklyn tonight, when at least I ended it at home, where I'm from, and in front of the greatest fans in the world.
Is that from the press release?
Yes.
Okay, that's why I didn't have it. Damn it.
So there you go. Okay, fellas, he hits hard. That's all I'm saying. And the kid counterpunches as well. See, like I'm not gonna.
Danny Garcia counterpunch as well? Absolutely not in this fight. I did not see any sort of like good counterpunching against Paulie Malignaggi. I've talked about this.
He did
left hand was there all night. All he needed to do was take a quick step back.
I'm not here to argue with you about that because, I like Mario, don't think this was his best performance, but he did enough. And for everybody tweeting, if you want your tweets mentioned, use the hashtag TBV Podcast, TBV Podcast. And, one of the tweets is that I said Danny did better than anyone versus Mount. That's not what I said. The problem is everyone is very anxious today, and he cut me off. I said outside of a few, he did better. Okay? And it is the truth. It's just bottom line. It's in black and white.
He did better against the worst version of Paulie Malignaggi.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
And that is the truth, because as a fighter continues to fight, he's only getting closer to the end of his career. That still doesn't mean anything, because how many journeymen do we watch? Like last night, Thursday, we said Michael Finney was a decent step up. We didn't say he was going to beat Pritchard Cologne when we were doing our preview. We said he was a tough fight, a guy that doesn't get knocked out, and we were going to see what Pritchard had. Pritchard went out and did what he was supposed to do to a guy at the level of Finney. The knockout was a bonus. That's all I'm saying. We have to learn to assess things the way that they are. At the end of the day, plenty of people have faced Malignaggi, and they haven't won in this fashion. They haven't won in this in this amount of rounds, and some of them have even lost to him, because this could have been Zab Judah, or this could have been Zinchenko.
And look at the guys that have done very well. Amir Khan, one of, if not the best offensive weapons in all of boxing.
In the welterweight division.
And Miguel Cotto, who is going to be, go down as one of the best Puerto Rican fighters of all time. The guys that have beaten Paulie are levels.
At that time, Miguel was he was Miguel. That was 140 time, baby.
Exactly, yeah. And Porter, who might be the best welterweight right now. We don't know.
And
he's
then you
proven
got
more than
Broner,
Thurman, in my opinion.
Then you got Broner, and this is the reason that I had a problem with James, because Broner's decision is the one that's questionable. It's a split decision, but let's take some more callers here.
Real quick, let me ask you guys a quick question, because maybe a caller could kind of go in with this. Do you think the problem with Danny Garcia is that it's not, I don't want to say we hold him on a high expectations, but we just have a certain if he's gonna look good, or if he is who he says he is, he needs to do this. I mean, when we had Lamont Peterson, it's almost like you got to knock out Lamont Peterson because Lucas Matisse did it. You got to beat Mauricio Herrera because Mauricio Herrera's been beaten before.
No, James, that's the problem. He's not fighting guys first, so he's not setting the bar. He has to meet the bar. He's not being the first one to fight Lamont Peterson or the first one to fight Paulie Malignaggi. There's people that already done it. So the bar is set. Porter set the bar high. But what people don't understand is no one knocked out Paulie before that.
Khan did.
That wasn't a knockout. Come on. It's
a
stoppage. No, listen, I'm not discrediting, because Jesus, you guys get wrapped up in words. It's not a knockout.
Okay.
It's not a knockout. It is a technical knockout.
Did Danny Garcia knock out? Did Danny Garcia knock out Amir Khan?
Well, that's a different one, but I guess technically it should. Let me see. Technically, I think it was a technical. Let me see.
No, it was a stoppage.
He got to his feet and he stopped it.
Yeah. If Amir Khan would have continued.
Yeah, okay. It was a technical knockout, right? It was on his feet, but this is the thing.
Yeah, Khan was coming back.
Did his legs, let's say, for instance, look like Paulie's legs versus Khan? They weren't the same. When they stopped the Khan fight, the Khan versus Malignaggi fight, Malignaggi wasn't punch drunk. He was just being overwhelmed. It was too much. It was too much for him.
It's a bit of an amateur stoppage. That's what we call that, an amateur stoppage.
Okay. But with Danny and Khan, I mean, you had one guy looking like, come on, he looked like Bambi. He looked like Bambi. That's the perfect way. Let's get to some other callers though. I don't know if this is Santana or Fight Doctor. I mean, I need help here. We're gonna have to. I sent Mario the email. Is all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna keep blaming Mario. 773. You get no intro because of Mario.
What's up, gentlemen?
Fight Doctor.
Fight Doctor. Give it to him.
All right, let's do it.
Give it to him.
Let's do it.
All right, I'm back on Rick James.
Don't even respect your ass. That's why it's time for the doctor to check your ass, nigga.
What's going on, gentlemen?
What's going on, Fight Doctor?
Listen, I want to talk about the Danny Garcia fight. Before I do that, though, I just want to address the glove tards.
No, dude. We had to talk. We're gonna stay on topic. We'll dedicate a show to that. We don't got time. Last week we did 5 hours for no reason because of those dudes. We ain't got time for that. I'm sorry. If that's what you want to talk about, we'll send you an email when we're gonna do a show on it.
All right, that's cool. All right, well, talk about Danny Garcia. He's a big, strong welterweight. I think he probably should have moved to 147 2-3 fights ago, because the guy, I mean, he looked, you know, I don't think too many welterweights are going to be muscling him around the ring. Now, having said that, he looked slow. He was telegraphing his punches. He had next to zero head movement. I think the top 2-3 guys in the division are going to give him problems. I think Porter gives him a problem. I think Brook gives him a problem. I actually think Garcia will probably beat Porter, but I think he would drop a decision to Brook. And I think he would knock out Khan. It might go 7-8 rounds, but yeah, I don't think Khan would give him too many problems. But the other guys in the division, you know, Thurman, he probably should stay away from Thurman. He should definitely stay away from Brook. Mayweather beats him easy. I mean, like 10-2 type. Okay, maybe Garcia wins the first round, and Floyd loses interest, and Garcia wins the 12th round. Okay, but I think that's a very bad fight for Garcia. What I saw yesterday, or what I saw today, there's nothing in Garcia's game plan to threaten Mayweather. Period.
There's not many people though that could threaten Mayweather.
But Fight Doctor, why does he have to threaten Mayweather? I mean, this kid fought Paulie Malignaggi, and his next fight is Mayweather?
Well, hold on a second. Now wait. Garcia, you know, rightfully should be ranked in the top 5 at 147. I mean, the man is the lineal 140-pound champion. Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, maybe. No. Listen, Fight Doctor. Maybe 2 years ago, maybe in 2013 when he was coming off the Matisse win. But after his last 4 fights, he's not ranked at any top 5 in any division.
Okay, well, listen. What top 5 welters can you name? Can you name more than 5 welterweights who have a better resume? I don't think you can. Okay, now, yes, I understand his body of work is at 140 pounds, but at the end of the day, he's beat some good names at 140 pounds. Okay, and he is the lineal champion at 140 pounds. So I think a top 5 ranking.
No, he was stripped of those titles, Fight Doctor. He don't have those titles anymore.
Robbie, please stop. WBA, WBC, IBF, WB, I don't give a shit, okay? None of those titles mean anything. Those sanctioning body titles, they don't mean anything. The only title that has meaning in boxing is the lineal title, which cannot be stripped, okay? So I don't care about WBC and all that crap. Those titles don't mean anything, okay? They mean nothing. All right, listen, when Jack Johnson was heavyweight champion of the world, there was no WBA, there was no WBC, there was no IBF or WBO, right? So the man is the champion at 140 pounds, and that's all that really matters. So I think based on his body of work at 140, a top 5 ranking at 147 is justified, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. I don't even know how to counteract that. I mean, I'm a firm believer that the fighter makes the title, not the title makes the fighter. Look at Miguel Cotto and look at Adonis Stevenson right now. Neither of those fighters are really giving the lineal title some sort of justification in the world. So to say that somebody could just catapult to the top 5 after beating Paul Malignaggi simply because he was the lineal champion down at 140, now that he's relinquished the title, how does the lineal? Maybe you could teach me. Is it a panel of people that then come together and say at 140 these 2 fighters are going to fight for the lineal champ? Then what's the difference between that and someone relinquishing the regular WBC title and going into the same type of situation when they're forced to fight for that title?
Okay, well, the difference is that, you know, when we're discussing lineal titles, we're not talking about a panel of people who got together and decided who the top 2 contenders are based on how much sanctioning fees that they pay. Okay, because see, that's how the WBC decides who's going to be number 1 and who's number 2. The same is true for IBF and WBA. If you pay sanctioning monies, then that determines your ranking. Okay, for years the IBF sold rankings to Don King fighters. Okay, this is back in the 90s. All right, and the WBC and BA, all of them are guilty of that. Okay, so you know, I think if we're going to talk about who decides which 2 fighters should contest for a lineal title that's vacant, I think the general overall boxing public should determine. okay, and not some sanctioning organization, okay, because those are for-profit organizations, okay? That's why they're down in Mexico and Venezuela, okay, where they can do their dirt and not be prosecuted, okay?
I mean, I get in the sense of what you're saying, but what I'm still saying is that now that he's relinquished it, what's the difference between that? I mean, there's still that kind of hang-up, you know what I mean? Like someone vacates the lineal title, maybe they retire, or they move up to 147 in that same way. There's really no difference between that. There's going to be a certain group of people that say these two fighters are now going to fight for this. I don't see that there's much difference. I understand the history. I'm not trying to shit on that by any means, and I understand if you want to rank it in importance.
James, that's why I said you can't talk about Danny being a champion anymore because he does not have a title. He's moved up to a different weight class. So the 140 argument does not apply here. He's now at 147. You can't make that argument.
I do feel if you move up in a weight class, you got to hit that reset button.
Yeah, well, there is a 140 argument to be made because, yes, now I agree the man has moved up to 147, but he, in fact, moved up as the lineal champion at 140. So that does carry weight, okay, at 147 pounds.
Of course it carries weight. That's what made him a main event. That's why they talked him up as the A side, but that's it, dude. Like, I don't even know. You love these belts, man. I mean, in one hand you talk bad about them, and the other then you want to, use them as they mean something. They don't mean anything anymore, dude. That's you. You must be older than us, holding on to that bullshit. We don't care about them belts.
Ness. That's what I've been explaining.
No, you haven't. No, maybe this time, Fight Doctor, maybe this time, but you have called many, many times here, always arguing belts and lineage, and he did this, and it don't matter. We don't care about them belts. Them belts is like you said. Listen, Shawn Porter lost to Kelbrook and was dropped out of the top 20. How the hell does that happen? That's not the way it's supposed to be.
I'll be more than happy to explain to you how that.
I don't care though. You're wasting our time. We don't care.
Well, see, that's the problem. We should care why a fighter is good as.
Why? Listen to me. Let me explain something to you. Earlier we had a conversation. Since you want to talk about this belt so badly, we're gonna give you a reason to. Earlier we had a conversation of an interview that we all did with Keith Thurman, where he was explaining the WBA. I don't care because the WBA got 3 titles. You want to explain to us why they need to have a super, a regular, and an interim?
Oh, the reason for that is simple. Money.
So then why should we care? So listen to me. So why are you making us talk about a corporation who's obviously only in play is to take benefit financially, and then you want us to somehow talk about their title? We don't care, dude. Damn.
Ness, have you not been listening all of this time? I've been preaching the same message from day one, that the sanctioning organizations don't mean anything. Okay? They don't mean anything. All right, listen.
Yet you're the guy that calls in to talk about it. They don't mean nothing to us, and we don't mention it. You call in here talking about Garcia is 140 top 5 because he used to be undisputed. He was the lineal. You're talking about it, not us.
Oh, I'm talking about the lineal title. I'm not talking about no.
Oh my God! Shoot me! Someone shoot me! This guy's crazy. I don't know. This guy's nuts, guys.
I don't know. I think the point he's trying to make. That is, he's saying that all these other companies are basically ran off money, and the reason why they're getting these certain sanctions is because of the money. The lineal title doesn't necessarily have a corporation in which they could be tied down and influenced by the money. I think that's the argument. I don't know.
The ring title?
No. Lineal is what we all know to be true, and it doesn't have to exist.
Yeah, but how do you become the lineal champ? How do you become the lineal champion? By beating the guy that was the guy, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on a minute, Fight Doctor, fake-ass teacher. I gave you the opportunity to teach. You didn't. Sit back and get schooled by the youngin' now. Listen, lineal means you just beat the guy that was the guy, but the title that you get is the ring title. It's the
Not necessarily.
So really? So show me a champion that's the lineal champion that doesn't have the ring title.
Is Cotto the ring champion?
Miguel Cotto.
I can do better.
Who's got the ring title? Who's got the ring title at 160?
I think it's vacant.
I can show you.
Let's look it up.
Can't be, because the champion always gets it. The true champion always got it. Ward had it.
No, sir. No, sir.
Oh, my
no,
God.
Sir.
What do you mean, no, sir?
That is not correct. Wait. Roy
All right.
Jones Jr., okay? When he was at 175 pounds,
Anyway, Fight Doctor, listen to me. We don't care. You off topic.
What you talking about?
You off topic. We don't want to talk about belts.
But you know, I think
Yo, for the record, real quick, let me clear this up. Miguel Cotto does have the ring title. Actually, that's what it says on their website.
I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but it doesn't always correlate.
It does, Mario. Vladimir Klitschko has it too. I'm telling you, Danny Garcia has it too for 1-4. I see
it.
Yep, and Adonis Stevenson has it too.
Look, they look exactly. Wait a minute, Fight Doctor, because you don't know what you're talking about. They look exactly like the WBA Super title. One has chains hanging.
I know what the ring belt looks like.
All right then. So what the? Why are we going to school? What's wrong with y'all?
Okay, so James, you're on the thing. You're telling us, James, you can see right now all of the ring of belts are accounted for, right?
Yo, Ring TV has Adonis Stevenson as their champion, and so they do with Miguel Cotto. So
what about super middleweight?
Let's take a peek.
That's because it's always the fucking champion that gets it, weirdos.
Vacant at super middleweight.
Vacant at super middleweight. So it's like no lineal champion at middleweight. Like obviously we know when Andre Ward comes back, if he comes back to the division, like it's gonna be manifested. That's the thing, is lineal belts, like, we know better. We don't need to know who the champion is of what title or what sanctioning. There are a lot of people that believe the WBC represents the lineal title. So to me, lineal's about you doing your homework and you staying up on it. If you know who's the man, you know who the man is.
You know what? I got a big ass. No. You're right. We got to find the time, because I got an email or a review. I'm not sure. But they want shows like that. They want us to explain these 4 titles. I don't even understand why. But I'll do the show only to explain that they mean nothing. Okay? That's all that they mean.
WBA's bullshit with their 3 titles. WBC cooks the books all the time. WBO,
WBO, they're in the pocket of Top Rank. I mean, let's be honest.
You know, and IBF
somehow freaking Crawford versus Delorme, right? Or whoever he fought was for a title instead of Lucas versus whoever Ruslan. Like, how does that happen?
You know, IBF tries. I don't like to think of them as, like, you know, people talk about the negativity that they've had over the last few years, and they've tried to, like, straighten things out, and things haven't worked out. But you're right. At the end of the day, it boils down to the fact that they're not doing their job, and their job is to crown the best the fighters in a certain division. Last time I checked, there can't be 3. Last time I checked, there can't be 7, and there turns out to be 7. And you know, with WBA having 1 million belts, and so it's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. I heard that they just
the problem, Mario, that we have with these sanctioning bodies is they don't conform. They don't have one set of rules. They're not like the IBF, who actually tries to mandate their champions to actually defend their belts with their mandatories. See, the WBA having 3 different titles, the WBO being in the pocket of Top Rank, the WBC doing what they do. See, that's why boxing fans really can't take these belts seriously. That's why I said when he came on here, we can't talk about what Danny Garcia has done at 140. He is no longer there.
Listen, I'm sorry. I'm moving on. You guys are fucking weirdos, man.
The only reason why
stuck on some dumb shit.
All I'm going to say is one thing, is that boxing is the sport of what have you done for me lately, and it's the exact same things with the titles. IBS is trying to rewrite this shit, but look at what the WBC is trying to do when they're trying to mandate Golovkin fight the winner of Canelo and Cotto. All I'm saying is that they do good things, they do bad things. The fighters make the titles, the fighters make the fights. The titles don't mean anything to me. I think a fight between Shawn Porter and Marcos Maidana is perfect. I think it's a fantastic all-out brawl, but neither of them would have had titles. I think it's far better than Floyd Mayweather versus Andre Berto. Titles don't mean that much to me unless the fight itself is a title-worthy fight.
Well said.
Nestor, go ahead.
All them sanctioning bodies do their own thing. The only reason Golovkin is getting a crack or a thought at a crack at Cotto is because they paying for that sanctioning fee. 813, you're up.
Hey, fellas, what's up? This is Randall from Tampa.
What up, Randall?
Hey, I just want to let everybody know that they streaming the Bounce TV fight online, bouncetv.com. You know, I'm a PBC supporter, so get them views so we can keep our boxing on TV.
BounceTV.com.
Hey, what on BounceTV.com?
BounceTV.com.
Yeah.
Damn, I want to see that Rasheed Warren fight too.
Yeah, and they got nice little promos and stuff going on right now for the fighters that's going to get in the ring. So it looks good. The stream looks good, and you know what I'm saying. Y'all like boxing, support it. But I do want to talk about the fight card last night with Danny Garcia. He looked like Danny Garcia. I thought Paulie was there for the taking with him. That left hand, left uppercut, left hook, anything to the body with that left hand was there. He don't lead enough with his left hand, in my opinion. He leads with that right, but he telegraphs it too much. Paulie is a master of like pacing and distance, but he don't have pop to keep people off of him. I think if you're gonna stand in front of Paulie, he can posture and steal rounds from him. That's what happened with Broner. No, people say Broner lost that fight. I think Broner won. He pulled it off in the late rounds, but the fact that he stood in front of Paulie can just make you look bad if you give him that space. Now, when Shawn Porter fought Paulie, he just said, F it. This dude don't got nothing that's going to keep me off. I'm going to close the distance, and I'm going to get him out of there. Danny last night, I think he had many opportunities to step on the gas. I don't know if his feet are just that slow, but his punch selection, he does the same thing. Right hand, left hook, right hand. I mean, Paulie knew what was coming, but instead of him leading with the left and going to the body, you know what I'm saying, I just thought he left a lot on the table. It was a good showing for Danny, but it could have been he could have got an A+ performance if he did a couple more things in that ring last night.
Yeah, I agree.
The problem is Danny Garcia is not a combination puncher. He doesn't put punches together. It's normally one or two at a time. If he would put 3 or 4 punches together against somebody, it would look more impressive. And he had the opportunity to do that last night, and he never once did that.
He tried a couple times. He put a few decent combinations together, but I get what you're saying, Robbie. You're saying in throughout 12 in a consistent manner, and you're right.
It's the thing. He loads up too much on his power shot. It's a technique, you know, they call like running punches. Like Shane Mosley was good at it. You know, sometimes you just gotta let your hands go to set up the power punches. I mean, he try to cock and aim. I mean, cock and squeeze every time, and he just need to take some. To me, he need to take some gas off his punches and throw a little bit more volume to set up those punches. I mean, Paulie was there for the taking, and honestly, in my opinion, I thought Paulie would probably quit on his stool. He was getting beat up last night, but Danny just did it too much.
Yo, did he cut out?
Yeah, he dropped off. Cell phone, baby. Suleiman, talk to us.
Yeah, how you doing? Good evening. Yeah, I want to get into this the fight. I don't know why you give so much time to a fight that is always messing up the show. The fight was pretty good with Danny Garcia against Paulie Malignaggi. He was pacing himself pretty good. People have to understand the fight tempo. The police are used to fighting a faster tempo than Danny Garcia. So Danny Garcia has to control the tempo, and that's what he was doing. He was controlling the tempo so he won't burn himself out. And people that question his punching ability, I mean, Paulie had to go to the hospital at the end, and he practically tore his face off. Once with the left hook, when he caught him, he tore under the cheek. If you see the fight, because most of these guys call in, I don't think they even watched the fight. The guy's face was practically torn off. His cheek, it was torn from a huge left hook that Danny caught him with. Then he had a cut early, and the guy was fighting at a wide stance to nullify the power of Danny, and he was using a lot of head movement. He couldn't even throw the jab like he usually does, because he was afraid that he was gonna get counted. So most of these guys that call in, I appreciate they start watching fights instead of calling in and talking nonsense, because it's wasting people's time. Another thing is that the Danny Jacobs fought a good fight. I mean, he tagged the guy. He was trying to impress. He rushed in, got tagged with a left hook, and then finished his opponent. I mean, even though the guy got hurt, he finished the opponent, ran it, and won the fight. He's just being patient right now because there's a lot of talent in the 160, and it's very hard to negotiate. They're probably just waiting for the Miguel Cotto Alvarez fight, and then they're going to decide who they're going to fight. Peter Quillen and him would be a good fight. And now to get back to the Danny Garcia, the guy that should fight Danny next, Danny should go. People saying, oh, he's fighting guys that fought other guys before. So why we don't start a straight two guys with 2 O's? Why you don't fight Errol Spence? Errol Spence would be perfect for him. Errol Spence needs to fight a name opponent, and Danny needs to fight somebody like that.
Man, what's wrong with you? I mean, I don't know how long you've been listening to this show. How much does Danny get paid? Do you know how boxing works? Do you want us to tell you?
He gets paid very good.
All right, so you're never gonna see a guy get paid 1.5 versus a guy that's getting 100,000. Doesn't happen, man. I mean, I'm tired of living in the world that y'all live in. I live in reality. You guys got to get out this bubble.
Okay, so that's cool. Let's go back to reality. Reality, Kell Brook. I said it before. Kell Brook is prime. He's right. He's right for
okay, but again, if we're in reality, we see that Kell Brook is only fighting what? European guys. After he won a title.
Well, he got to come up the rankings. He got to find a way that he's going to come up those rankings. So in the meantime, if you go back to reality, like you said, and fight Errol Spence and knock him out in a spectacular fashion, so he could move up the ranks in IBF and fight this ripe Kell Brook. Everybody's ducking because he's mad slow. He's fighting these guys because he's too stationary. Danny Garcia is taking his time because, like his father said, all these guys talk all this yin yang. And look, Sergey Kovalev, he went 12 rounds with a guy that's 50 years old. Okay, even Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather went down for what, 38? Can Floyd Mayweather take the punching power of Danny Garcia, a prime Danny Garcia? Floyd Mayweather's not in his prime right now. Can he take the punching power for 12 rounds of Danny Garcia?
Yeah, but that's not the question, man. The question has always been, can somebody hit Mayweather?
Exactly. Can he find him enough?
If you're going to beat Mayweather, you got to do the Maidana approach. And
tagged him a couple of times. Miguel Cotto tagged him a couple of times. I mean, even in this fight, he tagged Paulie a couple of times. He ripped his face off. So, at the end of the day, you put a prime Danny Garcia, which that's what he is. He's a prime Danny Garcia coming up. And Floyd Mayweather, everybody could talk everything. Floyd Mayweather's 38. He's on the slide. He's about to retire. And if he goes in the ring with Danny, it's going to be a wrap. He's going to take an awful beating. He'd probably lose half of his face because that's what people don't understand. Danny Garcia, he's a real hard puncher, and I'm happy the referee stopped the fight. And the right Kell Brook is right for him. I mean, it's a ton of fighters that Danny Garcia is going to go. Even Keith Thurman, they're supposed to say that he's upper echelon. I think Danny Garcia will hold it on with him. First of all, he's in his prime. They're both prime. They're unbeaten. He's going to pace himself. This guy tends to get a little too nervous. And look what Robert Guerrero did to him. Danny doesn't have a blemish like that. He got tagged with a body shot. Imagine if Danny catches him with a body shot. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of variables to count, and a lot of good opponents right now for Danny in the 147 division. All this stuff about the lineal belt, the ring is the lineal belt. You was 100% right. It's the lineal belt. I don't know why the hell this guy is saying no, because Adonis Stevens' lineal belt is the ring belt. Miguel Cotto's lineal belt is the ring belt. Klitschko's lineal belt is the ring belt. So this guy, he tends to, he always wants to win in an argument, but you're 100% right. The lineal belt is the ring belt. You guys have a great night and a blessed day.
All right, Suleiman.
Thanks, Suleiman.
Thanks for calling in, brother, and going back to the titles, right? You know, people love them titles, man.
Yo, and so if people know, if you're on the move right now, you can stream on bouncetv.com straight off your iPhone. This is probably one of the best streams I think I've ever seen on my phone, so just want to shout that out.
On the iPhone?
Bro, I'm watching it. Take a gander. Let me see
Yo,
if you can
it's
get the
really,
HD
really
on this.
nice.
Look how clean
Really,
that is.
really nice.
Dude, it's crisp. I'm digging it. Not to mention, I just saw one of the most legendary flat tops of John Jackson's trainer. I'm telling you, bro, it's way better than Tony Weeks. It's like salt and pepper, too.
It's better than, what's his name from Street Fighter?
Guile? Yo, you're talking Guile.
Oh, it's better than Giles.
Yo, it's on Kid and Play status is where it is.
Damn, a casual fan, you know I'm sitting here trying to ignore you so I can find your intro now that we oh, here it goes.
Go ahead, Enrique. Go ahead, jump in.
What's up, man? Yeah, man. Yeah, I just want to say I saw the fight too.
Just stay focused, stay working my jab, and using my fundamentals.
Has you playing, right? Boxing voice. Because if you come to fight, then I'm gonna have to look for him, right? Has you playing, right? Boxing voice.
Yeah, what's up, people? I'm straight out of the Barclays Center. Great time. Good seeing Nestor. Good seeing everyone in attendance that showed love. I actually felt a little popular. Yeah, I just want to say I saw the fight too. Starting off when I got there, Daniel Jacobs fight began against Mora, who I knew nothing about, and I was at the concession stand, and boom, down goes Mora, and everyone in line online is like, oh, it was just crazy. I got that feeling, and then all of a sudden, everyone's just paying attention to the screens, and boom, down goes Jacobs. It was crazy, and then you know, between rounds, you can't enter and sit down until the bell rings. Actually, during the fight, so I'm watching the fight go into my seat, and there's more excitement. So that was a really good fight to watch. That I barely watched. I had great seats. Jump in, there was some this guy, what was his last name? The other Puerto Rican guy, his name was like Pritchard
Cologne.
Yeah, Pritchard Cologne. Another lengthy guy. I don't know his opponent. I didn't know Pritchard either, but you know, he looked really, really good from where I was seated, and another knockout. So then it's like, wow, these knockout fights, very exciting. I went back into my casual way of watching boxing. I was not really paying attention to like the style, but I would notice, you know, this guy's jab and strength over his opponent, who I don't remember his name. I was like some French guy, I think, but he got knocked out, laid out, starched. And then Danny Garcia's fight, I expected it to be another knockout. Actually, what happened? I expected more of a. What was I expecting? I was expecting it to be over sooner. No disrespect to Malignaggi. I was thinking the man, Danny Garcia, was going to be very, very strong at this weight since he spoke a lot. And I don't know, but he missed a lot. I started watching it and noticing he was missing. And I don't know, maybe you guys have a different interpretation of what he looks like at 147 pounds. I did run into Keith Thurman. I was able to get behind the scenes and find my way to the post-conference between Paulie Malignaggi's locker room and Danny Garcia's. In comes, you ready for this? The man, the ghost, Al Heyman. I get to see Al Heyman, so I got one up on Mario and Jameson. If you guys never seen Al Heyman,
off the record, I've seen Al Heyman 3 times, and I was within arm's reach of him in Vegas the last time. So I've seen the ghost. I've seen Bigfoot.
The ghost just right through my eye line, and I was like, "Holy shit, that's Al Heyman!" I was on Periscope. I just turned the camera off.
I'm glad you brought that up. I just want to say one thing, right?
Go.
Before Casual Fan did that, it was hours before he did that, right? We were like in the media room. Obviously, like I said, I'm uploading video. All the reporters are there. We're talking, right? So there's a photographer. He's fiddling with his camera and he's switching lenses, adjusting lenses. So then, you know, I'm not paying attention to him. Like, I'm not looking at everybody in the room, but you know, my peripheral, you could see him. You feel someone is on your right hand side. You feel that they're doing certain things. You look slightly, and I see the flash. Boom, big flash, dude. The Wolves ran down on him.
Damn.
He took a picture of Al Heyman. They ran down. I'm like, yo, what you doing? Man, take that out. And they really sat there and made him delete all the pictures, right? So then Everybody starts laughing like, yo, come on, dude, you should know better. He's like, yo, I didn't know. I mean, I know, but I didn't know. I mean, I just first time I ever seen him, I said, fuck it, I need to take this picture.
Right.
So everybody started laughing, and then and they came back, and everybody was quiet as hell. Like it felt like high school. Everybody was like, so
Yeah,
I was like, yo, get away from me, get away from me.
The
Like
crazy
the teacher
part,
just kicked you out of class.
the crazy part was no one acknowledged him. He just walked into Danny's locker. No one was like, I guess they were whispering under their breath. They goes, ow, ow's here.
Yeah, hell yeah.
But no one was like giving him dap or nothing. He just walked in. And probably,
No one called him Uncle Al? No one said what up, Uncle
no
Al?
one,
Nobody ain't got the balls to do that but Ness.
no one said anything, and it was just strange. But it was a good experience. They also saw Keith Thurman. That was dope. And Keith Thurman looks like a serious dude, man. He doesn't really smile only when the camera goes on. So he looked really tough. Like you would not ask him for a picture. But I was with Ness, so I was like, yo, take this picture. Let's get a picture. Boom, boom, got a picture. So that was dope. Yeah, so Danny Garcia versus Thurman next. Shawn Porter, what's the cake on the street?
I want to see Danny Garcia wedge his way in. Like I said, I think a Guerrero fight's going to be good. I think he needs to avoid Algieri like the plague. I like the Diego Chavez fight. I like even it's not going to happen, but a Brandon Rios type character where we've seen him lose before, but he's still a good competitive.
You're starting to fall asleep and dream out loud again.
Why? Yeah.
You know he ain't fighting Rios, but I will give
No,
you
I said
Mario.
I said that right before that saying, but that's the type of character he needs to fight. He
casual
needs
fan.
to slowly get into this division.
Handle that, player. James, I will give you and Mario credit on the fact that you did two excellent jobs today matchmaking. I think that a Garcia Guerrero match is perfect. Not so much because of the styles, even though the style suits Garcia, so we could actually see him look good for a change or in an exciting back and forth fight, but the two trainers. That's going to happen. They're both younger than Senior. So when Ruben and Senior were beefing, it was a thing of like, yo, don't really hit Floyd Senior. You might hurt him, but I don't know. Guerrero and Angel seem closer in age, and I don't know. Things could that would be a hell of a promotion. I would love that. And
Ken
now,
Porter,
and
Ken
now,
Porter
and I'm gonna take a
would be
shot.
good too, though.
I'm gonna take a shot. I don't care. I'm gonna take a shot.
Friendly.
I'm gonna take a shot. And now, since we're putting shit like Triple G and Golovkin on pay-per-view, well, let's pay for that one too. Let me go to a caller. 916, you're up.
Hey man, how y'all doing, man? This is Ray from Sac.
Hey Ray, man,
What up, Ray?
I'm doing good, but address everything to the other guys. I'm gonna run and get some water, man.
Yeah, man, I just wanted to go ahead and touch bases, man, to everybody. I agree pretty much with most of what everybody's saying about the Danny Garcia fight. Main thing I did notice, I mean, he did look slow, but at the same time, he did look very strong. Like, he looked like he'll probably knock a lot of these dudes down if he's able to catch him.
Well, remember,
Now,
Ray, he was in the ring with a perfect guy. I mean, he didn't have to fear anything coming back. If he's in the ring with Shawn Porter, if he's in the ring with Keith Thurman, if he's in the ring with Cal Brook, he's going to have to fear what's coming back at him.
See, isn't that the problem, though, is that his last three big fights, he's never really been in that fight where he needed to fear. Rod Salka, he didn't need to fear. Lamont Peterson doesn't knock anyone out. He didn't need to really fear that. Mauricio Herrera's not knocking anyone out. That's what I'm saying. When people say that, like, oh, Danny Garcia's shown that he's got a good chin. Matisse was the only one, and then he was sturdy when, that mouth guard went flying. But at 147, we're not talking about 147 fighters that have average power. Almost every fighter that's in the top 10 division has above average power for that, and that's my biggest issue with him going into this.
That's why an Adrian Broner fight would be good. A Robert Guerrero fight would be good. Hell, I know it's not going to happen, but even a Tim Bradley fight would be good for Danny Garcia. Anyway, go ahead, Ray. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what I was thinking too. Like, just like you said, James, you just said it. Pretty much, that's the big question. Can he take the power of a real welterweight? Because I mean, Paulie, like you just also touched on, he doesn't hit hard at all. He's not known for having power, so it will be interesting to see him, period, just get hit by any of the top 10 welterweights and see how he reacts to it. I mean, he can take a punch, but it's just something we got to see. Before you sit there and throw him up, to me, I don't think he should just go ahead and jump in there with a Thurman, a Porter, or a Kell Brook. I think, like you said, Robert Guerrero, somebody who in between. He needs to work his way up. I mean, the other guy said earlier, Errol Spence. I don't think it's too early for Errol Spence. I mean, I think like Errol Spence is ranked a certain level.
Errol Spence.
Start working his way through the welterweight division. Period. I mean, Errol Spence is somebody that's ranked. You're not necessarily ranked in the welterweight division. That was your first fight there. So I mean, I think he should work his way up the ladder. These are guys that need to work their way to the champions. If everybody wants to work their way to the champions, then they need to fight each other.
I think if Danny Garcia gets in there with Errol Spence, we'll find out quickly how Al Heyman Promotions or Al Heyman views Danny Garcia, because that's truly a sink or swim fight. You really got to think if Danny Garcia went in with Errol Spence, they would be pushing Errol Spence more than they would Danny Garcia.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
I don't mind that fight, though, to be honest with you. If they said that was going to be the next fight, I'd be biting my nails saying Danny Garcia's in deep with this shit, but I don't hate that fight either.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I mean, that's kind of how Danny was talking as well. He was making it seem like he's going to jump to the welterweight division and he's going to control it all. So, I mean, hey.
He said it.
Take a small step or a big step.
Yeah, no, he said it. I mean, that's the problem with what a lot of things that Danny's saying is, like, he's letting himself be cornered, but it's pretty much him that's doing it. Like, he's backing himself into that corner. We don't expect for him to go and just swim with the sharks immediately. I mean, eventually he's got to test himself, but to go in there and suggest that you're just going to take it over like you did at 140, I mean, you need to slow your roll.
Yeah, that's bold because, I think highly of Thurman. I would wonder what that fight would look like. You know what I'm saying? That's somebody with power. I also think highly of. I also think highly of. Go ahead. You said what?
I honestly see Thurman catching him and knocking him out. I see Thurman making him chase him, and as he chases him, he catches him. Like, I've noticed Thurman is very good backing up on punches. There's not too many fighters that can back up and throw a punch as solid as Thurman can. He has power as he's backing up. Not too many people can do that. And I think that would affect Danny. I could see Danny trying to chase him down and him just getting caught with a good one.
Yeah.
We'll see how his chin holds up to a real welterweight.
What about, are they mentioning Maidana against Garcia?
I mean, they're not really mentioning.
Nah, they haven't said anything.
Yeah, the names that came up were Porter, help me with that, Porter, Thurman, and someone else. Damn, I can't remember. It was 3 names that came up. And I don't know, I would say, I don't know, I wanted to say Khan, but I don't think it was. It was 3 people that, in my opinion, I don't think he'd ever fought. So I don't think it was Khan. But the point to say that is that from everything that I've seen and heard and the interviews that Ness got, it seems like Danny's more, at this point, if there is any slight direction, it's heading towards Porter. And I don't want to say like he's thinking Porter, or that's the fight he wants, not at all. All I'm saying is that Danny's one of 2 things. He's either neutral and he has no plan yet, or he's slightly, a minuscule level, leaning towards Porter, but only theoretically. Like, there's nothing cement about it. He's just kind of like, oh, he's talked about Porter more than any of the other guys. I'll just put it that way.
Well, the Porters were at the weigh-in, and it kind of reminded me of a scene out of a movie because they were there, and it be known that they're ready to face Danny Garcia. So I think that's an evenly matched fight. I may be wrong, but I think that fight would be a distance fight and a good one.
I think Shawn puts Danny to sleep.
Khan?
Let me get on.
You said Shawn.
Shawn puts Danny to sleep, but Khan does too.
I think Shawn puts Danny to sleep.
409, you're up.
What's going on, fellas? JD.
Oh, Danny Jacobs in the flesh.
He's been waiting.
Why does he even say JD like Jacobs Daniel instead of Daniel Jacobs? I don't get it.
Yo, listen. I want to first touch on this Paulie Malignaggi fight with Danny Garcia, right? So, Paulie, for some reason, I don't know if y'all caught this or not, but he was ducking, like he kept getting caught. He was trying to dodge these hooks, right? And as he's doing that, he's taking himself out of position to punch back. So it was like that game plan that he had to duck these hooks. I mean, it was just horrible. It was like a horrible disaster because, I mean, like I said, he had no offense coming back from that position that he was in. But having saying that, he did have Danny Garcia knocking Casper ass out all night. Like, he basically, for some reason, I don't understand why Danny Garcia don't throw more straight punches. Like, that hook is telegraphed, man. And as far as fighting Floyd or anybody with good defensive skills, I just don't. I don't see him winning. None of those fights. Like a Keith Thurman will put him to sleep, in my opinion. But I want to touch on this Danny Jacobs fight. So Daniel Jacobs, to me, he showed he have like real true power in this fight. And I'm gonna jump straight to the second round, and I'm gonna come back to the first round. In the second round, I saw him basically trying to take him out. He was just straight throwing power shots, and that's the reason that Mora went down. He went down because he was just, if you go back and look right there, it was just like he was getting hit from the body, you know what I mean? He was just throwing power shots. So it was just overwhelming for him, so he went down. I don't think he shot actually put him down, but it was just overwhelming for him, so he was going down like to take a knee, in my opinion. And then it just, as he was going down, he just, that we all saw the leg. But anyway, getting to the first round, he got cut. He put him that hook that put Sergio down it wasn't even a full power shot. It was just like, to me, it looked like he got caught off balance. But that punch that Sergio hit him with, now I gotta admit, that dude that was like a get off me punch. Like he went down, and basically at that point you're gonna throw your hardest punch. It's like your last prayer, you know what I mean? And he actually landed it and put him down. So I was like, damn. But I don't know. I don't have too much else to say about Jacobs, but I had to address Mario with the hate. I heard you earlier hating on Jacobs because for some reason y'all don't see the fact that basically Jacobs he really can't control who he fights. But he's been calling out Quillen like on interviews. You know what I mean? And what else? Like he told Ness in that one interview, like, what else you want me to do? I'm calling. I can call him out, but it is at the power that be.
The problem with that is, though, we've heard in the past, we've heard fighters say that Al Heyman, if you want to fight and you demand a fight, Al Heyman will give it to you, correct? So I think that, saying something in the public is one thing, knowing behind the scenes it might not happen is a bit of that kind of schoolyard bully mentality to me. And I just think that...
What about Keith Thurman, though? Keith Thurman was literally, like, calling everybody out, and he just, they wasn't giving him the big fights that he wanted for the longest. So, I don't know.
The call-outs were ducking. Is that the case?
Well,
people that were getting called out were declining the offers?
No, it's not really about that. See, I think for me, it's just that he says these things, right? He talked about the ladder. I'm climbing a ladder. Mora's next on the ladder. I can't leap that ladder. And I get that. And he respects the process of matchmaking. My thing is that I'm not sure how eager he is to climb that ladder as quickly as possible or even, faster than the glacial speed he's been doing it. That's my only issue. And I'm not saying that he isn't wanting the big fights or better fights. I'm just saying that we don't know. You know, there could be. You don't know for a fact that he does want Golovkin or Peter Quillen. I mean, yeah, he can say these things, but him respecting that process is him saying that he knows he's not going to get him anytime soon, right? It's the same thing.
Yeah, and the bad comparison between him and Keith Thurman is that Keith Thurman can say he wants all these fighters all he wants, but if like Amir Khan and all these other fighters don't want him, the fight can't get made. So if he could bring it to you, Amir Khan, and be like, hey, that he wants to fight, unfortunately, he might not be able to make that. They do have to kind of agree on it. So I don't think Jacobs is eager to I think a Quillen fight would be perfect for him. That's the perfect catalyst fight. He already did a step up with Mora. Now we could see him go into greener pastures. And let's be real, Peter Quillen isn't like an essential kind of top middleweight right now. He's kind of slipping down the ladder each time we see him. I think that's the fight that needs to happen next.
Yeah, I agree. I want to leave y'all with this. So, thoughts on who would win out of Saddam Ali and Errol Spence? And I'm out.
I think Errol Spence, but I think that could be a good fight. I like Saddam Ali. I think Saddam Ali would beat Danny Garcia too.
I think it's competitive right now. I think it'll come a point where Errol Spence will just be light years better.
Man,
but
you guys are turning me off on my own guy, man. I was so high on Errol Spence in the past, and you know, him coming up, and then ever since Floyd said what he said, he's tarnished this kid, you know.
why?
Because everyone wants to push him down our throats now. Because Floyd said he's ready, so he's ready. He's not fucking ready. Get out of here with that bull crap. Anyway, moving on. 773, you're up. I mean, I just want to know, what other guy who's 15-0 would you guys say, yeah, he should fight Garcia next? I mean, you guys are disrespectful, man. 773, what's up?
What? There's plenty of fighters that have lower resumes than that right now that we could talk about that.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, give me one. Go ahead. Make it easy. Say it off the top of your head. Another 15, 16-0 that you think is ready for Garcia.
I could tell you in other divisions that are Guillermo Rigondeaux, obviously. You got the Vasyl Lomachenkos. You got Anthony Joshua. All these fighters that are coming out of these. Oh, you got all these fighters coming. Hold on. You got all these fighters coming out of the Olympic Games. Yet he's the one that's 15-0 without anything.
How can we debate if it's just you? You said a few names. Let me rebuttal, because all your names are shit, because Rigondeaux's in another division, and he's a champion.
No, that's what I'm saying.
No. You see, that's why I'm feeling disrespected. Because it's, and not me personally, but you know, I could see why these fighters are feeling that way, because Errol Spence isn't Rigondeaux, and he's damn sure no Lomachenko. So you're out of control, my friend. Now you're putting him in that category too? You really fell off your rock over there.
I'm putting him in the category of past Olympic hopefuls that are coming out looking goddamn good in every fight that they've been in, doing exactly what they need to do without having many hiccups. All those fighters have done the exact same thing.
You know what category that is?
What's that?
Dominic Breazeale, Rashid Warren, dumb dudes. Not
we'll see how
not world champions that skipped the rankings because they knew they were that good. I mean, come on. James,
you put yourself in it. How can you say that? How can you say that? You're going to tell me Dominic Breazeale looks anything like eye test-wise as Errol Spence. You're going to tell me Rashid Warren looks anything like what Errol Spence looks like. We're talking about eye test and the way he looks. Don't pretend that we don't think that Errol Spence is going to be one of the best middleweight or welterweights that's coming up. Don't say you don't think he's going to be? You're willing to pump your brakes on him and say that he's not going to be a top contender.
I'm just waiting for you to stop so that I don't interrupt, so that I could ask Mario to moderate this argument, because you've clearly made a mistake, and you don't want to be man enough to prove it, to admit to it.
What is your argument? Your argument was that you bring up Dominic.
All right, so let's get it. Let's get it right here. We'll do it. We'll do it right.
The debate was.
Go ahead.
He said Garcia, Errol Spence is a good fight. I felt offended by it. I'm like, yo, name another 15, 16-0 fighter that's ready for Danny Garcia. He said, well, I can't do that, but I'll name other divisions, Rigondeaux, Lomachenko. Now, the problem with those guys are they're 2- and 3-time Olympic medalists, not Errol Spence. Let me finish, because you see, he's antsy now because he's hearing his own words, and he's like, damn, I really did sound dumb. So these guys are Olympic medalists. Not only did that, Mario, but what they did is they came into the sport and they said, F the way that you guys were doing it. I'm cutting the line. I want the champ right now. At 8-0, Rigondeaux became the true WBA champ. At 2-0, Lomachenko became the true whatever title he got. So don't compare them to Errol Spence, all right? Knock it off.
No, the problem with your argument is that because I can't come up with a name in the welterweight division specifically that has a 15-0 record, that I don't think that could beat Danny Garcia right now. That's crazy. Unfortunately, we don't have another 15-0 fighter that looks anything like Errol Spence does right now.
Okay, so then I'll help you. I'll help you with your sinking ship. The guy, I mean, dude, I'm throwing you life preserver after life preserver.
Okay.
Since you can't find another 15, 16-0 in the welterweight, and you already stuck your foot in your mouth and you wanted to use other divisions, well then find another 15, 16-0 in another division that could take on the true champion in that division.
Anthony Joshua?
Yeah, he's going to knock out Vladimir Klitschko tonight. Won't you James?
You're not talking about Vladimir Klitschko.
But you're not talking about Vladimir
Danny
Klitschko.
Garcia.
Why not?
You're talking about Danny Garcia.
Because Danny Garcia doesn't represent
Chisora.
No, you're right. You're right. All right, so Danny would be in the heavyweight division, the equivalent of Danny. Who the hell? There is no equivalent. That word.
I could say Anthony Joshua could probably beat Chris Areola, and I'd probably put him in that same division right now.
No. What about
disrespectful right now?
What about,
I mean, hold on. I'm raising my hand.
Garcia.
What about Cunningham? What about Cunningham?
No, what I'm comparing is their rankings in their division. I'm sorry that I'm just saying the rankings.
No, impossible, dude. No one's ranking is Garcia and Areola in the same. Oh man,
I'm
James.
saying, okay, you know what?
Cunningham?
Quick, this is what happens. You get on these little tangents, and then you start going off about how I'm stupid and retarded, and then you're not listening. All you're doing is grinding gears, thinking about your next comeback. If there's not a person in the heavyweight division that I can compare against Danny Garcia, then so fucking be it. But you asked me to name another a 15-0 fighter that can fight a Danny Garcia caliber right now, and I did. Where's your argument? I try to come up with a heavyweight. There isn't.
You're saying Joshua? You're saying Joshua against Chris? That's a fight Joshua should be having, bro. It's a developmental.
I'm
fight.
saying merely in rankings. You know what? I'll retract my statement.
It's a declining fighter fighting an up-and-coming prospect. You're
calling one in the heavyweight division.
Garcia a declining fighter.
No, well, yeah, he is a declining fighter because every single time I see him, he's getting worse and worse.
All right. Well, anyway, 773, you're up.
Yo, what's up? You got me already.
Okay.
I will say that Chris Areola was a bad comparison. That was just me reaching to try to find your Danny Garcia.
At least you admitted it. 614, James is finally the truth teller. 614.
Yo, yeah, man. Yeah, this is Jay Will from Columbus, man. I was kind of threw me off the loop, man. I wanted to talk about the cards that happened last night, but with this Errol Spence talk, it kind of threw me for a loop. But I don't know, Ness, man, this shit's getting kind of annoying, man. The way you always, I guess, if somebody's not, pushing your thing or your narrative, you over-talk them and you scream over them so they can't really get their point. What James was saying makes sense. It makes perfect sense to make those comparisons that he made.
Yo, you know what he is? Ness, you know what you are? You're the boxing hipster. You're that guy that, it's cool to talk about that? Oh, you got to pump your brakes. Oh, no one's talking about that dude? Oh, he's awesome. You don't know this guy that's 4-0? I interviewed him like 3 times, and he's the best shit. You guys need to watch this dude. Errol Spence, you need to pump your brakes. Everyone likes him. You're a boxing hipster, brother.
Hey, listen, I take the criticism the same way I dish it out, and since you got a little tag team partner over here, it's all good. I come off the top turnbuckle with an elbow, baby. I could be Hulk Hogan with the leg drop. It don't matter to me. He wants to come on here and
get
take
the chair shot
and say that Chris Areola is a good comparison. Well, then he's gonna have.
I've already conceded to that point, though. I've already conceded to that point.
But James, you did. The caller did not distinguish which comparison he thought was good or bad of yours. He said James made good comparisons.
I don't see the Chris Areola one was the bad one.
Okay, so which one was a good one, caller?
The Lomachenko.
Okay, explain it.
Of course, they might have fought. They might have fought 1 or 2. They might have fought 2 more Olympic games than Errol, but I mean they had proven amateur experience.
Okay,
and that's why they were able to move up the ranks early.
All right.
Not to mention, Errol Spence got jobbed. He could have possibly been a gold medalist had he not been robbed.
No problem. Check this out, though. He specifically said I talk over people, so I'm giving him an opportunity so he and I can debate, civilized, right? So his point
He's a
is
good guy.
his point is that these other guys are only 1 or 2 games away from Errol Spence, right? It still doesn't make them the same. Earl didn't medal. These guys medaled 2 and 3 times. They didn't fail 1 time. They medaled 2 and 3 times. Earl isn't fighting for a title right now. His promoter isn't setting him up for a title shot in his 2nd fight or his 8th fight. He's in a 15-0 fight with Phil LaGreco, okay? But you guys are telling me that he is on the same level as Lomachenko and Rigondeaux, who won the titles at 8-0.
Twitter in the check-in. Beast Mode just came up a perfect comparison.
He's meeting a certain eye test that he's destined for greatness.
Listen,
that's what we're saying. He's destined to be a great welterweight.
Listen,
or a really good welterweight.
Eye tests don't always pan out to be the truth.
Yo, Twitter on the check-in. Beast Mode just brought up Better Beef can probably get a good goddamn fight with Adonis Stevenson or Sergey Kovalev at 9-0. Where's his medal?
Okay, so
Ding,
that's
ding,
one
ding.
guy.
Ding, ding, ding.
One guy. And
what do you want me to do? Bring 10 in order to meet necessary?
no. But if I bet you, if I had Twitter help, they'd give me more people to back my argument as well.
You got like 5 times the follower I have. You should be having Twitter help.
The fact still remains is this. Listen, the fact still remains is this: that without this argument, I already said Better Beef isn't ready for Kovalev. You losers said that. I already think he needs to pump the brakes. If some dude who I can't even remember your last name knocked you down, what is Kovalev going to do? But it's all good because when the fight happens, you and Beast Modes, you align each other via email, and you just send me the PayPal. We can bet. I'm going to start betting you dudes. I'm going to just hit you in your pockets. You want to bet on Better Beef versus Kovalev? Let's do it.
Who said that? Did I say Kovalev? I said he would.
You're the one vouching for him being ready for the title shot.
But again, you're the one who keep bringing up title shots, dude.
Just like you're vouching for Errol Spence at a shot with Garcia.
You keep bringing up title shots. We're not talking title shots. We're talking about Danny Garcia, who just moved to 147 and didn't look spectacular.
But James, how could you not talk about titles when you keep bringing up fighters who have titles as your defense?
I'm bringing up fighters who are ready for that type of level. I could tell you right now, Errol Spence would have knocked out Danny or Paul Malignaggi.
You're bringing up fighters, my friend. You're bringing up fighters that won titles at an early stage in their career. Then you're bringing up a third fighter because of help from Twitter, who you guys think can win a title at an early career. Because your analogy from Twitter was Better Beef is ready for Adonis or whoever is what you said, right? Ain't that what you said? So then why are you asking me why I'm bringing up titles when you're the one bringing them up? This fucking guy's crazy tonight.
But see, what you're doing is you're flipping the argument. You're just finding the little holes in my argument. You're pulling them, but you're actually not thinking about the grand scheme of the thing.
Your argument is full of holes. I'm not pulling them.
What are you talking about?
Water seeping right through them.
All we keep doing is giving you reasons why you're wrong. You keep talking about Danny Garcia, and I'll say this because this is my case in point. Exactly. You can't tell me that Errol Spence would not have knocked out Paul Malignaggi last night, correct? He would have knocked him out.
I don't know that.
Stop that. Stop it. Now you're just lying to kick it.
Knockout? I don't know that.
You did knock him out.
Yeah, I agree with James, but except for the knockout part. I think that Earl has gotten to a certain point. I think Danny has stopped at a certain point. I think that's what James's biggest issue here is that we've seen a guy in the last 2 years grow substantially. We've seen another guy almost fall back substantially, but I just can't see how we could compare a guy who hasn't fought anyone close to Paulie Malignaggi to Errol Spence. I just think, Errol Spence and Danny Garcia. To me, it's just unfair to automatically place him in that position right this second. I think that we can all agree that he looks like he's got the goods, but a lot of guys have looked like they got the goods and they fell short.
You're going to tell me you're going to be upset if Diego Chavez fights him?
Listen, he looks like he's got the goods because he beat Ronald Cruz and Phil LaGreco. And before you interrupt, Lucas Matisse isn't Ronald Cruz or Phil LaGreco. Herrera isn't. Peterson isn't. Judah isn't. No one on those records of the resume of Garcia is fucking Phil Greco, man. You guys are just disrespectful. I am not. That's it.
Can I say something? Can I say something on the topic? I find it interesting conversation. I was like, damn, wow, yeah, that is a good fight. Errol Spence versus Danny Garcia. Obviously, there is a line now. I just figured that out. In this conversation, there's a line and there's a follow that you have to follow with, right? So, but why not? If we've seen Errol Spence on TV, are they protecting him against Danny Garcia, or are they protecting?
No, they're building him.
Danny Garcia from Errol Spence.
They're building Errol Spence. They're building him. He's not ready. He hasn't been in with. Let's look at a guy like Gary Russell Jr. Okay, Gary Russell Jr. fought a lot of cans. And even though he was on our air and he says that he doesn't regret anything and he wouldn't take anything back or do anything different, at the end of the day, when he fought Lomachenko, he did not have any professional, there was nothing on his record that helped him to be ready for that fight. Professionally, he had not accomplished anything that would have him as prepared as humanly possible. For Errol Spence to jump into a fight, even with Danny Garcia, who we see as flawed, it would be a huge mistake because he is not. You got to make that gradual climb up the ladder. The case with Danny Jacobs, and just to hit JD's point, is that he's been on that ladder and he's been on the same step, and he's been taking half steps up and stuff like that. But with Errol Spence, time will tell, and he's got to fight better guys. Roberto Garcia would have been a great shot. It would have been a great indicator. And, we're going to have to wait till next year to see him truly step up.
Let me ask you guys a question. Errol Spence or Julian Williams right now? Who's more developed?
Julian Williams.
Good question.
I'm not even going to debate. Good question. Look, the two losers of the last argument talking about good question. They don't want to admit that Errol Spence is definitely at a level beneath Julian Williams, and Julian hasn't even gotten a shot. You talking about Earl jumping up fighting Keith Thurman, Danny Garcia, and Porter.
Yeah, but that's more political. But that's more political based. But hold on, but that's more political based. You're talking about politics in that sense. J-Rock would have already stepped up a long time ago.
He'd already beaten Wilson Trout if it was up to him. He'd already beaten Hugo Centennial, who then just beat the shit out of that De La Rosa guy.
Has he got a big fight?
You keep looking at paper as if this is set in stone. Like, I'm gonna read this and be like, oh, this fight is better than this fight. We know that we can gauge our own opinions by watching fights and merely doing that, and that's what I'm saying. Errol Spence right now, you're gonna tell me. I could tell you with 100% certainty, and I will not hinder on this unless he gets knocked out and I'm wrong as fuck. I bet you Errol Spence would beat Danny Garcia right now. That's why I'm saying.
Yeah, and you were the same guy that, you said that same exact statement probably, and it was just a name missing. And back then it was Matisse. This time it's Earl.
Probably. You love that, Doug. See, there's your hole. Probably. You're even uncertain.
I'm not. Oh no. Oh, I'm not uncertain. I'm gonna ride with the guy who's already been on that stage. I'm gonna ride with the guy who's been consistently fighting and beating top 10 opposition. Whether you thought he lost 1 or 2 fights or not, he's fighting top 10 guys. He ain't fighting top 20 guys, calling out the top 5 guys. I mean, you go ahead and you ride with that. Whatever.
All right, let the caller.
I want bullets in my gun, not BBs.
No. What you need to do, we're the voice of the people. What you need to say is what the people are saying.
The last time I called in, it was right after the Keith Thurman fight, and people was screaming at Earl, and you was kind of upset that day because, I guess Facebook and Twitter was going nuts about Keith Thurman's performance, and they was, saying a lot about Earl. The reason why, because this is what I do, man. The reason why when my eye test would say that right now, I'm going to say it like this. Right now, it's in Keith Thurman's best interest to fight Earl right now before Earl gets better. So it's going to be a point where it's not going to be a good fight when Errol fights him later on down the line. That's how much better Errol's going to be than Keith Thurman. Because right now, just to break down both their fight games, number one, Keith Thurman don't even try to jab. He has a little paw and jab out there, but somebody who's a lefty who has a jab and knows how to dictate distance, that's going to be an issue. Why? Because the one thing that Keith Thurman doesn't like was somebody who can cut the ring off on him, which Errol does great. Errol cuts off the ring great. And he knows how to put that good pressure on you. And at the end of the day, if you know Keith Thurman's real background from the amateur, who was the only person that really beat his ass? Demetrius Andre. And what is he? He's a lefty that knows how to jab,
knows how to dictate distance. Same shit Errol Spence can do very well. And that's the shit that's going to give Keith Thurman a lot of issues. That's why right now, it'd be better. It'd be smart for him to fight Errol right now, get that dub under his belt before Errol gets all that experience, and it's going to be too late. Once Errol gets that good, it's really going to be too late. So at the end of the day,
Are you cutting off your callers now, Ness? What's going on here? He's making some good points. You're going to start banging on him?
I ain't doing nothing. He's there. 614.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, at the end of the day, Keith Thurman, he hasn't fought no black, slick fighter.
90 seconds.
It's straightforward, guys. Which, the one thing I don't like about Errol...
that same garbage people be talking about Mayweather. He ain't fighting no black fighter.
The one thing I don't like about Errol is he don't really move his head as much as I would like for him to move his head. But beyond that, the boy is good. The boy is good. And you can't really find too many flaws in his game.
No, you know who's good? The guy that you're already saying you already coming up with excuses. He hasn't fought a black fighter. You're hilarious, man. I love you, though. We're going to take another call, man. You guys are out of control. 646, you're up.
Yo, what's up? What's up? It's Easy calling out the Bronx. How y'all doing?
What up, Easy?
What's going on? Well, the comment, man, I wanted to comment on the card, but I just got so caught up in listening to the Errol Spence talk. But I won't even go there. I'll do straight to the card. As far as Danny Jacobs, I think that he performed well in the first round. He caught him with the hook, which is good. He got caught with his hands like at his sides, which is horrible. I mean, I understand he probably thought he had the guy out of there, but he just has to, remain technically sound after he gets the guy hurt. I think he has the power to maybe hurt a couple guys, but the thing is, he's gonna have to
10 seconds.
knock down. If he fights a guy like Golovkin with known power, it's gonna be difficult for him. But I think he can give him a challenge. I think he could hurt him, so it'll be a good fight. He has a puncher's chin. There's not much more I can say about that fight. It was short. Mora got hurt. It was a freak accident. I think Jacobs would have won anyway, so I think it's time for him to just step up. The Peter Cologne fight would be good for New York. I think people will come out to see it. I think both of them have to step up, so I think that's a good matchup. As far as Danny, to tell you the truth, I think that if he was fighting a guy who had a little bit of pop and the same skill set as Danny, as Paulie, he would have had a lot more trouble because he was missing a lot. And it looked to me like he relies too much on that left hook. Like, if he's not landing it, to me, he just kept going back to – he was landing the right hand. I don't know why he didn't keep throwing it. And when he was going to the body, he was doing well. But he kept abandoning the ship, going back to that left hook. And that's his punch. If a guy's preparing for him, they're going to look for that. He's going to have to add more to the arsenal. And that's why I think that Angel is good as far as motivating Danny. But I think he has to add somebody else to the corner. I think Angel should still be there because he brought him all the way there. But he's going to have to add somebody who's going to add some stuff to his game because the footwork was not looking that great. He was telegraphing that left hook, and Paulie, you've seen it coming a mile away. So, I mean, I think Danny's good. But I think it was Mario that mentioned Adrian, him fighting Broner. I think that's actually a good fight because Broner has to show something. This is a make-or-break fight. Broner has to show something. And I think Danny had a better outing than the last two he had, but he has to show a little more too. So I think both of them have something to prove. I think that's actually a good fight. I think you should fight him next. And they already talked about it. It would sell because, Adrian's going to talk, and, Angel is going to fire right back at him. So it's going to make for good entertainment. Your thoughts on it?
I don't know, man. I think that we won't see Angel and Broner get at each other. Broner.
They like each other.
They like each other. Well, Broner is fairly cool with them, so I don't know. I mean, I would love to see all out Angel on Broner. Get at him.
Yo, but wasn't Broner?
I would want him to get at Broner the way he got at Zab Judah, just like that. Hold nothing back.
Even better though, Kenny Porter. See, this is what I like about Kenny, and I watched a lot of the videos. But him and his son mean business. They said, we're not here to scout. We came with a contract. Since we tailor-made, we want to fight. What's up? and I don't think Danny and Angel expected that. That would actually be good too. And I like when you said, you know, what happens if he can take Porter's power? Because, you know, with Porter, he's gonna come forward, he's gonna be relentless. But Danny, he always finds a way to win. Sometimes he just closes his eyes and throw that left hook, and the guy goes down. And if he went down from a shot from Broner, I think that left hook could touch Porter too. That'd be good. It'd be interesting to watch from your point of view too, because I know you're cool with both camps, so that'd be a lot of footage for us, which would be great.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Actually, I don't know if it came out on Periscope, but I don't think I would have to pick a side to cover. I don't think they'll let me cover both sides. Hopefully, I could put one of our guys in one camp and put myself in the other. But then I think that still would show like I'm picking sides. You know, I don't freaking.
You already getting tapped on the shoulder, called bias.
I know.
He was called bias on the way in. They were like, "You biased, you picking them."
Yeah, yo, Porter and Ken, Shawn and Ken both said, "Ness, you biased." And I'm like, "Yo, I ain't biased." They're like, "Yo, why you laughing then? Why you can't look at me?" And I'm like, "Whatever, man." Man. Hey, listen.
Let me cut you off just one more point. As far as on the power, if you remember after the fight, he didn't really land nothing flush on Paulie. Paulie said he ruptured his eardrum, and he said he was hitting his shoulder so hard that it hurt him to throw it hurt Paulie to throw his jab back. So his power is respectable. He just has to be able to mix it up so he can land flush. Because if he does, somebody can go down.
And that's the thing, man. He punches.
Much love.
Hey.
All right. He punches in the exchanges, man. That's what makes him dangerous. But you know, James is picking Errol Spence.
Let me say something. Did anyone watching it on TV notice? Because I thought Paulie looked like he was trying to do that shoulder shell, and Danny Garcia as well. Is that true? That, you know, that whole Floyd.
The Philly shell? I didn't know the Philly shell from either fighter. I saw kind of.
You didn't notice that?
No, not really.
I thought I saw it once. Maybe I was just bugging, but yeah.
I think that the obvious thing for Paulie, and nobody else has said this, so maybe it's just me, but I think the obvious thing from Paulie is that his offense, he never intended his offense to be offensive. His offense was almost like defense in a sense. Like he was throwing punches that were keeping Danny out of range and keeping Danny out of position. He was throwing punches that wouldn't allow Danny to land his best shots, and they weren't necessarily there to hurt him.
Let me get to some other callers here. Georgie Porgy.
Yo, what's going on, guys? What's happening?
Georgie, I just want to say, you still haven't sent me confirmation that you're taking the bet.
Here you go again. You want to sink on that chip, huh? You want to drag me into it?
No, I don't want to drag you into it. I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear that you didn't take the bet. That's all.
Oh, I didn't take the bet now.
Yeah, you ain't got to take it, Georgie.
I didn't take the bet. I thought we got the bet going. Just because I haven't sent him in, the bet is not on. It's enough time from here to the fight. So you can say your goons later for me. But let me get my call in, Doc.
All right, go for it. Go
Georgie,
for it.
Georgie, I do want to say that I'm happy you called in and that you didn't take any offense to our debate. It was just debate, you know, and I hope that you understand that. I hope you know that it wasn't nothing personal on my part.
I will check your hands, nigga. I will kiss you on the cheek, bro. I got nothing against you.
Chill, Pritchard Cologne. Chill, Pritchard Cologne. Yo, did you see that picture of Pritchard Cologne and his father kissing?
No. You
didn't see it on PBC?
Take this nigga serious, bro. You heard? That nigga ain't no joke. You guys think it because he being 140 and this and that. Okay, maybe he lost against Herrera in Puerto Rico and this and that, whatever, man. But you know what? I got Danny against a lot of these guys that you guys don't give him no chance. And most of these niggas on juice. Danny's one of those niggas not even on juice, bro.
Name drop.
Don't talk about that.
Name drop, Georgie. I want to hear.
So let me ask you a question. Tasha, let me ask you a question before Ness cut me off.
Go ahead, put me on the
You've
test.
never seen boxing before, though.
Who?
you see the fight between Thurman and Colasso, and then you see the fight between Danny Garcia and Malignaggi,
Right.
why would you say who looked better then?
But if I never saw, well,
You never seen boxing. That's the only two fights you see on 147.
well, Gus,
Fucking Thurman and two-time division champion of fucking Malignaggi. So who you
well,
think
I would.
Thurman or Garcia?
Well, if I saw both the fights, right, real quick in my head, I just put it together. Danny missed a lot, and I would think that Keith Thurman hits harder. But you know, because because Thurman, the fight was stopped. No, I would think it would be an even fight.
Not even on trouble, not even once through the whole fight. Not even once was hurt. Not even in danger.
I'll tell you this though, like if Danny Garcia fights Keith Thurman, I would be. I like Danny Garcia. I would think it would be a really tough fight. I think it'll be a tough fight.
It's gonna be war like Triple G Willie Mills. That's gonna be war. That's a 50-50 right there.
Yeah.
I ain't taking nothing for granted. But ain't no babysitting going on with De La Hoya. Well, you think he let go Santa Cruz go? He let him go because of that. He didn't want to fight Regal.
Yeah, that should have happened.
Nigga to the test. They better put up though. And he coming out of the street and he ain't being babysitting like Triple G. I haven't seen Triple G be on retire for 2 years, my nigga.
I tell you what, Danny's next fights, if he wins, he's proven. You know what I'm saying, and he deserves to be praised and get rid of all the chains.
That nigga's solid, bro, but he never get a chance just because the way he died talks and this and that. But do have proved many times over and over people wrong, just like Mayweather have, and he still get hate.
Right.
All that cherry picking with the cherry picking page like he's that fit for fucking Triple G. That nigga have like fucking 20 pages of that.
Hey, what was up with Malignaggi's like back? His back was red. I noticed it on the stream. Yeah, what was that? So Danny hits hard, bro, and then Paulie Malignaggi can hold the punch. So that's why his face was all cut up.
Well, he never got no power. That's power.
Yeah, he has no power.
Power changes everything, bro. Everything goes down the hill when you show up with power, bro. I don't give a fuck who you are. You get caught with one punch is over. That's the rule of the game. So power is really important. Anybody who got power is dangerous. That's it. Bottom line. Almost 50-50 chance. All these records, all these bells, all this bullshit don't mean nothing. You get caught, nigga, you're gonna go down. That's it. Great show. Don't be biased. And thumbs up, people, because this is the best show out there. Peace out, Georgie Porgy.
Georgie Porgy, peace out.
Georgie Porgy on a sign out.
Yo, Ness, real quick, brother, because I'm getting some messages from the UK. Did any of you guys happen to watch those UK fights this weekend? Because they were great, and I need to mention them if they hadn't been.
No, talk about it.
All right, I'm just going to jump right in. There was a rematch between Brian Rose and Carson Jones. You know what? I always say this, and I really think that this fight is kind of, what defines what I'm about to say. You know, sometimes when you get two C-level fighters, we get A-level fights, and that's exactly what we got out of that. I had Brian Rose up comfortably, but this fight was competitive from start to finish. They were both going at each other. Do yourself a favor and look this up. Brian Rose versus Carson Jones. And then on top of that, on the main event, you had Luke Campbell, who's an up-and-coming prospect essentially, who's a gold medalist out of the UK. He fought Tommy Coyle. That fight was very interesting in the simple fact that Tommy Coyle came forward like a Marcos Maidana, and Luke Campbell did his best Mayweather. He didn't, not in the sense that he looked like Mayweather, but he was able to keep him on the outside. He dealt with the pressure, really effective. Do yourself a favor. Both of these fights were spectacular. And I can almost say that I thought the Brian Rose versus Carson Jones has got to be talked about with Fight of the Year. It was such a back-and-forth battle. I really enjoyed it. Go watch it. That's all I can say. Go watch it. That's all I got. I can't debate. That's all I got to say. You guys haven't seen it, so.
Yeah.
It's a public service announcement.
Look, I get a pass, man. I was at the fights early. There was a lot of undercard fighters that they weren't streaming, so I wanted to get time with them and invest in the future. 215, you're up. 215. 609.
Yo, what's good, Ness?
What's up, brother? Who this, Fahim?
Yo, yeah, you already know, nigga. going on. Let's got a couple things I want to talk about. First and foremost, your boy Daddy Jacobs, man. This clown ass man. Listen, yo. I watched that fight 3 times this morning, man, and I kept going back looking at the replays. He didn't even hit Boyd. Boyd was slipping a punch and slipped, and his knees just buckled or whatever. And then Danny Jacobs hit him on the back. So I don't even know how they call that a win. That should have been a no contest. And then when dude was like, you want to do him a rematch, he was like, nah, I'm just going to move forward. Acting like he really knocked dude out when it was just, a freak accident. I'm really not throwing him. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that
but
shit right there.
I think I want to give him a pass for that comment because at the end of the day, when this fight first came up, no one was excited. So now for him to try and milk 2 fights out of it, people might give him negative. I don't know. I think it would be a negative feedback. Now, I mean, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, because if he would have said, yeah, I'll fight him, it's like, oh, you're going to fight him twice? That dude, he didn't have a knee in the first place. Now he tore a meniscus or he broke his ankle. He ain't going to be 100%. He was old. It's going to be so much. So now he says he doesn't want it, and now he's scared.
It was 2 knockdowns. You know what I mean? It was an epic fight. You know what I mean? I could see if he was dominating from beginning to end, however short it was, but it was anybody's fight. Nobody was really. It was an even fight. If he would have scored it right there. If anything, it should have been a draw or no contest. It shouldn't have been a win. You know what I mean? But that's even here there. I'm not messing with Daddy Jacobs. You know what I mean? He's been looking at cancer shit for too long now. He need to step up and fight somebody real. You know what I mean? That's all I got to say about that. And my man Danny Garcia, man. I mean, I'm not even really a Danny Garcia fan. It's crazy because last week on the show, y'all just happened to mention Garcia and passing and then you go back and think about his resume. And that's when I put the post up like, his resume is sick, man. I mean, next to Andre Ward and Floyd Mayweather, he cleaned out his division. I mean, he put everybody that was a fight in that division. And I understand what Fight Doctor was trying to say. Your titles don't matter, but that shit matter when there's somebody like Danny Garcia. You step up to another weight class with his resume. Nobody can really debate that. He basically cleans out that division. Might be 1 or 2 cats that you could say he should have fought that he didn't fight, but for the most part, he cleans out that division. And now he's stepping up. And that, you got to take that into account when you want to rank him. You know what I mean? And I think y'all a little too hard on him. I think that a lot of the flaws that y'all were blaming him for was really just how good that Paulie Malignaggi is. The boy just can't hit, but everything else he's bona fide. He just can't hit. He got puppy paws. That's not his fault. So Danny is good. He's as good as he needs to be, depending on the person he got in front of him. That's how I feel. You know what I mean? And I think that he should fight Errol Spence if that fight is brought up to him. He should fight him. And that's pretty much all I got to say.
But the one thing that we're forgetting is what does that fight do for Danny?
Nothing,
it doesn't do anything for him. He should not.
They trying to make, like he said, belts mean something, and he came up the division with all this supposedly clout. So that clout means so much. We're gonna put you in with a dude no one ever heard of. Man,
and from my perspective as a fan, would I love that fight? Absolutely. I think it's an even fight. I think it's a good fight. But for Danny, it doesn't make any sense. Like if he wins, he gets nothing. If he loses, that's a bad look to lose to a guy that has no recognition or not close to the recognition that Danny has.
Mario, the problem we have here is Floyd Mayweather opened up his big mouth, said that Errol Spence is the next greatest thing, and now everybody wants Errol Spence to fight people like Danny Garcia and Keith Thurman, when realistically he's not ready for those guys.
And exactly, Robbie. And they expect those guys to want to fight Earl as well.
Yeah,
and
that's the big problem. You're right. Because Floyd is King Solomon.
No, this is also the problem, too, is just because Floyd Mayweather came out and said that he's good doesn't mean that I'm going to be like, oh, well, Mayweather said it, now I can't.
Well,
that is a point. That's a good point.
It has nothing to do with it. Yo, don't act like you haven't been hyping Errol Spence on this show and everyone else has. I have. What Floyd Mayweather says. Yes, you have.
James, I have. Okay. And I also said today that I'm going to stop because now it's a turn off because this weirdo came out and said it. So now a bunch of weirdos think that this guy is like the next thing since Mayweather, and he's not. He's good.
Ness, but you can be clear on your point, though, Ness. You can be clear to the point that you're going to hype Earl, but not to the not to the magnitude that Floyd has and these other guys have taken suit. Because to me, that seems a little fraud. That you would say just because Floyd said he's really good, you're going to stop saying he's really good. Like
that doesn't mean that he's not good. It's just that I'm not about to be on the hype train.
But you don't have to be on the hype train, though. Then shouldn't it be your hype train? Because listen to me, J-Ro was on Twitter telling everybody about Chocolatito. Anyone that would listen, he would tell them. But guess what? I watched those same fights he did. He didn't put me up on Chocolatito, but everybody says, damn, J-Ro, thank you for giving him So I don't say, man, I'm going to stop talking about Chocolatito because I'm not about to be on J-Ro's bandwagon. No. You know what? I know I've watched those little guys since I was a little guy because they appeal to me because I'm only 5'5". They appeal to me. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing is, it's not J-Ro's train. For other people, it is because he put them up on him. But I've been there with Chocolatito from the beginning. I've seen him fight from the beginning. So I'm not going to say just because J-Ro said this, that I don't want to seem like I'm hyping J-Ro, and that's how you seem, like you're saying because you don't want to say with Floyd.
Not to mention that I've seen Errol Spence at Fantasy Springs before he had like his 7th or 8th fight or something like that. So I've been seeing him for a while.
And we had him on the show before he was a pro, Ness. We had him on the show before he should be a Boxing Voice alum.
All right, I'm not saying anything wrong with that. Everybody who's been following this show long enough knows that we had Errol Spence before he even had one fight. Everybody who's been following long enough knows that we've been telling people about Errol Spence for a long time. When he fought Ronald Cruz, I told people pay attention. When he fought Phil LaGreco, I said pay attention. But he ain't ready for the top names until he is. Bottom line.
I will say I think that he is, but if it happened and they offered that fight to Danny Garcia, if Danny Garcia declined it, I wouldn't hate him for it because realistically, I just said this on Twitter, Danny Garcia should be offended if they offer him an Errol Spence. Like you said, he is 15-0, and although he is passing the eye test, it'd be his way of getting cashed out. Anyone who goes up against Errol Spence right now, you might as well be saying that PBC is going to be Errol Spence or is going to be cashing him out.
And that's the only point that I've been making, but I'm being ridiculed in the chat. I'm the dumb one. I need to shut up when all I'm saying is it's disrespectful and I'm not going to partake in it.
And why do you keep saying that? The only reason why I'm on this train is because of Mayweather. That's the problem with it, is that you're saying the only reason why you do this is because Mayweather. Has nothing to do with Mayweather.
I didn't never directly say, James, you're saying this because of Mayweather. Stop the lies, man.
You were directing it at me, though. That's what you kept saying over and over again.
I'm generalizing because the world is... Listen, I'm out here. I was there with Keith Thurman and 7 different reporters asking about Spence. They making me feel the same way y'all making me feel. I just want to smack them because they don't know enough. They don't know enough. I don't care how good you think Spence is. It's disrespectful to say that he could be somebody and he ain't even do it. Like, he ain't even do it yet.
On that. See, but you know what the only problem I have with that, Ness, is that I said this a while back on the show, right before the Thurman Colosso fight. Excuse me. I said that it was unfair for people to demand Thurman Mayweather because Mayweather had already beaten the best out there. And what had Thurman done? Like, it's disrespectful. Kind of the exact same way you're saying with Earl and Danny, I said with Thurman and Mayweather. Like, not that I would hate the fight, just like I wouldn't hate Danny Earl, but one guy hasn't really done as much as anyone else. And to beat the one that got the Mayweather fight, why not Porter? Why not Khan? Why not? I mean, they've all done pretty much the same thing, like not much. And so, you know, I mean, it kind of sounds like you're saying one for one and the other is like whatever.
I'm not saying that Thurman, that Earl is too young. I'm saying you guys, the public, even my panelists, are hyping him more than his own handlers.
Yeah.
His handlers are putting him in with Ronald Cruz.
But they were trying to put him in with Roberto Garcia. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
He was on NBC primetime and was supposed to take his first big step up. How are they not hyping him?
And James, do you want to be honest? Because what step up is Rob? What you mean?
Oh, don't, Ness.
Well,
you killed yourself.
Wait a minute.
Killed yourself.
I'm glad that you think so, buddy. Let's debate it. Let's debate it. I'll go first.
Go first.
He's ever done.
I only need one sentence.
That's it.
Okay.
That's it. That's
now
all
I got one sentence.
Sure, go.
You called for Porter Thurman a long time ago. You wanted Porter Thurman, and he would have come off of that Roberto Garcia fight, wouldn't he? If he would have won, And you would have had no problem with Porter Thurman, would you?
What do you mean?
You're saying who's Roberto Garcia?
Why is
right?
Porter? Listen, buddy. You're so off the deep end. Why is Porter even in this conversation when, listen, relax, because I know where you went. You just don't see that I'm that intelligent. Robert, you're talking about Roberto Garcia, right? But you're bringing up Porter when he already had Malignaggi and Devin Alexander on his resume when he would have had fought Roberto Garcia.
You're right.
So
You're right. Stop. You're right. You're right.
Come on, man. You guys are out of control. The dude lost to Margarito and then
stop it. I got it. You're right.
I want to kill James now. You both got it. You both got it.
Hey, we'll stand in a row. We'll stand in a row. You use one bullet.
No, I want both of y'all headless because all he did was lose to Margarito, then fought maybe 6 no-name guys on ESPN. And all of a sudden, he's a fucking world beater because he's on BBC.
But no one called him a world beater.
You guys better hope we're never in studio. We're gonna be.
Go ahead, James.
Did you not start talking about Tony Harrison beating Willie Nelson because he knocked out Antoine Smith? You know who else beat Antoine Smith? Roberto Garcia.
Yes.
So how is that not a credible opponent?
Yes. And you know who lost to Antoine Smith? Ronald Cruz, who's on fucking Errol Spence resume. Listen, you can't do this with me.
This is gonna go in a circle.
Listen, y'all can call me dumb all y'all want, but listen, I'm the only dude that off cap, man. I'm like Jay-Z.
Who called you dumb?
Right. In the chat.
Yeah, but you know those
right.
guys.
I know everything as if it's right here. Everything. Maybe each fighter's last 15 fights, I got them on cap. Everything. Crazy.
You can't even think like that.
Roberto Garcia, whack, man.
I'll give you this. That's you're great at arguing.
He's not whack. I mean, he's a tough fight for a guy.
Okay, I'm sorry, because I talked enough. Go ahead.
No, this is a tough fight for a guy with 15 fights, 16 fights. Is he a tough fight for a guy with 15, 16 fights?
Not tough, because remember, go back to that show. I said Errol Spence was going to beat the hell out of Garcia. That's what I said. Go check it.
And look,
go check it.
Look, guys, you can't bring up a guy like Garcia because Garcia is not even taking his career seriously. He hasn't made weight in his last 2 fights.
Yeah, but at the time he wasn't not making weight when that was happening. We didn't know that was going to happen. So
that's a fair point.
I'll say you are the master debater, to be honest with you, because realistically, this is how your arguments go. Yo, I'm going to tell you why McDonald's is better than, a 24-ounce steak. Because McDonald's, you don't have to chew 1,500 times. You don't have to pay $400 for it. You could just get it, and it's good, and it goes down the hatch. You're great at spinning shit, and you know you are. That's why you got that smile. You're attacking me.
I'm smiling.
You're not attacking my points. You're attacking me, and you're
smiling
spinning.
Because you were at the top of the volcano, right? And then you just looked. You kept looking, and everybody kept telling you, James, stop, get away from the edge, and you fell. And as you're falling, you're still trying to say, no, I wasn't close to the edge. You're dying, man, and
you're attacking the person. You're not attacking the argument. You keep attacking the person.
That means man, let's get some callers on here, man. 312, help us. 312. 312?
Yo, can you hear me? How you doing?
Yeah, we hear you, brother. Who's this?
312 here.
I'm sorry. 312, you're on speaker. I'm gonna go back to you, man. Get it together, player. Don't hang up. I will go back to you.
I know a amigo who will charge you 0 and throw you a kilo. I bet in a week, bro, your pockets be stuffed like Chipotle burritos.
Hey, what up, Ness?
AB, defend me, brother, for the first time ever.
He probably is. Him and Wassam always come on against me.
Yo, Ness over here acting like Julio Cesar Chavez, taking a beat and swearing he's winning.
Hey, I gotta say, man, I'm a little disappointed in the panel today.
The entire panel, or just these guys?
Well, no, I mean Robbie, and James, and a little bit about Mario.
See, I knew I wasn't included.
Why?
Because AB hates me, bro. We never agree.
All right, look, I remember, I'm not gonna gloat and say that, I said Garcia was gonna stop Paulie, and you guys were like, well, I don't know if he's gonna be able to beat Paulie, and Paulie's gonna make him look really bad, but I'm not gonna gloat about that. But I mean, the way that you guys are talking about Garcia, you guys are making him out to be like some, B-level fighter that hasn't even done anything. And then the stuff about Garcia he has a questionable chin. I mean, I saw the fight against Lucas Matisse, okay, and Lucas Matisse hit him with clean bombs to the face, okay, clean, many times, and Garcia just walked right through that, okay. So if Lucas Matisse, the guy that shows up weighing 160 pounds fight night, who's a huge 140-pounder, okay, one of the hardest hitting guys pound for pound in the sport, can hit Garcia clean, and Garcia just walks through that. But I don't see anybody really, to say at 147 that hits that hard that it's got to make you think, can Garcia take their punch? I do agree that Garcia, he fights certain guys and the fight, he can make the fight ugly, but that's his style. You gotta understand that he does better when you engage him, because Garcia is a counter puncher. That's why he did so well against Matisse, and that's why he did so well against Khan. Against a fighter that's like just kind of trying to outbox you from the outside, Garcia is just going to take his time. And against Porter, I disagree with you, Robbie. I think he knocks Porter out, because if you look at Porter.
How can you say that when Shawn is always coming forward and he puts his punches together? Garcia doesn't have good enough defense, and he doesn't punch back effectively.
No, Garcia has good defense. He carries his punches a lot, and I'm going to tell you why he knocks Porter out, because Porter comes in, okay, face first, reckless, okay, and he's a come forward, aggressive brawler. He's a boxer too. I agree with that. He's got skills, but he comes in forward, and that's Garcia. That's what Garcia wants. Garcia's going to counter him and is going to knock him out. Garcia would beat Porter. It's a perfect style matchup for Garcia.
I don't see that.
Well, look, I mean, when he knocked out Khan, what happened? Did you see Khan winning the first 3 rounds, and then all of a sudden Khan stays in the pocket for too long? And then Garcia finds him?
No.
That's what happened in the Khan fight. Khan stayed in the pocket for too long.
Danny caught Khan with a perfect shot, and we know that Amir Khan does not have a good chin.
Well, yeah, but I will argue for AB and say that he did catch him. He caught him, because even the round before that, Angel Garcia says he's staying in too long, keep an eye out for him, time him. And then he timed him, and it was out like a light.
Yeah, and then Lucas Matisse also I'm just saying Garcia does better against fighters that brings out the best in Garcia, against fighters that engage with him. Now against
That's a great point. No one said that today. Good job, AB. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
And to me, that's a 50-50 fight, because I can see Thurman annoying Garcia, but at the same time, I can see also what Robert Guerrero did to Thurman, and if Garcia hurts Thurman like that, and Thurman's been hurt in some fights, so I see that as a war. That's a tough fight to call, and I mean, yeah, Garcia is proven, at 140, he's clean 140 out. So that's basically all I have to say about the fight. Now, regarding what Fight Doctor said, I just got to say this about the WBC being legit, but all the other organizations, that's such bullshit. I mean, the WBC is one of probably the most corrupt belt organization out there. They've had so many lawsuits over the years, especially when Don King was there. I mean, they called Jose Suleiman an errand boy for Don King. Don King's fighters got preferential treatment for the WBC. They've gone through so many lawsuits over, like just fraud. And he was talking about the other organizations being in Puerto Rico or whatever. Well, that's WBC. Jose Suleiman, is the godson of Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. He gave him so much preferential treatment. Gary Russell lost to Lomachenko, and then all of a sudden gets a title for the WBC belt instead of going through the ranks again. So, I mean, we have 4 major belt organizations: the WBC, the WBA, the WBO, and the IBF. You can't say one is more legit than the other. That's why I like a guy that unifies his division. Because a guy that unifies his division and takes all the belts, there's no more question. This guy's the best in his division because he's beaten all the other champs. And then regarding Errol Spence, we can't really compare him to Betterbeat because Betterbeat beat 2 former champs. And even though they were a little bit washed up, he's still beaten 2 former champs, and he's had 9 fights. And he was a world champion in the amateurs, where, Spence.
AB, you should have just came on and told James right from the door that you wasn't helping him.
No, the problem is that Errol Spence hasn't had his 2 champions to fight yet. We don't know how he's going to be. I could be wrong, but you sure as hell could be just as wrong too.
No, James, you see, hold on, AB. You see, that's where you're wrong.
What?
It's his handlers. See, Rigondeaux's handlers believed in him. Lomachenko's handlers believed in him. Better Beef handlers, they believe in him. Only little James believed in Errol Spence.
So you're telling me that PBC doesn't believe in Errol Spence? That's your official statement right now?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Bullshit.
Do you see him in there? Okay, so do you see him in there with a Travaris Cloud?
No, but I do see him on mainstream NBC as a co-main event. I've seen him on a bigger platform than I've seen Arthur Betterbeef, have I not? Was there more viewers on your NBC?
Oh my God, bigger platform because of the alliance that he has, bro. But not, so it wasn't a bigger fight.
Why would they waste their time with him?
It wasn't a bigger fight. He was in there with some Mexican that, could have been the waiter on last night's dinner.
You're sounding like the waiter from last night's dinner, brother. Your argument's down, man.
My argument's done, and AB just said it. Betterbeef fought 2 world champions, Campillo and Tavares Cloud.
Cool. So that means that Errol Spence is trash. You know what? Errol Spence is trash.
Your boy hasn't fought no form of nothing.
I don't know how I didn't see it before. Arthur Betterbeef got a world championship fight, and Errol Spence hasn't gotten it yet. So you know what? My argument's trash. You're right.
I think James's point is that y'all don't know for sure that Errol he would have already beaten 2 world champions.
Yes.
I'm gonna be willing to bet that he does beat the caliber of a Gabriel Campillo in the welterweight division. I'm willing to bet that. I am. Even though it might be early and it might be ridiculous and we could be wrong, Earl's done enough to prove to me that his caliber is higher than the average 16-0 fighter or 17-0 fighter.
Hey, this tweet, hold on a minute, Robbie. This tweet comes from @RAF_full-of-boxing, and I wish he would have used the hashtag TBVF podcast. Would have been easier to find. He says, NestGTO, Sammy Vasquez, 19-0 versus Errol Spence, 17-0. What you think about that? I like that. That's a real fight. And not to mention, they already got drama from the amateurs. Vasquez already wants it. So let him prove that he deserves to get in there with the upper echelon by beating up somebody like this.
I like that fight. What I was going to say, Mario, is can you find the Tavares Cloud equivalent or the Campillo equivalent in the 147 division for Spence to fight?
Diego Chavez, Roberto Garcia,
Luis Colazo.
No, not Garcia.
Yo, this guy.
Before you start jumping on me.
Stop. You're a hater right now.
I knew you were going to jump on me.
No, because I don't understand what
you can't pretend that the welterweight division isn't 3 times more stacked than the light heavyweight division, period.
So if it's more stacked, hold on a minute, AB, hold on a minute. If it's more stacked, James, why are you saying Roberto Garcia's name?
Because he's at least on the level of a Campillo.
How the fuck is he on the level of Campillo? He never won a title. Stop, James.
No, but you're talking about ranking.
Back to titles. Here we go.
We're talking about
not
ability.
about a title. No.
That's
It's not. No. Listen to me. It's not about a title. It's what it takes to get to that level. You have to beat a champion to win a title.
But it's harder to do it at welterweight than it is at light heavyweight. That's his only point.
Well, that's Errol Spence's fault. Tell him to put some bricks in his pocket then. You guys got too many intangibles now.
You're the one coming with these intangibles.
Yo, I love how Ness is sideslepping Twitter. He's only checking his hashtag. Go ahead and check your actual ats, and you can tell me who else.
I love how Ness shits on AB every day of the week, and then the one time they agree, he's like pumping AB's point.
Hey,
you listen to AB, he's a genius.
AB's getting two intros today.
Catch me in the hood hanging out like Boom, boom. You can hear the diamonds in my Rolex. My shit louder than the ground from the pipes on a Corvette. I probably wasn't.
Tell him, AB.
Yo, and it's very fitting that he's got Adrian Broner because AB's being overhyped too.
Yeah, whatever. He about his business when he bringing them facts to you. You the only one talking about Roberto Garcia and Campillo, the same dude. That's disrespect. You're just disrespectful. That's it. All you've been doing and saying is disrespectful shit. I mean, Campillo fought.
Exactly. Who?
What?
Who?
He fought a lot of people. Fought Better Beef twice, years ago.
Better Beef in the amateurs, correct?
No. As a champion, he got robbed. See, you don't even know. Because you don't got this.
Better Beef? Better be?
Excuse me, not better. I meant to say.
Yeah,
I
you're
meant to
saying
say
the wrong person.
Bebu Shumanov.
Shumanov.
Oh,
Okay.
Shumanov.
Yeah, my bad. You still don't even know.
And he should have beat Tavares Cloud too. He should have won that fight with Tavares Cloud.
No, but even if he didn't win that fight, he fought him. He fought real people. Can't just this kid's fighting Smurfs and shit, and you guys are talking about he about
Roberto Garcia would be the Gabriel Campillo if he had like some sort of diet plan.
Nope.
Yeah, because he would have already fought Porter. He would have already fought all these guys.
Listen. Campillo fought Better Beef, right? Campillo fought from Fora. Campillo fought Kovalev, okay? Campillo fought Cloud.
Getting knocked out across the board.
Campillo fought Bebu Shumanov twice. You can't compare this dude to Barclays Garcia.
I could compare the the Campillo that was in the ring that night with him, the one that was diminished and everyone knew he was going to get blown out because he's not a big fighter.
But can we make this point that Luis Collazo would be similar to a Gabriel Campillo or Tavares Cloud?
Yeah, they're about the same age.
And so you think Earl beats Luis Collazo?
Earl, could he beat Luis? Yeah.
So then, I think it's opportunity with the light heavyweight versus the welterweight.
No, but it's not opportunity, Mario. You know what it is?
What?
He reaching for the stars. And stars, they get big checks. And he ain't got the check. They're not going to do a $1.5 million fight versus $100,000. It doesn't happen.
Yeah. No, you're right. And Better Beef, at the end of the day, he had that decoration coming in.
You think that Campillo is Robert Guerrero?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, yes and no, because Campillo has fought more higher level opponents but lost to them, and Guerrero hasn't really done that. He kind of was always that guy staying on the outside, staying undefeated, and waiting for that mark.
He lost to Toledo, he lost to Mayweather, and he lost to Keith Thurman.
Yeah, and other than those guys, he didn't fight the rest of the guys. When he was at 135, he stood there waiting for Marquez all his life, okay? And when he moved up to 47, all he did was fight Berto and Aidin. So, I mean, what?
Yeah.
Okay, exactly. Campillo at least was fighting world champions, true world champions.
Well, I'm saying it's still better than Roberto Garcia. You know what I mean? Robert Guerrero is still closer,
I mean, look, I don't have an issue with you. It's James, the one that we need to teach who's fucking, regular level and elite level.
If you think Gabriel Campillo, when he walked in that ring with Better Beef at elite level, you're getting the fuck out of here.
All I'm trying to say is either world class, top tier, fighting top tier, those type of phrases is what I mean.
But then Roberto Garcia wasn't ready for top tier? He wasn't ready for top tier against Porter?
He's really going to – I'm going to –
Wait, listen to what AB's saying. Listen to what AB's saying.
Quick. How is Roberto Garcia okay? And we all liked the fight with Shawn Porter. We were all like, oh, man, this is going to be a good fight for Shawn Porter, blah, blah, blah. He fought, Devin Alexander. He knocked off.
Coming
off
a loss.
Now you're gonna shit all
coming
over
off a loss, man.
He was coming off a loss.
James, I swear, you better start drinking again if that's what it is. I don't know. Did you quit the cigarettes? Where's your knowledge going? Coming off a loss, Roberto Garcia is the type of fight you want to give your former champion. You don't want to do what Paulie did. You don't want to get knocked out and then fight Danny. That's dumb. That's dumb what Paulie did. You don't take a year off and go up against the best at 140. Why?
I guess you're right.
Come on, brother. Roberto Garcia was a good fight for Shawn Porter coming off the Brook loss. Garcia didn't make weight. They gave him Bonet. After Bonet, he got a real fight with Broner. I mean, that's the way it is. When you lose, you shouldn't. Just like Aaron Martinez and Robert Guerrero. He lost to Thurman. He got an easy fight. It's his fault he made it hard.
I think that you're overlooking the fact that the welterweight division has been the premier and best division. So, and I'm going to steal J. Rose saying, he said this the other day on Twitter, the number 8 welterweight is like the number 3 fighter in almost any other division. And so Roberto Garcia.
I understand the top four at light heavyweights are better, in my opinion, than the top 4 at welterweight, with the exception of Mayweather. I mean, you got Stevenson, Kovalev, and Hopkins.
No,
AB,
no,
stop.
Yeah,
no.
He's
Don't-
right
don't-
in the sense. He's right in the sense of they're further along. I wouldn't say that they're
Or
going to
more
be better
accomplished,
talents.
maybe.
Like, they're more accomplished. I
And
would
not
say that
even,
for
not
sure.
even though, because I mean,
Kovalev and Thurman.
Kovalev would be the only argument. Adonis Stevenson knocking out Dawson. Chad Dawson. That's the only like real accomplishment that we've seen from him. And let's be real, B-Hop is good. He's ranked up in the top 5 of that division only because that division is so empty. B-Hop would not be competitive if you could shrink him pound for pound down to welterweight. He just wouldn't be.
No, I don't agree. B-Hop is.
That's a hard
with,
debate.
There hasn't been really anybody that's schooled B-Hop. Come on. I mean, Kovalev has been the first guy that's really just, decisively beaten Hopkins.
But I think we could still agree that welterweight's better, though. It's more stacked. It's got more
overall,
fighters.
It's got more but
Yeah.
I don't say by much. I mean, there's a lot of upcoming. Oh, you got Better Beef. Better Beef. That's another name I forgot to mention. And pound for pound looks much more destructive than a Keith Thurman, a Kell Brook, or a.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. You
Don't
got
say I'm
Better
your con.
Beef, you got Kovalev, you got Stevenson, you got Hopkins. Those 4 compete with any top 4 147. I
It's
wouldn't
a-
say 147 is that much.
And that's fine. AB. But you got to admit that the drop off after 5 or 6 doesn't even come close to the 5 or 6 or even 10 or 11 at welterweight.
Well, Pascal's a good. Pascal is a good fighter. I think
The guy that lost to Gonzalez.
number 6 of welterweight.
Yeah, but think about the guys at welterweight that are still there. I mean, think about guys like Bradley, and I mean, you could kind of sort of count Marquez. I mean, if you're going to count Hopkins, I'm going to count Marquez, Pacquiao. I mean, there's still names. I think that we're focused too much on PBC welterweights versus all the light heavyweights in the division in the world versus just because these welterweights are separated doesn't mean we shouldn't count them in the same division because they are in the same division.
Bradley, Pacquiao.
Right.
Yeah, they're still all there.
You got Fonfara, who's a top,
What is Fonfara?
Yeah, he's solid. He's solid. No, he's
Solid is the
solid.
perfect
But
term.
at the end of the day, I mean, so is Jesse Vargas. You know what I mean? Like, he's solid too. Like, I think that there's no way you can argue that if you took the top 10 light heavyweights, that they're going to match up as a whole to the top 6 welterweights. It's just not going to happen. I mean, it's an argument that you're going to lose. But I understand what you're saying in terms of dissecting the best from both divisions. Yeah, they seem a little more equal, and they're definitely more accomplished in the light heavyweight division. But I think that it's going to be a fine line in a year or so.
And the big thing is that if you were able to double the amount of power or like the powerhouses that are at the light heavyweight and compare it to like, say there's 12 top fighters at welterweight, if there was 12 top fighters in light heavyweight, I do not believe that Gabriel Campillo would be any of them. He'd be like number 15. So that's what I'm trying to say. He looked good, and it's a good name.
No, I agree with you there.
Yeah.
That's my argument.
All I know is you guys stay stuck on topics far too long. Man.
This is the guy that's yelling and screaming about how all this shit. You're arguing.
I'm
We're just
not.
debating yours in the background. We're debating your argument in the background.
Let's
go.
I'm
Move
actually
on.
looking for the message that I put to y'all right here. Like, yo, can we move on? That was like an hour ago.
We did move on.
No, you didn't.
Hey,
Yes, we did.
Look, I mean, you guys remember all the hype Adrian Broner got, right? And, he was a champ in 3 different weight divisions. And, he stepped up, and now he's pretty much just an average fighter. I mean, let's have Errol Spence fight someone in the top 10, because, again, I don't think he's a Mayweather or Roy Jones. I don't even think he's a Sugar Shane Mosley, in terms of talent, just looking at him. Because if he was, he would have medaled at the Olympics. Because, but I just wanted to face someone in the top 10, and then we can talk, I guess.
Me too, man. AB, let me get to a few others because we are running out of a lot of time. Damn, I didn't even know what time it was. 215, you're up. 215, going once. Gone. 609. 609, going once. Gone. 615. 615.
What's going on? This is Knuckles.
What up, Knuckles?
Can y'all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, I want to give y'all much props, especially giving all that footage for the fight.
Thank you.
Seeing it live, getting behind the scenes, all the interviews y'all been doing. I've been watching all of it, man, straight on YouTube. So appreciate your hard work, man, and everybody else. And also, that caller who called about Bounce TV, the live fight that's going on right now, I'm streaming it and watching it. Man, this fight awesome. They're going
Yes, it is.
right now on Bounce TV.
Udell Johnson, man, it's a good fight.
They're going at it too.
It's a real good fight. They're going at it. But I wanted to call in to say, man, all the stuff I really wanted to talk about, I kind of forgot about it because I was just listening to y'all talk about Garcia and all the other things. But nah, I forgot everything else. I just pretty much wanted to tell y'all good work, man. That's what I really stayed online for.
Appreciate it, man. Thank
really
you.
Appreciate it, brother.
Yep. Go ahead, man.
I was just gonna say I really appreciate it.
Oh, he dropped. Are you dropping?
I think you're far ahead of me.
Yeah, my shit's been freezing up. I've been seeing that on Twitter. Someone will say something and I watch it.
Well, brother, I want to thank you for calling in and obviously for the kind words, man. If you find the time, drop us that review on iTunes. Very important, man. We appreciate it. 805, you're up.
Hello.
Yes.
Hey, how you doing, my man? It's Isaac Jones.
What up, Isaac?
Hey, what's up? Been waiting a while. I got a couple things to run down. I just like to say, first I was like, Mario, man, this dude, you got to be my favorite panelist, man. This guy brings up a lot of great points. I just want to give him his props. When he said if Al Heyman was smart, he would put Adrian Bronner and Danny Garcia in the fight. I was like, wow, that is beautiful, man. That's a good call. But
I appreciate it, man.
Bronner, he'll lose to Porter, he'll lose to Maidana. Of course he did. He'll beat Danny. Danny's flat-footed, and he actually has the nerve to be economical with his punches. I just think that
I love the way you said that, by the way.
I know, that was awesome.
He has the goddamn nerve to be economical. I just imagine him like cringing in the background. I love that.
That was great. I was sort of laughing. That was funny.
Well, I see his point, guys, because
he's right. He's right.
Danny Garcia does not throw enough combinations, man. If he threw more combinations, he'd be more dangerous than what he is.
Exactly. He just has the nerve to be economical. I think that's tailor made to somebody like Bron. He's economical himself, but he has faster hands and more skills.
I want to say something. I disagree. I'm on the panel, so we'll disagree.
If he can knock Porter down with a left hook, he can hurt Danny. He got the power to hurt Danny.
And Danny has the power to hurt him. Danny has the power to hurt him. No, right? I think so. So I disagree. I disagree. I think
he can hurt him.
Like I don't know if it's AB.
Actually, no. Let me ask you a question. Does Danny hit as hard as Maidana?
Probably.
No, Danny's got power, but he doesn't hit as hard as Marcus Maidana. No.
Yeah, it's not that consistent stream of power.
Why? Based on
different. Yeah, it's
Danny
different
has
power.
Danny has to have everything line up perfectly for his power to truly count. Maidana can land glancing blows that are going to affect, I think, more.
I don't agree, man. I think that Maidana has a good amount of power, and it's his pressure and his ability to just constantly be throwing punches at you is which gives him kind of that killer kind of, I don't want to say concussive power. I wouldn't say that Marcos Maidana has like outright power. It's the way he utilizes what he does have that makes him so effective. So to say Danny Garcia doesn't have as much as him, it's different. I think that Danny Garcia has a comparable pop to him. I mean, someone like Josecito Lopez even has a decent pop. He hurt Maidana to the body, but it's just different in the way they're delivered.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
But back to Adrian Bronner.
That's a good point. There was a caller earlier, too. I have to address it. His name is Solomon. I believe that's how you pronounce his name. Listen, if Mayweather ever fights Danny, I would love to take your money. I would really love to take your money. If you're listening, Isaac Jones, I mean, I don't know how the hell you think Danny will beat Mayweather. All this boxing knowledge you supposedly have, and that's your pick in that fight? My God. Another thing, Paulie does need to retire. I actually started feeling bad for him in that round he got stopped in. I actually said it out loud. I said, "Oh man, Danny's just starting to beat on him now. You know, you're not really used to seeing that with Paulie. Age is caught up to that guy."
Or money.
You know, but I still like his rants. I still like his rants and his interviews and how he talks on, you know, when you watch boxing. I think that's pretty cool with him. I think the Mora injury was legitimate. I was kind of listening in and out. I don't know if you guys are questioning if it was legitimate or not. It kind of sounded like it. I don't think Sergio Mora wanted out of the fight. I think that's the only reason why somebody would have an excuse or exaggerate an injury is because they want out. I don't think Sergio wanted out, especially after he knocked his man down. I think he had the confidence to keep going. He just unfortunately got hurt. Yeah, that's just pretty much how I wanted to say. Yeah.
All right, man. Yeah, we appreciate it. Appreciate the kind words too, for real.
Isaac James, I'll look out for you.
All right, Isaac. 214, you're up. We got 7 minutes left. Drive-by mode, players.
Yeah, we're running out of time.
Dallas, man.
What up?
Man, I was rich out there in Vegas, man. I want to thank y'all for, you know, you, Rob, Vic, let me see the fight and everything.
Oh, what's up? You came to the house, right?
Yeah.
I can hear your voice. Yeah, you came with your wife, right? Or your girl?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. What's going on, brother?
Man, chilling, just sitting there listening to y'all. But
you coming out for Canelo?
Huh?
You coming out for Canelo Cotto to Vegas?
Yeah, I'll be out there.
Okay.
I will be there. I'm link up with you. But I want to talk about that. They saying about Errol Spence, where it's like this: Holyfield, Roy Jones, Mayweather, and Errol Spence, they all got robbed in the Olympics. So we can't base it on what Olympics did, because we know how Olympic scoring is, right? And another point, reason why Errol Spence ain't getting that big fight is because a lot of them are sounding like saying what you saying, Ness. He ain't fought nobody, but how can he fight somebody if everybody is saying he hasn't fought anybody? Somebody got to give him that chance.
Nah. This dude, listen, fall back, man. This dude is not Triple G. There's plenty of fish out there for him to fry. He ain't doing it. You guys are out of control. You giving this kid he got the yellow brick road. This kid.
Hey, man, he's a 2015 Winky Wright. Winky Wright went through the same bullshit.
Not him. He ain't Winky Wright, brother. He ain't Winky Wright.
Nah, he's not, because he's only had 16, 17 fights, right? I mean, he hasn't had enough fights.
Mario, after Ronald Cruz, he took a sidestep.
He was chasing the big fights for years. He didn't get a big fight till he down there 30 years old.
I can't even believe that you even comparing Winky. Winky Wright had double digits, man. He had like dozens of fights before he was being, you know, and he went overseas.
Nobody. He fought nobody.
Yo, you're acting like Errol Spence is being avoided when he's only fought on television twice. Like actually being shown.
That's his argument, Mario. He's saying that. How can you say that no one wants to fight him?
No. Listen.
A lot of fighters are saying the same thing that Ness is saying. He hasn't fought anybody.
Listen, I can't believe that you guys have let this kid take over the show. Like, this is all y'all talking about. This is ridiculous. I can't even believe this. This kid's nobody yet, man. He's nobody yet. And it's sad.
You'll see that he ain't nobody. If he wasn't nobody, then why not take the fight? You talking about Danny Garcia, but he fought Rod Salka. How much money did Rod Salka get for that fight?
I don't know.
Who is Rod Salka?
I don't know.
Who is Rod Salka?
Yeah, but that was a black eye. You know that.
That was a tune-up.
That was a black eye. Like that was never supposed to happen. Like that doesn't justify Earl getting a fight.
147, and he fought a Rod Salka at 140 when he was the lineal champion. Huh?
That was a tune-up, bro. The same way we said Porter was coming off a loss and was going to get Roberto Garcia and instead got Eric Bonet. I mean, again, I live in the real world. I know the way boxing works. When a fighter loses, he doesn't go in versus another top 5 fighter. I know the way boxing works. When you 17-0, you put scalps on your resume. You don't call out the big dogs and expect to really get it. You call them out to get your name in the media. You don't call them out because you think that fight's going to happen. Because name me a time that it has.
He's ready. He's ready for all that.
So why aren't his handlers putting him in the fight like Lomachenko's handlers did?
Because it doesn't make sense. Yo, if you have a Keith Thurman and you're promoting him, if you have a Shawn Porter and you're promoting him, why would you put them against each other and then all of a sudden annihilate your ability to promote another fighter?
James, we've just went down the extensive list on the PBC side of things. It doesn't have to be Shawn Porter. It doesn't have to be Keith Thurman. If you believe in Errol Spence, there's guys you could give him.
Who?
Roberto Guerrero's one name that definitely comes up, especially after getting dropped by Aaron Martinez. There's no more upside in him. If someone like Aaron Martinez could drop you and almost beat you, we might as well give your name to Errol Spence, let him beat you and take that fame.
But isn't it fair to say that he's only had one major showing on a PBC card, so you're going to do it on your opening? You're going to do it on your opening bout. You're going to throw in Errol Spence on your opening bout on NBC, although he already had a match or a fight lined up with Aaron Martinez. You're getting mad over there. You're getting mad and you want to change the subject only because you know we're winning.
Nose, bro. Chill out. Chill out. Look, we already lost Blog Talk. I'm gonna keep this going on YouTube just because I really didn't get your point. What was your point?
No, my point is that you're saying that he could fight a Robert Guerrero. All I'm saying is that he just had his PBC big name debut on the undercard of Broner versus Porter. Why would you put him in there when he had 0 fights for the guy? You can't build that fight if no one knows who you are. You got to make sure people know who Errol Spence is, and then yes, he will get the bigger names. It's not his fault that he.
I really don't get. James, do you understand that the argument originated from people like yourself saying that he should be fighting Danny? Now you're saying that Guerrero's too soon?
No, it's not saying that he should be fighting Danny. I'm saying he's ready to fight Danny Garcia. That's what we're saying.
But right now you just said that Guerrero would be too soon.
No. He's not saying that. He's saying that. No. Listen, I'll explain it to him. What he's saying is that the Guerrero fight makes no sense as his last fight when he wasn't being televised. That's a fight that not necessarily needs to be built, but you got to have some reason for people to want to see him in with Earl.
Oh, no. So that's the problem. He misunderstood me. I'm not saying for his last fight. I'm happy with the 2 fights. I'm happy with for Greco and Ronald Cruz so far.
You think he's being brought along right?
Exactly. Except for the 2 side steps. Remember, when he went from Ronald Cruz, he took like 2 side steps.
Yeah.
You know?
No, and that's a fair point.
I'm saying if you believe in him and you want to see him versus Garcia, then give him Guerrero, who's more on the decline.
Yeah.
More on the decline because you're saying, oh, if you're PBC and you're promoting Thurman, why would you do it? I don't even know what you're saying because, first of all, you're advocating for this guy to fight the top names, then at the same breath, you're saying he shouldn't be on the card. I don't even understand. That's why I'm trying to give you a chance.
You're not listening to me then. You're not listening to me. You're not, though, because Mario just explained it. Why does it make sense to throw him in there with Robert Guerrero when no one knows who he is? All I'm saying is that he is ready for these fights. He is.
See, James is separating. But you see, that's my problem, But see, James is separating promotional appeal from just talent and
talent. Why would you do that if you're the one advocating for him to be in the ring with these names? Then you just turn around and say, but he's not ready. That doesn't make sense.
Who said he's not ready? You keep saying that. When did I say he's not ready?
You just said that.
I said he's not ready for a day.
You just said you can't put him on the card without building his name.
He's talking about before. You're saying he hasn't fought nobody, right? But Robert Guerrero would have represented somebody. But you're not going to make Errol Spence and Robert Guerrero fight ago.
Mario, we established already. I wasn't talking about the past. I said I'm happy with what he has. Moving forward. Jesus Christ,
then
that's got
what
so much wax in those ears. Moving forward. Because why are we saying moving forward? Because James is the one saying he should be fighting Danny.
See, and this is the problem that you're not getting, Ness. And it's not that you're not getting. I think you don't want to admit it. James's point isn't that they should fight next or that he wants that fight next. His point is that Danny's not good or as good as the elite fighters. Right. So what he's saying is that Earl, who looks like he could be really good one day, is good enough because Danny's not good enough. He's not saying that Errol could beat Thurman or that Errol could beat Khan or that Errol could beat Porter because those guys are possibly elite welterweights. He's saying that Danny Garcia is not an elite welterweight. So that match is a more even match because Earl's the goods, just not proven, and Danny's proven to not be the goods.
Fair enough, brother. Fair enough. All I'm saying is put him in there with somebody then. If everybody believes in him the way that these fans believe in him, after Mayweather is all I'm going to say.
He should fight Mayweather next.
No, because let me tell you something. As much as James want to say Mayweather doesn't have anything to do with this, I never heard anybody asking for Errol Spence to fight anything. I didn't even ever hear anyone mention Errol Spence in a top 10.
That's a fair
number
point.
10. Not top 10, the number 10. Well, I've never heard that shit. Never.
Yeah.
Because
I'm not mentioning Danny Garcia as a top 10.
I was on here bigging Errol Spence all type of ways up, and you never heard me say he could get in there with no fucking top 10. But whatever.
And I'll put one last point on this. I would be very, very disappointed and sad if Errol ended up fighting Thurman or Porter or Garcia or Khan before any of those guys fought each other. That would just be
It wouldn't even
ridiculous.
make sense, bro.
It would be sad.
It wouldn't even make sense at all. But listen, that's too many hours. We did it again. Our producer's gonna kill us. All right,
Dude,
we
Matt's
touched
gonna be
nothing.
so mad.
We touched on nothing, and because of James, we talked about Errol Spence for 3 hours.
Yo, look, I'm gonna say right now, I'm down to do a spontaneous show to cover nothing but the criteria in the itinerary.
No. I want James to give his final Errol Spence thoughts.
For life.
My final Errol Spence thoughts
Whatever
are
you say now is done.
spay and neuter your pets. I think Errol Spence is the goods. I also think that Julio Cesar Chavez should retire. I'm out.
Don't text and drive.
My Errol Spence final thoughts are... Actually, you go first, Mario. Let me pull up some more information. I'm going to make mine good.
All right, my final thoughts on Errol Spence is this. He is being pumped by more people because of Mayweather. But those of us that thought that he was a legitimate welterweight before, that shouldn't be held against us. Because Floyd said it, now it doesn't make our points legitimate. But I'm going to make this point absolutely clear because only one caller said this, and we've all failed to say this. As much as we've been bigging up this kid all night, there are some flaws in his game. There are some holes that can be exploited. Errol Spence, no, because we were arguing points and staying debate, so you forced us on one side or the other. But I'm going to make this clear in my final thoughts that I in no way, shape, or form believe that Errol Spence is headed towards like Mayweather greatness. He is beatable, and he's got holes in his game that aren't easily fixed by fighting and getting experience in. That's all I'm going to put it.
So I'm going to say because Robert Palmer has not updated the rankings, Danny Garcia is ranked in BoxRec at number 6 in the world. So that would mean he would take a very inactive position of Marcos Maidana in order to be ranked number 6 in the welterweight division. If you want to find some sort of argument to make it legitimate, I guess is that because, you know, Maidana drops out because he's been so inactive. It's probably been a year. In the U.S., he's number 3. I don't know if that really matters. I don't think that it's fair to ask a guy that has this type of a resume. It's a very good one, you know. A lot of top 10 names, a lot of former champions. You know, I think that he did good in this Malignaggi fight. Did he beat Malignaggi better than Cotto? Probably not. Did he beat Malignaggi better than Porter? No. Did he beat Malignaggi better than Khan? Arguable. It's debatable. He beat him before. Same kind of stoppage. It wasn't like Khan got a stoppage because he knocked him out. Same thing. The ref saved Malignaggi twice. Other than that one, arguably one that could be debated, everyone else that beat Malignaggi didn't do it better than Garcia. That's just the bottom line. Moving forward, It doesn't matter if you think that I'm biased. It doesn't matter if you think that I'm protecting him because he's in the welterweight division, guys. Again, if you knew about boxing, your comments wouldn't even be those. He has nowhere to run. We just went through this resume for other fighters. Nowhere. Every turn that he makes, it's a good fight. With Berto, it's a good fight. With Guerrero, it's a good fight. Even Josecito Lopez is a good fight.
I'm down for Devin Alexander. I like a Devin Alexander fight. That's a slick mover that he could get a good, he can make his little comeback and show people that he could deal with movers if he gets in there with Devin Alexander.
It's a southpaw too, so when's the last time we seen him with a southpaw? I don't even remember. Oh, Zab, right? No, Zab. Yeah, Zab.
Zab South.
So moving forward, I think that again, Malignaggi was a barometer fight, just like everyone else has used Malignaggi to gauge where they're going to be at a welterweight. At least when Broner fought him, we weren't sure, and we were right because his next fight he couldn't hang, and he went down. Even though I thought he did well, I really do. I think that Broner kicked up in that Maidana fight. But he ran. He went down to 140. I see it differently for Garcia. I think that his style is perfect for a lot of guys in that division. I think that it would be fireworks with him and Berto, with him and Lopez, with him and Guerrero, with him and Porter. Those are the styles that suit him. And that's just mentioning a few. Even maybe with Maidana, because he was able to catch and shoot with Matisse all day. And Matisse was able to beat Maidana, 3-4 times in amateurs, or was it backwards? Was it Maidana to beat him 3-4 times? I don't know. Point is, there's history. I like what I saw. It was just a slight step up from what we've been seeing. Like, I will admit that, like James, I was kind of unimpressed with the fact that I was expecting more. I was expecting the energy to give him more and for him to look as good as he looked, a long time ago. Other than that, I'm happy to see him back. Hopefully he gets one in before December, and hopefully that's with Porter, who's been, calling him out. Maybe that happens.
I don't know. Your final thoughts?
My final thoughts on Errol Spence, man. Before Floyd Mayweather announced him to the world and everyone became believers, Nestor mentioned him to me, and then I looked him up and I saw he was an Olympian. Then I saw him fight on television once. Now, Floyd Mayweather did big him up, so yeah, a lot of people want to see what Errol Spence really is about. I'm one of those people, so. You're saying Errol Spence against Danny Garcia is too soon? Put him on the plank? Get a name off of him. I'd love to see Errol Spence fight one of those top 10 elites. I know there's a ladder to go up before you jump up, but my thoughts on Errol Spence is like I'm very interested now after hearing the show what he has. And I am a true casual fan. I don't know who Better Beeve is. I've been hearing his name a lot on this show. I've been hearing a lot about Tyson Fury. Been hearing a lot.
Furry.
Yes, I love it.
Tyson Fury.
So there's a lot of fighters out there that I do not know. So yeah, those are my final thoughts. I'm interested in see what corner Danny Garcia turns into next.
All right, guys, listen. We didn't do any of the sponsors. You know that we need your help to continue to stay on the air. So if you're going to do any Amazon shopping, use our link, amazon.ThaBoxingvoice.com. Right now, the Dominican is about to take out Rashid Warren. I told you he got no power. It's going down right now. So go on Bounce TV. It's $262 if you're on Comcast, and it's free on BounceTV.com. If you don't got that, we are out. I'm your host, Nest GTO, and I appreciate everybody that calls in. We stay here as long as we can, and, get a Skype in case Blog Talk doesn't let y'all talk the way they cut everybody off. Peace.
I'm at Mario Munguia. Peace.
Yeah, Mario Munguia on Twitter, at Mario Munguia. James?
If you have an issue with anything I had to say tonight, my Twitter handle is at NestorGTO.
Yeah, hashtag TBV podcast. Remember, use that from now on. When talking about the show, use TBV hashtag so we can find it easier, and then we can put these, tweets on air and give you a shout out. Also, everyone that donates, please let me know in an email. If you've already donated, email me and let me know if you mind me saying your name and shouting you out, because I truly appreciate, obviously, that you're donating, and I want to at least give you a shout out. I don't know. Maybe you like it. I don't know. Anyway, peace.
At TBV _ at TBV _ casual fan. That's me.
spontaneous show this week. We're gonna do it.
I'm down with it.
I'm down.
Any
I'm
day,
down.
any day.
All right,
Later.
man. Peace.
Peace.